Chapter 9. Something was brewing beneath the surface of Britain's magical society. Taylor was an outsider, a newcomer, but the criminal underworld was much the same no matter where she went, across the ocean or across the multiverse, and she was well suited to overhearing all of the chatter between the locals. She heard the rumblings in Nocturne Alley when she went to replace her blood charm, as it had lost its potency. She heard them in the back alley pubs, on the streets, in the dangerous artifact pawn shop. Something was happening, the rumors said. Death Eaters at the World Cup, another escape from Azkaban, and the Ministry had lost the escapee, gone before he could even be charged. Something was afoot, and the smart ones would keep their heads down. A gang war might be coming, though they didn't use those words here. Barty Crouch Jr. was at large, and the Ministry was covering it up. She knew it was a bad idea to trust him to the authorities to do their jobs. At least the Protectorate had the decency to announce when dangerous criminals escaped their custody. Soon after learning that, she decided that she agreed with the criminal element. Something did feel like it was building in the shadows. The World Cup Death Eaters might be malcontents left over from the last war, but Barty Crouch Jr. was supposed to be dead on Azkaban, and his escape stunk of further corruption in the justice system responsible for putting him there. His motives were still unknown, and if there was someone behind it all, they were totally hidden. All of that could be unrelated coincidences, but the situation put her in mind of Coyle and his plots. The way he tried to rule from the shadows, a group of semi-competent and more importantly sneaky criminals in one hand, the local government in the other, or close to it. One foot in both camps, playing the criminals against his political enemies until he was on top of the heap. She was a target thrice over, if that was the case. An enemy of the Death Eaters, the pure-blood political faction, and Harry Potter's mother. None of those things were publicly associated with her, but they were inherently true, and she knew who her enemies would be were she to come into the open in the future. And then there was Barty, who had targeted her specifically. He might come for her again. She couldn't let this sit even if she wanted to, which she didn't. The insects in Nocturne Alley, including a few marginally magical ones her power had managed to bring into the fold, were often organized as she frequented the shadows in the evenings, listening and watching. Hogsmeade had its clandestine meeting places, and she watched those too whenever she got the chance. She visited the Ministry every so often, working piecemeal to establish herself in the bureaucracy, like she had with her animagus form. Her insects allowed her to spy on the minister and other important officials, though it was always a crapshoot whether they would be doing interesting things at the times she was in the building. All of her spying and information gathering netted her a collection of interesting facts about magical Britain and the world beyond it, but little to nothing on the Death Eaters or their master. Voldemort was known to be dead, beyond what she gathered to be the usual fervent mutters that a Dark Lord as evil and powerful as him could never truly die, the same things she occasionally heard about Grindelwald, the previous Dark Lord. There was no word of someone recruiting or organizing the old Death Eaters, not even among the few mercenaries for hire that she happened across one afternoon. Something was building, but it wasn't building among the common thugs, and unlike back home in Brockton Bay this world had a class of potential criminals who frequented their heavily defended manors in the government, and nowhere else. They were much harder to keep tabs on, with their wards and constant apparition and house elf slaves. Harder still when she had next to no free time to go hunting. She stayed up late and went to work tired just to trawl the common criminal underworld, and her weekends were time with Harry that she refused to cut down. She stomped into Grimmauld Place late one Thursday evening, coming out of the flue with a shake to shed excess water. It was cold out, just shy of snowing, and the wind was driving the icy rain sideways. She was soaked and tired, and the drive home stood between her and her bed, unappealing in the extreme. Then there was work. She tossed her jacket aside and sat down in the fluffy armchair closest to the fire, procrastinating. The insects she kept in Grimmauld Place, a thriving colony down in the basement regardless of where Sirius might think she kept them, spread out to reconnoiter the house. Sirius was home, up in one of the unused bedrooms. He was looking at a picture frame on a dresser, and she withdrew her bugs out of politeness. He talked a big game about despising his family and she believed him for the most part, but everyone had their moments of sentimentality. She wondered what had become of Earthbet and the wider multiverse. Of the para-humans she gathered together for the final battle, many dragged from their worlds to fight and left with no clear way back. Of Lisa, Aisha, and everyone else who had survived. She thought Lisa and Aisha were alive. She remembered them being there, in the end. That had to mean something. The others. She wasn't so sure. They might as well be dead, seeing as she would never see any of them again, but some of them weren't. It was a bit like an actual afterlife, either for them, or for her. Existing somewhere, but totally out of reach with no way to be sure. Sirius came downstairs, bare feet slapping on wood. "Taylor, you here?" He called out. "By the fire," she replied, putting aside her melancholy as best she could. "Thought I felt the flu alert ward go off," he said as he came into the room. "Get anything from the thugs?" "Nothing more than the usual bluster with a side of petty crime." She had seen a vampire, or something similar, but that was the height of her evening and all the vampire did was flash his fangs at someone to scare them off. "I've got something," Sirius told her. "My cousin Narcissa old me asking that I meet her. I was bored, so I did." "She's the same stuck-up bitch she always was." "Narcissa is the one married to the Death Eater?" Taylor asked. It was either that, the insane one in Azkaban, or the alright one married to a Muggleborn. She thought she had remembered correctly, the name fit perfectly to the person Sirius described. "Yup, and you wouldn't believe how huffy she got when she realized I'd asked to meet in a Muggle bar," Sirius said with a grin. Once she calmed down, "It was all you are the head of our noble house this, and be a good pure blood that. She tried to recruit you." Narcissa had a connection to a Death Eater. The Death Eaters were stirring. Sirius might theoretically have reasons to resent his former allies after being stuck in Azkaban while they twiddled their thumbs, so it wasn't an entirely stupid idea. "No, but she hinted that the old boys club still meets," he said soberly. "Not that they're doing anything, but I got the feeling she thinks something is coming. She wouldn't have approached me if she felt secure doing nothing. I think she wants a backup plan in case it goes sideways." "Great. More warnings, nothing to act on." She heard a distant crash of thunder. "And the weather is going to shit, too." "You don't have to leave, you know," Sirius offered. "There are spare bedrooms, or just the couch if you'd rather." It was tempting, but she would have to drive home early and change there, and it wasn't worth it. Still, she was only bothered by the practicality of it, not the thought of staying. "Thanks, but that will just make it harder in the morning. I respect my guests and will not make raunchy jokes," Sirius chanted to himself, closing his eyes and sticking his hands behind his back. "I will not make raunchy jokes even if they give me the perfect opening. I will respect the scary bug lady." "Oh, fuck off," she laughed, rising to gather her coat from the floor. The drive home was only going to get less appealing the longer she put it off. The second task took place on a dreary cold British morning, the kind that had Taylor longing for the relatively mild winters in Brockton Bay. Sirius hit her with a warming charm as they shivered in the stands set up on the edge of Hogwarts Lake, but it was a fleeting warmth, the kind that heated her skin but did nothing for the chill that had already seeped into her bones. Her stump ached, more so where the false arm she wore pulled at it. The magic over her face to subtly change her features itched incessantly, explaining why witches didn't exclusively use glamours instead of more traditional makeup. She was singularly uncomfortable. Whatever was going to happen on the lake, she hoped it would be either fast or worth the wait. Harry probably knew, he and his friends had put more effort into preparing Cedric for the tournament than the Ministry had probably put into designing the task, but she had avoided asking, wanting to be surprised. It involved water and possibly water creatures, both of which she could have guessed from how the stands were arranged. "The giant squid is quite passive," Sirius was explaining as they waited. "In my first year some bloke jumped into the lake and the squid pushed him to shore. The house elves feed it, so it doesn't try to feed on us two-legged morsels. Or the mer people, come to think of it. It eats meat, though?" she asked. "Oh, tons," he confirmed. "You didn't think all those old stories of boats getting dragged down by sea monsters were myths, did you? Poor muggles, not knowing to bring a few fresh cows to sate the squid. Not that those were the only sea monsters, mind you. There's a reason wizarding cruise ships aren't popular." Durmstrang arrived in a ship, a witch sitting behind them chimed in. "Yes, one that has some sort of bulk port kayat," Sirius retorted, not even looking back. "Bet you they didn't sail more than a kilometer all told." "I'll take that bet." "Mr. Black, is it?" the witch said. "Still single?" "Nope," Sirius said. "Pity," the witch sighed. Taylor glanced over at Sirius, and he shrugged. "Wizards and witches, boys and girls," Bagman started up, his sonorous charm turning his voice into a deafening squawk before he managed to damp it down to something reasonable. Percy Weasley, presumably still on his internship with the Ministry, tapped his wand on Bagman to lower the volume, then left. "Welcome to the second task. Our champions are lining up at the shore now." The three champions strode out into line of sight, having been hidden by the little Mediwitch tent until that moment. They were all wearing their usual school robes, and though Taylor couldn't see them very well from far away, they all looked antsy. "They have 1 hour only one. To retrieve a hostage from somewhere in the depths of the lake, and return them here to the shore," Bagman announced. "As such, we'll let them get on their way. Now. Time has started." He let off a flare from his wand, a pitiful red burst of fire that died quickly in the foggy morning damp. Fleur Delacour shed her outer robes and pointed her wand at her head, before striding out into the shallows. Neither of the other champions followed, Crumb busy doing something to his upper torso and head, and Cedric. Cedric tossed his robes aside, revealing a muggle wetsuit. His burn scars licked up from the neck of the suit, ending just below his chin. He cast several charms on himself, none of which Taylor recognized, the last creating a glowing white field that covered his body up to his head. Crumb finished his transfiguration, now clearly part shark, and dove into the water, leaving Cedric alone on the shore. Crumb and Delacour are off, but Diggory lingers on the shore, girding himself in all kinds of magical preparation, Bagman narrated. No one knows what is happening beneath the waves, but he must be confident in his preparation to allow his opponents such a head start. Don't bloody tell me they don't have a way for us to see the actual event, Sirius groaned. Come on Bagman, what are you going to do, treat us to wizard stand-up comedy until they get back? A ripple of disappointment passed through the audience as the meaning of Bagman's offhanded comment sunk in. Nobody, Taylor was willing to bet, wanted to be here just to watch a blank lake for an hour. She certainly didn't. Cedric had transfigured a trident out of a rock and was casting spells on it now. He even dumped a small potion on the barbed tines, sourced from his robes. He looked like he was going to war. Armed with his wetsuit, magical layers, and enchanted trident, he walked into the lake. The water rose up to part before him, allowing him to literally walk down into the depths. He's got a flair for drama, hasn't he? Bagman asked the crowd. More than you do, you bloody idiot. Someone yelled. How are we supposed to watch? Well, suspense. Bagman said, grasping for her straws. Yes, the suspense, not knowing what is happening below, knowing the stakes, it's all very exciting. Those hostages can't be in any real danger, they only brought the tournament back with the idea that it would be safer, Sirius remarked. What stakes? Can't you do a scrying or something? The same heckler demanded. Well, there wasn't the budget for a big scrying bowl, Bagman admitted. We have a small one for security purposes, but I am sure we can arrange something. Dumbledore, who had been sitting with the other judges as Bagman blathered, stepped up and into the range of Bagman's sonorous charm. Show us this security scrying bowl. Some time passed, in which Bagman, Moody, Dumbledore, and Madame Maxime convened around a little bowl Moody had been carrying. In the meantime, absolutely nothing happened at the lake's surface. Finally, Dumbledore uttered a spell and a massive projection of mist shot up from the bowl, spreading out to form 5 circular clouds over the shore. 3 immediately shimmered to life, muted colors displaying views of the 3 champions from above, top down. The 4th and 5th came to life a moment later, one showing 3 children floating limply in an underwater village, and the other showing a map of the lake with dots representing the locations of the champions and hostages. Sirius whistled appreciatively. That is some impressive spell work, he breathed. It didn't match the video quality Taylor had been accustomed to back on Earth bet, but she thought that might just be because it was being displayed on clouds of mist, not something flat and solidly colored. It certainly beat the televisions of this time period. Her power itched to study it, clairvoyance to the point of getting a live view and locational information. That was powerful. There had to be a reason she had never seen anyone using it or heard it mentioned. It's a shame scrying is broken by any kind of ward, Sirius said. After teaching her various magical subjects for months, he knew how she thought well enough to anticipate what she might think of this. Even ones not meant to block it. Inside the wards it works if you can key it in like Dumbledore must have done here, but it can't cross them. It was a lot more widely used back before wards were common. Up on the scrying clouds, Fleur Delacour was shown swimming in the depths with a bubble of air around her head, kicking her feet and using her hands to peer through clumps of weeds. She was the furthest from the hostages, who were roughly at the center of the lake. Victor Crumb was closest, but he was currently being waylaid by goblin-like creatures with webbed fingers and vicious teeth. Crumb had teeth of his own, gnarled shark teeth by the dozen in a maw made for them, and was biting back as well as cursing with nonverbal spells. Some of his spells fizzled out in the water, but others moved as though unimpeded. Cedric was catching up to Crumb, and fast. The moving sphere of air around him was twice as wide as he was tall, and his trident sparked with electricity whenever something moved in the water outside of his bubble. He was jogging along the floor of the lake, his boots finding sure purchase despite the ground being a treacherous rubble of slick rocks and slimy weeds. Little flashes of light accompanied every footfall, coming from the field of glowing energy that encompassed him. The other purpose of the magic field was made clear when one of the water goblin creatures worked up the nerve to attack Cedric despite his massive bubble of air, jolting down into the air from above. Cedric spun his trident and dealt the monster a flashy shock, but it attempted to grapple onto his shoulder. Its sucker-like fingertips slid right off a panel of white light that formed just above his robes, blocking direct contact. Another heavy blow from the blunt end of the trident sent it crawling back into the water at the edge of his bubble. That's just not fair, Sirius said. Send something more dangerous his way. He cheered. Taylor believed Bagman would have done so, had he the power, but it didn't look like he did. Cedric continued mostly unopposed, the other water goblins having learned from the first's painful example, while Crumb and now Fleur battled for their lives elsewhere in the lake. Cedric's steady progress made a mockery of the other champions, who looked wholly unprepared in contrast to him. Cedric reached the outskirts of the Mermish village long before anyone else. He was faced with a whole platoon of mermaid guards. This was the first Taylor had seen of their kind, and she was struck by how inhuman they managed to look while still being objectively more human than not. Their sharp, angular teeth and slitted eyes stood out in otherwise normal faces, and their gills were akin to gaping wounds without blood. The bottom half of their bodies, being the fish half, was less disturbing. Unlike Vila, they were clearly not human and could not possibly be mistaken for it under normal conditions. They barred Cedric's way with their normal, unenchanted tridents, and for a moment it looked as if he would fight them. Then he thumped his trident on the bare lake bottom, and the water rushed in to fill his bubble except for a tiny space under his nostrils and over his mouth. Diggory gives up his most powerful weapon just shy of his hostage, what could he be planning? Bagman blurted out, having apparently remembered it was his job to commentate. He had been watching the scrying clouds as intently as everyone else, reduced to just another spectator. Cedric, now immersed in the water, kicked his feet once to rise up off the lake bed. He gestured with his trident, first at himself and then at the village. The mere man in the lead of the group blocking him scowled and said something. Scrying, or at least this version of it, did not allow for sound, so nobody in the audience knew what he had said. Cedric nodded, pointed his trident's tines down at the ground, and swam past them without fear. They let him go, following like an honor guard. They were supposed to put up a fight, Bagman announced, but it seems they thought better of it. It seems they decided dying in their own village wasn't worth whatever the ministry paid them, Sirius muttered. He could lay waste to them if he could expand that bubble far enough. They're pants at getting around in the air, you see. Cedric swam through the Mermish village. Meanwhile, Crumb had finally fought off the water goblins. She needed to ask Sirius what those actually were, or maybe Harry, as he almost certainly knew and was headed for the village, but had almost a quarter of the lake between him and it. Fleur was a distant third, closer to the shore she had started from than anything important, and visibly growing frantic as she struggled through a tangled patch of weeds while water goblins nipped at her heels and slashed at her legs. She had volunteered for this tournament, her and the others, but Taylor still felt bad for her. One of the hostages had the same hair as her and couldn't be a day over 8 years old. Fleur was panicking for good reason, and even if it was fake the terror was real. If it was Harry down there, and she was in the position Fleur was put in at the start of the second task, Taylor wouldn't even have bothered competing. She would have taken one of the judges hostage herself, and threatened to drown him on dry land unless Harry was promptly, safely returned. Then again, she had no other motivation to compete and no confidence in her limited collection of spells to get her through an event like this, so her options would be more limited. Fleur might have thought she was capable of getting there in time. If Fleur thought that at the start of the task, she couldn't possibly think it now. More than half an hour had elapsed, and only Cedric was anywhere near the hostages. It would be a tight squeeze for Crumb to get there and back in time. Fleur didn't stand a chance unless she pulled out an underwater jet ski or friendly dolphin pack to ride on. Dolphins. Maybe Taylor could have completed this task if she was stuck competing. She could turn into any animal. A dolphin, or better yet a shark. That could be good. None of the current champions were capable of that. Crumb was only partly shark. Are there animagi who can turn into water-breathing animals? She asked Sirius as Cedric approached the pillar with the hostages. Yes, but I don't know who would bother if they knew their form was stuck in the water. Magical creatures are at the top of every food chain in the water, and turning back underwater can be lethal. Sirius shuddered. Go down too far and turn back and you're crushed, survive that and you can't go up again without your blood killing you. All while whatever made you turn back to defend yourself chomps on your spinal column. You think those Grindylow are bad? They're carrion feeders. Given Fleur was once again struggling with the Grindylows, Taylor had to admit Sirius was right. She certainly wouldn't be swimming in the ocean for fun anytime soon. Cedric cut the ropes holding one of the girls to the pillar, the only one in Hogwarts robes. He used the cut end to tie her to his trident, cast a spell on her head that enlarged her personal air bubble, and put his wand away. Oh, what's this? Sirius said, leaning forward. Cedric grasped his trident with both hands and straddled his unconscious hostage, gripping her with his legs. He pointed the trident back towards the shore and squeezed the handle, barking out a single word. The scrying view of Cedric blurred, an unintelligible jumble of dulled brown, green, and blue, water rushing by at tremendous speed. The dots indicating Cedric and his hostage began moving on the map scrying cloud, faster and faster. An explosive escape by Cedric Diggory with his hostage, Cho Chang, and based on their speed we should be seeing them any second now. Bagman shouted. But what condition will they be in when they arrive? Taylor had only a rough estimate of how big the lake was, but Cedric had to be going at least 40 miles an hour to be moving across it so quickly, and in the water at that. She wondered if his magical protective field negated all friction, or just most of it. The dots that marked Cedric slowed just shy of the shore, and a moment later he rose from the shallows, Cho in a bridal carry in his arms, the trident secured to the back of his robes. The audience broke into cheers as Cho woke up, looking bewildered, and Cedric set foot on the shore to win the second task. It was barely even a contest. Fleur and Crumb struggled on, with Crumb reaching his hostage just shy of the hour mark, but neither of them made it back to the shore in time. The remaining hostages and champions were teleported back with emergency port keys, landing just outside the Mediwitch tent, and soon after the judges gave their scores, not even waiting until the other champions and hostages left the tent. Cedric scored a 10 out of 10 from Dumbledore and Maxime. Karkaroff gave him a 5, to immense displeasure from the audience. Crumb received 2 6s and a 9. Karkaroff again, he seemed to have no shame at all, and Fleur received 3s across the board. Not that Fleur cared. 2 bursts of fire preceded her storming from the Mediwitch tent, looking distinctly avian in appearance. "You may take your vaunted tournament and shove it up your rear ends," she shrieked at the judges, her English accented but entirely understandable. "I would quit if I could." "Fleur!" Maxime barked. "Non!" Fleur yelled, her lips sharpening eerily, forming a pseudo-beak that became more and more real as she ranted. "She woke up, you pissants!" She was choking. "Your charms failed at the end of the hour." All of which was conveyed to the audiences by Bagman's lingering sonorous charm. "That should not have happened," Dumbledore said gravely. "Is she injured?" Taylor knew a politician trying to spin something when she saw one. She noticed that Dumbledore hadn't cancelled the sonorous charm yet. The cat was out of the bag, but he could make it look less mangy than it really was. Especially as it hadn't looked like Fla's sister was choking on the scrying clouds. "This close," Fleur hissed, holding her hand out with her thumb and forefinger just shy of touching. "Seconds. My sister is not your plaything, and I do not care if my parents allowed it. Touch her again and I will burn you." Her fingers smoldered. Bagman finally took the sonorous charm down, and Dumbledore's reply went unheard by the audience, but whatever it was, Fleur refused to be mollified. She walked away, her shoulders twitching as little wings sprouted from between her shoulder blades, and the French headmistress followed her. "It's possible the ministry is just that incompetent," Sirius suggested. "Possible, but not the only explanation. She needed to learn more." "The charms on show had already been removed by the time the hour was up," Cedric said when Harry asked him during the celebration that night. Taylor listened closely, an unremarkable snake on Harry's shoulder. "But I saw Gabrielle Fla's sister when she was port-keyed in. She looked fine until Pomfrey dispelled a glamour I didn't even know was there. She was soaked and blue in the face. Pomfrey had to spell the water out of her." "She was glamoured?" Harry asked. "So we couldn't see what was actually happening to her." He sounded horrified, as well he should. That moved the odds of thing being an intentional attack from possible but unlikely to all but certain, barring excessive ministry incompetence to scales never before seen. "Yes, and if the charm had failed earlier." Cedric shuddered. "I might have brought Jo up from the lake, taken her to Pomfrey, and only then found out she was already dead, not unconscious. Victor's hostage was choking too, but she said she had only been unprotected for a few seconds." "Gabrielle." "Almost half a minute. Half a minute disoriented, underwater, tied to a pillar, with no air and no idea what was happening. Half a minute of drowning." "They should never have used people as hostages," Harry said bitterly. "We thought it would be an object, what you would miss most, not who you would miss most." "Yeah," Cedric laughed bitterly. "I know Cho is shaken up. She would have been even if it went right. She told me she was assured it would be safe, but they didn't tell her any details." "Who was they?" Taylor hissed. Harry parroted her question. "Dumbledore, Fudge, Moody, Bagman, Percy Weasley, he's assisting Fudge and Karkaroff," Cedric recounted. "That's who Cho said was there. She thought she would get to stand on a raft or something." "That would have been a sane thing to do," Harry said. "Next time." Cedric looked around, at the busy Hufflepuff common room. Their little discussion had an audience, everyone wanted to hear what had happened, but most of the other Hufflepuffs were pretending to be busy. "Next time, we're putting port keys on everyone in Hufflepuff the night before the task," he announced. "Use them the instant anyone official starts talking about you participating, don't wait to be made a hostage, they might put you to sleep like they did Cho." "I can make them," a 7th year volunteered. "Do you still have the one they put on you, or the one on Cho?" Cedric nodded and handed over a small white disc the size of a coin. "Thought you might need it to study," he admitted. "I can figure out a way to hide them," another student offered. "In the meantime, we'll all work to make sure you crush the last task just like you did this one," Susan Bones said. "Yes. Please." Cedric smiled grimly. "I don't know if it's just my winning at stake anymore. If it wasn't for you all. My only idea was a bubblehead charm." Taylor was proud of her son and his friends. They, along with the rest of Hufflepuff, had directly produced the impressive show Cedric put on at the task, but for them it wasn't just a contest now. It might be life or death, and that only spurred them on. They could and would handle the dangers imposed by the tournament itself. She and Sirius would work on the rest. Moody entered his office that night, well after the student curfew, to find a snake waiting on his desk. Some familiars wander far too much, he said aloud. Where's your owner, reptile? Taylor shook her head. In that case. He closed the door and fired several different charms at it, before transfiguring a metal bar across the frame to physically hold it shut. Taylor waited patiently as he cast another dozen spells on the room itself. Change back, he ordered once he was done. If you're here to talk, that is. She had anticipated this. She had it on good authority that the Weasley twins were asleep in their beds in the Gryffindor dorms. A few snake expeditions to their room over the last term had demonstrated that she had no chance of quietly finding the map so long as they kept it hidden, so she had to work around them. It was still a risk, but everything was a risk these days. She slithered off the desk and shifted back, hiding the pain of the transformation with little more outward sign than a grimace. I can't do this for long, she told him. It's risky. Nothing sees in here when I'm holding the security charms, Moody told her. She shook her head. At least one thing does. It's not being properly used for security purposes, but if it was I would never be able to change back without being noticed within minutes. She would have set 3 elves keeping a constant watch over the map, perhaps with some magic to make a record of locations and names for sensitive areas. The map was by far the most effective magical security system she had encountered to date, and that was including the intentionally added backdoor she was exploiting. Without that, it would be absolute. Of course, Moody growled. Bringing that up in your report. It will be on the list of things to fix, yes. The Weasley twins might not like having their toy taken away, but the needs of the many. They were probably the most accomplished smugglers and sneaks in the castle without it, anyway. If they had been learning from it instead of using it as a crutch, its loss wouldn't hamper them over much. What happened in the second task? Someone decided to randomly murder between 0 and 3 children, based solely on luck, Moody said. It wasn't you. No, it was not. She gave that statement all of the importance it deserved, a cursory acknowledgement. Was it a ministry ploy? A plan that was discarded as being too risky? A way to up the stakes? Hell no, Moody exclaimed. That Vila chick was important, we'd be halfway to war if she died in our territory, in our tournament, to a completely preventable danger put in to make things more dramatic. That's the sort of thing that got the tournament shut down last time. No, I wasn't involved from the very start, but I know real danger to the hostages was never on the table. Someone weakened the safety charms and cast those glamours between us casting them and the start of the task. How long was that? Taylor asked. It's not my job, but, no dead kids. Not while I can do something about it. Moody raised his flask to her. Amen to that. He set it on his desk and leaned forward. It's being officially labeled as a mistake, he told her, his voice heavy with scorn. Fudge. He thinks his career is riding on this being a success, and on there not being any more major upsets. Sirius Black being acquitted was a blow. Barty Crouch Jr. proving Sirius wasn't the first to do it, and then escaping custody. He believes that any more bad press will end him. It's true, then. She had thought so, but it was good to hear from Moody. She trusted him as a source of Death Eater-related information. Got it out of some old friends in the ministry, he said. A crooked grin graced his scarred face as he looked up at her. How'd you pull off the animagus trick? She smiled mysteriously. Does it matter, so long as I am registered as an animagus? Perhaps my form changes with my mood. It would hardly be the only way magic behaves differently for me. Don't tell me then, he grumbled. The fools at the ministry didn't even think to question why you turned into a male moose, what with the rack. I am very mysterious, she said. She remembered the moose not being male at all, the curse she was using forced the same number of limbs and gender as the victim. Odd. She would have to look into that, once she had no more pressing matters to research. So perhaps sometime before the end of the century. Back to Barty Crouch Jr. Did his elf escape too? Nah, Moody said dismissively. The elf died in custody. You put a fang right though along. It's just Barty, and as best the Aurors know he fled the country immediately after. Taylor acknowledged her first confirmed kill in this world with a heavy sigh. So long as she didn't make a habit of it except in self-defense. Best we can tell, there are 6 possible suspects for the attempted murders, Moody said, getting back to the original reason she had come to talk to him. No official investigation, so I can tell you all I want about it. Me, Fudge, Bagman, Karkaroff, and an unknown third party. Percy Weasley was there too, but he was never left alone with the hostages. Stuck to Fudge's rear end, that one was. The unknown third party, Taylor prompted. Moody grimaced. Bloody mess, he said. Those girls were prepped for the lake 2 hours before the task was set to begin. They were put in 1 hour before, with charms meant to last for 4 hours at minimum. In that hour between being charmed and being placed in the lake, they were left in the Mediwitch tent, but Pomfrey had to leave almost immediately to tend to Malfoy's spawn, who somehow got a full-sized frog merged with his nose while in the general vicinity of Ronald Weasley. It took her the full hour to undo the damage, with Malfoy refusing to have his nose vanished and regrown with Skelligro. Pomfrey is a suspect too, then, Taylor said. 7, then, Moody agreed. Problem is people were all around that tent setting things up. Everyone I mentioned, plus random students helping set the stands in the right places, ministry officials, reporters. A security nightmare. Anyone with a wand and the know-how could have sabotaged the girls, and saving their lives involved undoing the spells, so we have no evidence to work with. This is going to be covered up? Like Barty's escape? Taylor asked. Moody shook his head, his eye fixed almost exclusively on her. I'll be looking into it, and I'm gonna try to get the minister to give me a full set of Aurors as security for the third task, but there are things I can't do. Keep your ears open. I hear anything related to this, you'll know, she promised. Any idea what the motive was? No, but if the one who did it just wanted to ruin the tournament. Lots of ways to do that. Moody jabbed a finger on the table. One intentionally misbrewed potion under the stands during the next task, and we'd lose half the student body. A single imperious curse might lose us the minister, or Harry Potter, or some other important person. Keep a close watch on the kid. He wasn't the target this time, but the girls might have been targets of convenience. There was talk of taking a Hufflepuff as a hostage for Cedric, and Potter's name was bandied about. Fudge was especially keen, him and his toady mouthpiece, but Bagman worked the maidens in distress angle and they couldn't justify Potter as Cedric's hostage specifically, so it didn't happen. They would drag Harry into their damn tournament over her dead body. Or, more likely in such a scenario, she would forego the violent objection and simply spirit him away to Grimmauld Place, or, that insufficient, another country. Those unauthorized Hufflepuff safety portkeys might come in handy. As it turned out, blasting the windows open was the tipping point between Grimmauld Place being a miserable sad sack of memorabilia and bad memories, and a fixable miserable sad sack. There was still a near-endless amount of work to do to make the place livable, but it was at that point that Sirius figured said work might actually be worth doing. With natural sunlight, the musty old townhouse actually felt recoverable. Having open windows open in that they were holes with no glass for the time being did have a few side effects. The carpet whined and writhed whenever a beam of sunlight hit it, for instance. He was going to have to hire a professional to check that, as he had no idea what was causing it. Then there was the owl that had blithely flown in through the window, landed on his backside as he conversed through the flue, and caused the lump on his head that he was currently nursing with a conjured ice pack. Don't they teach you birds to wait? He grumbled at the owl once he had retrieved an ice pack to dull the pain. It glared unrepentantly from the mantel. Bloody lucky I didn't pitch forward and fall through, that ministry clerk still thinks I'm a dangerous character even though I was cleared of all charges. He'd have stunned me and had me arrested for trespassing. The owl hooted. Off in the hallway, his mother's portrait started yelling. Another voice yelled back at her, just as loud, and with a rant just as filled with creative invectives. He might not know what the hat was, but it made for a great distraction for his mother's portrait. He was hoping that if he left them alone together for long enough, the hat would reveal its mysteries to end the torment, or his mother would self-destruct out of impotent rage. Meanwhile, he had a letter from a tosser with a moody bird to read. Not going to leave until I reply, are you? He asked the owl, reaching for the letter. It nipped at his fingers. Bloody bird, I've eaten pigeon before, don't tempt me to eat you. But he got the letter eventually. Parchment of course, sealed with a blob of wax, a Hogwarts seal to be precise. Addressed to him, all formal-like. He cast a few simple detection charms over it, because he was nobody's fool, and when it came up clean he opened and read it. All the flowery official language aside? He was being offered a job interview for the position of the perennially unlucky Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. The interview was at his earliest convenience, and to be conducted by Dumbledore himself. The flue flared, and Taylor stepped through, dressed as a muggle. Evening, Sirius. Evening, he replied, partially distracted by the letter. I like my women of the night to come in by the front door, though, you know that. Mind going out and then coming in the right way? Is that why you never bother unlocking the front door? She retorted. Since it apparently gets so little use. Touché. He could have continued teasing her. She had such a fun variety of reactions to his jokes. He was never sure what he'd get when he poked her, but the letter sucked all the joy out of messing around, because like it or not, this was important. Check this out, he offered, holding it out to her. She took the letter, skimmed it once, then again, squinting at Albus' flowery script. He's finally making contact. Looks like it. He'd expected something sooner, what with his exoneration having happened months ago. He had also expected Moony to reach out before Albus sodding Dumbledore, given Moony was supposed to be his friend, but, whatever. Think it's because of the guardianship application. Could be. She handed the letter back. Planning on going? Sirius felt he was being tested. Luckily, minor concussion or not, he was up to the task. Obliviation, Imperius, Confundus, Veritaserum, Legilimency, he listed. You'll sick the authorities on me and him if I come back obliviated or confounded, and I'm important, so that will end with my memories and impeccable good sense being restored and him under a heap of scrutiny. Dumbledore would never stoop to using an unforgivable, but if he does I'll have scheduled an appointment to view my vault the day after, which will take me under the goblin's thief's downfall, so it won't last long enough for anything to go horribly wrong. I won't drink or ingest anything during or after the interview. My occlumency is pants, but I'll notice if he gets into my head so it's a moot point unless he ambushes me. Worst case scenario, he finds out everything we've done and are doing despite my precautions, with the side effect that he makes an enemy of me and lands himself in a load of legal trouble whereas we're the innocent victims. Best case scenario, I wheedle his motivations out of him with him none the wiser. Have a neutral third party in the room with you at all times, she suggested. Another teacher, one not under his thumb. If there are any like that. Don't look at me, I've not been to school in over a decade, he said. You're the one who lurks on the weekends. Suggestions. Flitwick and Sprout, she said. One's competent and the other is a reasonable person. 3 on 1, he would hesitate. Sirius suspected Dumbledore could take him, Flitwick, and Sprout at the same time if he wanted to, but there would be no way to keep it quiet or make it quick. So long as they were in Hogwarts, people would notice the all-out magical brawl. That'll do. He flipped the parchment over, called out Oxio quill and ink, and deftly caught the feather and ink pot as it soared over from the mantel, startling the owl who happened to be perched right next to them. Dear Albus, 3 middle names I can never remember, Dumbledore, he narrated, translating the necessary formal speech of a generic acceptance letter into what he actually meant. I'd love to apply for a job I have absolutely no interest in taking, in a position that we all know is cursed, especially when you specifically do not say what's happened to Moody that made him unable to continue teaching, unless he's just smarter than your average defense professor and getting out while he can. I, as we both know, am entirely suited to a position of authority over mischievous children, and am fully capable of stuffing their impressionable heads with useful and age-appropriate magical knowledge. I have even spent the last few months tutoring a sadistic, disturbingly violent, and creative woman in how to best exploit magic to her own ends, so I have some experience. Rest assured that the meager salary Hogwarts can offer to compensate me is unnecessary, as I will in the event of taking the job require my payment in Snape's tears and mandatory nude lessons for the 7th-year students. Teachers who creep on students lose their favorite limb, Taylor threatened. Which I of course would not be attending, Sirius smoothly amended. But I believe there is much to learn from dueling while Starkers, so it will be a core part of the curriculum should I get the job. I would like to conduct this interview with a jury of my future peers in attendance, to ensure they know what you are attempting to subject them to next year, so I can meet you at the earliest time both Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick are available to observe the interview. Lovingly yours, the worst possible person to put in charge of children, Sirius Homewrecker Handsome Devil Black. He looked over the 2 sentences he had actually written, which constituted an entirely reasonable and sincere acceptance on the condition that the aforementioned professors would be in attendance, and deemed it good. He then folded the letter over, removed the blob of wax from the outside, and reapplied it to seal the letter with a bit of heat from his wand. The seal smudged to an unidentifiable blob, but if he had a personal seal he would want it to be a vaguely phallic-shaped blob, so that was good. The moment the wax cooled, the owl swooped over to snatch the letter from his hands, pecked at his face in the process, and disappeared out the window. Hogwarts owls are getting touchy, he grumbled. That letter was dated to a week ago, Taylor told him. When did you last leave Grimmauld Place? He thought about it. He'd gone plenty of places, by fluid and apparition, mostly. Which took him all over Britain, to locations he never stayed at for more than a few hours. That owl must have been flying back and forth trying to catch him all week. Bird's still a bloody tosser, he decided. Dumbledore got back to him quickly, and the owl he sent with a date and time was much more personable. Sirius rewarded it with a strip of bacon, put on his fanciest robes as a lark, and operated over to Hogsmeade, where he was set to meet Dumbledore, Flitwick, and Sprout at the front gates of Hogwarts. Sirius was not nervous. He was here for subterfuge, not an actual job application. Because spying was less nerve-wracking. Somehow, Dumbledore, and Dumbledore alone, was waiting at the front gate, all fatherly smiles as he welcomed Sirius in. How have you been? He asked. Well, it's nice getting my tan back, was Sirius' noncommittal answer. Ah, yes, Dumbledore sighed. I am terribly sorry about that, Sirius. It was a hectic time. If I had known or bothered to investigate after the fact, a lot of regrettable hardship could have been avoided. They entered the castle. Sirius looked around, taking in the sights as Dumbledore led him up to the headmaster's office. The place hadn't changed a bit, beyond the things that were always changing, like the corridor layout and painting locations. Sirius had absolutely no experience with job interviews, so he didn't know if holding one in a cramped office was normal, but he did notice that neither Flitwick nor Sprout was present as Dumbledore took his seat. "Is this the interview?" he asked. "Because I recall mentioning." "Yes, your letter," Dumbledore agreed. "Truthfully, Sirius, while I will happily interview you for the job if you wish, I will admit that I used the opening as an excuse to contact you. I need your help with something much too sensitive to discuss or even hint at by Al." "Lay it on me," Sirius said casually, feigning only mild interest. In truth, he was nervous. This was not how he and Taylor had expected things to go. "We are waiting for one more," Dumbledore said cryptically. "In the meantime. Truly, how are you? Have you been seeing healers?" "Mind healers? I've been cleared," Sirius confirmed. "Physically, there were some tremors, but those stopped ages ago. Mentally, I'm fit as a fiddle. An immature, mildly deranged just as a baseline fiddle, but that mind healer was holding a personal grudge entirely unrelated to his mental state. Was it really his fault his first attempt at flirting after Azkaban had fallen through? That was just a sign of being out of practice. Good. Dumbledore frowned. It is far too easy to go without asking for help until it is too late. I only hope I have not made that mistake myself. Dumbledore making cryptic comments about his own failings was one of the most ominous things Sirius had seen or heard in, at least a month. Taylor's spiders dancing around in what looked suspiciously like rudimentary ritual circles held the top spot for the year. Thankfully, he had been able to explain that sacrifices required something with a soul, not just something of the same species as the ones doing the ritual. And also that rituals tended to have magic backlash with mentally degrading properties. She stopped after that. Sirius was finding that he was glad he knew so much about magic, and dark magic specifically. Being Taylor's designated authority on the subject let him sleep at night. He did not want to know what she would have become without him to warn her of all the common sanity-reducing pitfalls that marred otherwise impressively powerful avenues of magic. "Dumbledore, is this something urgent? You serious?" He knew that voice. It belonged to a man who had not bothered to contact him in the past few months. A man he had no real desire to speak to, at present, given the aforementioned silent treatment. "Remus." "Yes, it is urgent," Dumbledore said gravely. "Take a seat. I need both of you. Quite badly, if I am being honest." Sirius glanced over at his friend if he could still consider Remus that, given the complete silence between them and how he'd treated Harry as he sat down. He had grayed, physically weathered well beyond what should have come to a normal wizard over the course of a decade, and his shoulders hunched. "Been a while," Sirius offered. "Yes." Remus looked ahead. "What do you need us to do?" It looked like the ignoring would continue. "Sirius." Dumbledore steepled his hands. "Do you have access to your family library?" "Yes." It was no secret that he was living in Grimmauld Place. That Taylor could often be found there was a secret, and hopefully one not at all related to the reasons behind Dumbledore's question. Sirius had to tread lightly. He had no idea what this was about. "Remus," Dumbledore continued, "are you available for another long-term assignment? This one will involve much less travel than the one you have just returned from." "Yes," Remus confirmed. "I have a job as a Muggle bartender now. But that's not likely to last. If this assignment comes with pay like the last, I can take it as early as tomorrow." "Then this will work," Dumbledore said. "Sirius, what do the Blacks know of summoning?" Were he a dog, his hackles would be up and he'd be growling. As it was, he went stiff, his muscles tensing. "When a wizard as powerful as you asks, the Black response is to say that we know nothing and like it that way." A policy that had served his family, and more importantly the world as a whole, very well over the centuries. What one powerful wizard could do, another could theoretically undo if they knew how. That was not in anyone's best interests. Nothing the Blacks had should be anywhere near the knowledge needed to do such a thing, but this was one case where safe really was better than sorry. "Even you know who didn't use summoning," Remus said thoughtfully. "That's because it doesn't work anymore," Sirius answered, thankful beyond all measure that such was the unadulterated truth. "Anymore," being the key word. Dumbledore let out a heavy sigh. "I will explain. Perhaps the two of you will have more insight. I fear I have made a grave mistake, assuming I could handle this on my own. Summoning, as in the act of calling and binding new existences to our world, no longer works. But I believe not every summoned entity was returned to whence they came when the wall, as it were, was erected." The headmaster's office did not darken, but a pall fell over their little gathering of three all the same. "I suspect I have found one," Dumbledore continued. "Worse, I have no understanding of what it is, what it wants, how it was bound to this world, or what rules it operates under now. I believe it has either been turned to foul purpose, or been released to follow its own goals with no constraint." "Details, Albus, we need details," Sirius rasped. And an explanation as to why you think we can help, if you can't deal with it, Remus added much more fearfully. I will start from the beginning. Dumbledore leaned forward, staring intently. He looked from Remus to Sirius, then back again. These are the relevant facts, as I know them. Harry Potter was recovered from the rubble of the Potter home on the night Voldemort died. At this time, he was an unharmed, normal child, and there was no sign of terrible or fell magic in the home. I, after some deliberation and work with the magic that was present, constructed a blood magic defense tied to blood relatives of Harry, and chose to place him with those relatives, under that defense, until such a time as it proved unnecessary or he came of age and it ceased to function. Blood relatives of Harry. Sirius had an inkling as to who that might be, Lily's sister, that miserable Bint, but this was not the time to question Dumbledore's decision-making. Not when this was somehow connected to summoning, which no amount of trusting bitch-muggles could possibly invoke. I made the admittedly cowardly decision of leaving Harry on the doorstep, with Minerva watching from the bushes, so that his relatives would not have anyone to argue with on the matter of taking him in, Dumbledore admitted. Minerva reported to me that she witnessed a woman of the household coming out of the house, stumbling over Harry in his basket, and taking him inside. And so I believed had happened. I contacted a local squib, told her to keep an eye on the children living at that address, and read her occasional report whenever it was sent to me. The boy, she said, was growing up fat and healthy and happy, and with a baby sister. This did not make sense to Sirius, but he kept his mouth shut. If Dumbledore was spinning a lie that didn't fit with the facts he was unaware Sirius knew, the worst thing to do would be to call it out now, while Dumbledore could still course correct. And if he was telling the truth, best hear him out, in either case. I made many mistakes that night and in the years that followed as it pertained to Harry, Dumbledore said. I did not think to ask Minerva about the woman who picked Harry up that night, and how she fit into the Muggle household Minerva had been observing, beyond that she was obviously one of them. I did not actually tell my squib observer who she was watching over, or why. I asked her not to use names in her reports, so that if they were intercepted nobody would know it was Harry Potter she was talking about. I trusted the only blood-based tracking charm I was able to construct, one that indicated whether or not Harry was in close proximity to a blood relative. Everything I heard, I expected to hear, and it was not until 4 years after that day, by pure chance, that I realized I had been blind. Remus let out a little noise of confusion. Sirius felt much the same. The woman who picked Harry up that night was not Petunia, and though she had spent that entire day with the Dursleys as if a part of their family, she was not, Dumbledore said. The boy Ms. Fig watched over all those years was not Harry, but his cousin, Dudley. The Dursleys never found Harry on their porch. The blood protections failed less than a year after I built them, unrecoverable. The blood charm continued to report that Harry was with a blood relative, but he was nowhere to be found and the Dursleys knew nothing of the situation. Harry was missing. That's when Remus began. Yes, Remus, shortly after, when I could not find him myself, I contacted you. Dumbledore nodded. I could not advertise to the world at large that Harry Potter was missing, as that might simply send his captors further into hiding. I enlisted your help when and where I could, and we scoured magical Britain and beyond. I put out subtle reminders of Lily and James, pictures, memorials, so that someone might recognize Harry if they saw him. But to no avail. We could not find him, not even as the years passed. I only had the blood charm, which continued to report the impossible, and without the original blood magic which collapsed years ago it could not be altered to lead to him. He was alive, of that I was sure, but nothing more. Until his Hogwarts letter went out. I followed the letter, Dumbledore continued, still speaking plainly and without embellishment. It went to a different Muggle home, in a place far from the Dursleys' residence but still mockingly close to where the search began. I spoke to the woman who lived there. She claimed not to know any Potters, but her son was named Harry, he was the right age, and he had received the letter meant for Harry Potter. I performed some surface legilimency, merely picking up stray thoughts to check for oddities. The situation all but demanded it. Dumbledore took a deep breath. This was when I first noticed it. Lurking. Subtle, unexpected, an inexplicable presence in her mind. Her thoughts themselves were benign, aside from a rather unflattering assessment of what she would do if I posed a physical danger, but beyond them, something watched me. Something large and dangerous. Taylor. He was talking about Taylor. I gave her the usual Muggle-born parent introduction to magic, and plumbed her thoughts every chance I got, taking care never to go too far lest she or it noticed the intrusion, Dumbledore admitted, his voice low and troubled. The more I saw, the more I found to trouble and alarm me. Even the fleeting forefront of her mind was a labyrinth of insanity and other that I have never seen before or since. Segmented, with intrusions and watching eyes everywhere, an overwhelming exterior presence spying in from every angle. Passing, seemingly unremarkable memories were interspersed with impossible things, events, and creatures and thousands of nonsensical perspectives, all seeped in horrific violence and terror. Malice and insanity littered her mind, all under the watchful eyes of something I did not dare look directly at. Sirius was tempted to knock his knee into the table and see if Dumbledore jumped with fright, despite the gravity of the situation. Him saying all of this about Taylor made it feel less real. He would have noticed if she was psychotic or entirely insane. "Sounds like an interesting muggle," he said. "Heed me, Sirius," Dumbledore said gravely. "I am not exaggerating. I am not joking. I looked again and again. I asked about how she lost her arm, and she remembered creatures that do not exist ripping it from her body and burning it off in a place from a Dark Lord's nightmares. I asked about how she came to Britain, and the thing watching her loomed around her mind, warning me off even as she thought of the same woman who abducted Harry. I asked if she had seen anything like magic before, and she thought of Harry but also of 1,000 impossible things, and the presence in her mind drew closer to me. I dared not look any further after that. On the outside she passes for normal, she may even be normal, but there is something other imposed on her mind, something I was wholly unequipped to deal with." "You took Harry out of there, surely," Remus insisted. "I knew there was something not right about the muggle he keeps insisting is his mother." "Do not speak ill of her, Remus," Dumbledore said sharply. "Do not speak ill of either of them, or the love he has for her. If she was some changeling horror lurking in wait, a monster in human skin, I would have taken Harry from her that first day and then, once he was safe, returned to strike her down. I know you miss your friends, and you dislike the way Harry does not treasure them as you do, but this is not a place for those ultimately petty resentments." Sirius winced sympathetically as Remus all but sank back in his chair, verbally slapped with a vehemence that neither of them had expected. "I went through a good many theories in the days after that first encounter," Dumbledore recounted, his voice hard. "I watched them where I could, and researched possession and insanity in the meantime. One by one, I eliminated the obvious possibilities. One by one, I crossed off every option as to what it could be. Not a ghost. Not a typical possession. Not a botched imperius or confundus or similar. Not a magical disease. Not simple insanity. Nothing muggle. Nothing magical. I was left with only half-told old stories and cryptic implications." "Summoning," Sirius whispered, finally seeing the connection that Dumbledore had led with. "Something of that ilk," Dumbledore confirmed. "But, how?" Remus asked. "What makes this summoning, and not simply some obscure form of possession?" "I don't know much. None still living do," Dumbledore interrupted. "There exist few records of persistent summons and how they behaved. I will get to that. For the moment, suffice to say I believed it to be something from that branch of magic. But what, I knew not. Its intentions, I knew not. The amount of influence it had on her, I knew not. The conditions for it sinking its grip into another, I knew not. Only that every time I entered her mind, it drew closer to me, and that entering another's mind was not something muggles could do. Introducing her to the magical world may have been a grave mistake." "What did you do?" Remus asked. "Considering that I believed, and still believe, there is a good chance a good-hearted, innocent muggle woman exists under the influence of that thing," Dumbledore asked, leaning back in his chair. He looked every year of his impressive age, older than Sirius had ever seen him. "That she raised Harry with love? That she might be a danger to him, to others, and possibly to herself, all exacerbated by being in contact with anyone magical? That I might yet determine how to save her, or if life is cruel, only how to put her out of her misery and remove the danger. I obliviated her, and hopefully it, of every memory of magic, and because he was magic, every memory of Harry. I took Harry away, to Hogwarts. I checked his mind, but it was clean of that thing's presence. That's all." Remus demanded. "If only," Dumbledore said sternly. "But no. It was not. Not with the danger lurking unchecked, with the woman at risk, with the situation that would inevitably pull Harry back into danger without intervention. I began to research summoning whenever I could carve out time from my other responsibilities. I redirected Harry's diligent letters to his mother, so that she would not be reminded anew of magic. I avoided going anywhere near her and her muggle life, in case the summoned presence could latch onto someone magical over long-term exposure. I had an expert obliviate her when my initial effort proved insufficient, likely due to my unease at the time of performing it disrupting the intent of the spell. When Harry asked me about her, I delayed and then I lied." "I have spoken to Harry," Sirius interjected. "He was, devastated by what you told him. And it's not true at all. I've done him an immense disservice," Dumbledore freely admitted, his brow furrowed, "and I doubt he will forgive me if it does not come out to his liking. I would not, were I him. But his mother is in uncertain danger, poses uncertain dangers to others, and may yet be saved or doomed if I can just determine what is possessing her and what rules it operates under. It was the only lie I could conceive of that would not wholly backfire if found out, but would also prepare him for either her eventual recovery or death. If I told him she was dead, and he ever went to seek confirmation, he would never believe me again, even if I warned him of the dangers she unwillingly poses. If I told him she was sick, he would demand to see her, and if she cannot be saved he will never accept that she needs to be put down for her own good, and the good of the world. I told him she did not want to see him, so that he would not cling to undue hope, but also not believe her dead. The truth would have allowed for these hopes, but the truth of this situation is far too dangerous to spread, to a child or otherwise. Even the knowledge of it may conceivably facilitate its spreading to another, though I think I have ruled that possibility out by now. Is this where we come in? Remus asked. Putting her down? Or helping save her? Sirius said sharply, glaring at his once friend. Remus was ticking him off, though maybe he had the right of it, given all that had just been revealed. Sirius didn't know. He didn't have to sound so bloody willing to put her down. I have spent 2 years working on this whenever I have time. Dumbledore bent down and lifted up a stack of 6 thick books to the desk. The top book was smoking, though this seemed to be its natural state as Dumbledore wasn't rushing to put out the fire. This is the sum total of what I have found. It does not contain anything of more than tangential application to the situation. I have reached a dead end, and I cannot go any further. This is where you two come in. Sirius, with the Black Library and esoteric dark tomes. Remus, with your love for learning. Both of you, with your copious free time and personal stake in the situation, through Harry. Learn all you can about summoning. Find out what is possessing her, whether she still exists under its influence, and what it wants. Does it seek death, destruction, domination, or something more esoteric? Find out whether she can be saved. Whether it can be destroyed, sealed away, negotiated with, or killed. Save Harry's mother. He fixed Remus with a stern glare. For she is his mother, Remus Lupin, in heart and somehow also in blood, to deceive my blood charm while knowing nothing of magic. I believe the love they share may be one of the only reasons he has come out unscathed from 10 years of close contact with a summoned evil, and it may even explain why she seems mostly normal. Love may yet be the answer to any number of questions. Sirius frowned at the books. What do these say, exactly? He asked. You will read them all, Dumbledore said, but in summary. This one speaks of the many failures to continue summoning after the shield was placed, as a warning to the foolish who might persist. He took the smoking book off the stack. These next 3 are studies of summoning, specifically identifying old legends and which might possibly be attributed to it. They were dry, scholarly texts, the kind Sirius would toss over his shoulder if someone ever placed them in front of him. Remus books, those were. This one, Dumbledore continued, lifting the 3 books off the pile to set them to the side and reveal the 5th book, is a partial recounting of how to summon something, worthless now and incomplete besides. Sirius' mouth went dry. That book, innocently blank covered and bound in thick leather, needed to be burned. He wondered where on earth Dumbledore could possibly have found it. And finally, Dumbledore revealed the final book, which sported an illustration of a demonic unicorn. A recounting of a single persistent summon, from shortly after its introduction to our reality, to its locking away 300 years later. The black unicorn was known for haunting specific individuals, who would hallucinate unnatural black unicorns until the apparitions took solid form and killed them, often after months of psychological torment. Most went quite mad before the end. A few tried to appease their unicorns, culminating in a new instance of the same black unicorn haunting another, the summoned entity multiplying by coerced atrocities. By the end only a mass sacrifice could collect all of its incarnations in the same place to be banished, and the total death count is estimated at over 1,000 individuals. But the pertinent details, the specifics. They are not here. Only the written accounts. From bystanders, from loved ones. From some of the victims themselves, who wrote even as the black unicorns read over their shoulders and whispered maddening secrets in unintelligible tongues into their ears. This, Dumbledore said gravely, one hand covering the haunting multi-eyed visage of the unicorn, is my best source. It is also entirely insufficient, except to inform us as to the possible magnitude of the danger, and the nature of the threat. Summons are all unique, but if it is something akin to a black unicorn it must be stopped, carefully. I dared not spread this knowledge at all at first, and only desperation forces my hand now. What does one do when the mere act of observing an unknown threat could make it more dangerous? Stay away until you know enough to end it in one strike, Sirius said. Don't look. Exactly, and there is still the mystery of the second woman, whether she is still watching, and what part she played in all of this. Which is why I am not telling either of you where Taylor Hebert lives, and imploring you not to ask Harry, Dumbledore warned. Do not go near her. Not for diagnostic spells, not to kill her, not to try and exorcise her. This is not within your power. I have reason to believe I may be able to do something, once I know what to do. That is where you come in. Outside Dumbledore's office, Remus with the stack of books and Sirius with empty and slightly trembling hands. You start with those, Sirius said. I have to clear out the traps in the library. I'll let you know when it's safe. Sirius, Remus began. Sirius shook his head. No. Not right now. Not on the tail end of a terrifying revelation and a new quest that he was deeply, personally involved in. He didn't have space in his head for Remus and his issues too. We'll talk when I get the library ready. Which was any time he wanted. The library was already mostly safe. He had opened it up and cleared it out, for Taylor. It was raining when he left Hogwarts, and when he returned to Grimmauld Place Taylor had put up plastic sheets over all the open window frames. Taylor herself was in an armchair, reading a normal Muggle book. She looked up. How did it go? How did it go? He pulled up his meager occlumency training, buried everything he was currently feeling as deep as it would go, and shrugged. He gave me the same bullshit he gave Harry, he lied. I didn't think it was the right time to press. Not going to be the next defense professor, either. Or so I remember. I'm going to St. Mungo's next to get checked, but I think it was as I remember. It would be good to spend a night there for observation, if he could convince them to allow that. He didn't want to sleep in Grimmauld Place tonight. The last thing he needed was the still dark ambience of the house needling his new fears. She considered him for a moment. Guess it was too much to hope for some answers, she grumbled, her eyes dropping to her book. Oh, Sirius had answers. Far too many answers, and yet, none of the answers that really mattered. Such as what the hell he was supposed to do now. Whether Dumbledore was right. Whether Taylor was possessed by the stuff of nightmares. Whether he had already fucked up well beyond any chance of recovery. If Harry's next few years of schooling followed the trend of his first 4, he would need a time turner to survive years 5 through 7. He was at the limit of what he could do without sacrificing sleep, and once he started giving up sleep he wouldn't be able to maintain the same pace day in and day out. Classes were beginning to gear up for the end of the year exams. Homework and essays were assigned with increasing frequency, eating up precious hours of the evenings and weekends. Tournament research stole another large chunk of his remaining free time, more urgent than ever. It was a grind, one he was beginning to tire of. But the end was in sight. One more task for Cedric to complete. One set of exams. Only a few more months. Then the summer would come, and with it enough free time to sleep for a week. Until then, he could make do with the fleeting moments of relaxation, or as was the case this particular Friday evening, play. Dodge and weave. Ginny yelled as he and Neville ran a formation, tossing the quaffle between them each time she flew close to threaten one or the other. A bludger tore through the empty air between them, missing Harry's leg by a scant few centimeters. He hefted the quaffle as he flew towards the rings and Luna, who was looking in entirely the wrong direction, down when he was coming from above. Ginny dove for his hand, twisting her broom out in front of him to block his way, and he fumbled the quaffle as he crashed into her. They tangled, their brooms veered away, and he had to concentrate on avoiding a crash, not seeking out the lost quaffle. He managed to arrest his fall well enough that his broom only scraped the uneven titterline by the bristles, bad for the broom but good for his continued health. It would have been a flawless recovery if they were playing over the Quidditch field with its flat surface, but the ominous hedges that had replaced the Quidditch field were a dark mass in the corner of his vision as he rose to chase after Ginny on her way toward Neville, who had recovered the quaffle. Neville threw, too early, and Luna had to lean over to catch the quaffle before it flew between her feet and out of bounds. Good try. Hermione cheered, flying down with the bludger under her arm. Ginny, do you have to crash into them? We're playing Draco and his cronies today, Ginny said. I'm no Goyle, but I can give them an idea of what to expect. Speaking of Draco, Harry pointed out. The twins hadn't arrived yet, but a quintet of Slytherins were flying out to meet them over the lake. Is it game time? Hermione cast a spell that drew a line in the air in front of her, which somehow let her use the sun to tell the time. Harry hadn't gotten around to learning it yet, either the incantation or how it was meant to be interpreted. Close to, she judged. Okay, last second pep talk. Ginny announced. They all obligingly flew in close to her. It's Draco, Goyle, Crabbe, Knott, and Parkinson, she said. They're not very good at Quidditch, and the ones who do play on the Slytherin team play different positions. They're only here because Draco wanted to be a captain. Crabbe and Goyle are chasers with Draco, Pansy is the beater and Knott is the keeper. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle are probably going to fly like they go through the rest of their lives, with Draco as the important one and the others as meat shields. Sounds right, Neville agreed. Pansy is a bitch, Hermione said, the venom in her voice leaving no room for doubt as to whether that was a personally formed opinion. When she'd had time to form such a personal disdain was a mystery to Harry, as he had never seen her and Pansy exchange more than 2 words at a time, but then again he wasn't attached to her at the hip. Yes, and she's going to be targeting you, which is good for us, Ginny assured her with a bright smile. We benefit from it being kept away from the chasers. Crabbe and Goyle can take more hits. Beat her black and blue with the bludger, you're really good at trading shots. She smiled brightly at Hermione. Hermione blushed and looked away from Ginny. Things were occasionally awkward between them since the Yule Ball. They acted normal most of the time, but Hermione blushed a lot more and avoided Ginny on occasion. Luna kept telling him to let them work it out. I won't let the meatheads foul me, Luna offered. Yes, exactly. Ginny nodded. Harry, Neville, don't turn your backs on Crabbe or Goyle, even if Malfoy makes a good target. I'll handle him, keep them off me and be ready for a pass. Not as a typical mediocre keeper, I watched them practice last week. Shots to the edges, and mind the hoops. Who knows if the twins' conjuration will hold up. Wouldn't want to trust the red-headed dunces with anything important, Parkinson sneered as the Slytherins arrived, coming in quickly enough to catch the end of Ginny's instructions. It will be a horribly biased game, but your little hodgepodge team of weirdos won't be able to take advantage of that, Draco sneered. He was looking directly at Harry, for some reason. Me. Harry pointed to Ginny. It's her team. He had gone almost 4 years without having to deal with Draco directly, and he would rather that continue. Ronald Weasley was welcome to keep his nemesis all to himself. Ginny could. Go jump in the lake, Ginny hissed. The Slytherins all recoiled. That's our sister, Fred called out from below. He and George had arrived sometime in the last few moments, or perhaps were already there. They had perfected their disillusionment charms recently, and it wouldn't be the first time they had popped out of nowhere to startle someone. We're reinforcing the hoops, then the game can start, George added. No fouls before the opening firework. Harry flew away from the Slytherins, and the rest of Ginny's team followed suit, flying around on their side of the Midair playing field while the Slytherins retreated to near their hoop. They all looked rosy fresh, like they had just had their robes laundered, so Harry assumed they hadn't bothered to warm up before the game. He and the rest of Ginny's team would have already worked up a sweat if the wind of flying didn't continually wick it off them. Soon, an audience of a few dozen spectators had gathered below, watching from the shore of the lake, and the twins took to the air, one to each side of the playing area. You know the rules, you know the time limit, you know the score, Fred announced. Team Slytherin supreme, with a win-loss record of 2-6. 5-3, Draco shouted. Please, just because the majority of your team is illiterate does not mean you get to pretend the scores were different, Fred retorted. Don't test us, Snake. We're here for a good clean game, not your attitude. Being a brat will just lose you these hoops and our sterling commentary. Also this game, because that'll be another forfeit, George added. Seriously. Shut up and play. Draco's face reddened, but his mouth was set in a thin, flat line. The discrepancy in his account of his wins versus the twins was due entirely to them counting any game in which he was a massive unsportsmanlike prat as a forfeit for his team, regardless of the scores. The scores of unofficial Quidditch meant nothing in the end, but he apparently cared enough to make some effort to avoid a repeat. Anyway, the Slytherin Supremes will be going against Ginny's Guardians, George continued. Our little sister has a ragtag gang, with a win-loss record of 3-5 this season. No forfeits among those scores, to date. Try not to intentionally provoke the Slytherins, sis, we have to be impartial. I want to play, not feel superior, Ginny said loudly. Then let the game begin. Fred let off a flare from his wand, and a Weasley firework went up from the spectators on the shore, bursting into a fiery snake battling a red-headed imp. Harry shot forward as the quaffle and bludger were put into play. The game was on. Crabbe and Goyle immediately proved to be much like flying trolls, big and slow to react, but dense enough that even glancing blows hurt, and with a single-minded focus on their prey. Harry spent most of his time luring one or the other away from Malfoy so Ginny could harass him unimpeded by his bodyguards. Neville worked at the same task, only rarely darting in to grab the quaffle, as both Crabbe and Goyle consistently left him alone in favor of Harry or Ginny whenever they had a choice of targets. The bludger, usually an intermittent to constant presence among the chasers, was almost entirely absent. Hermione always tended to send it at the other beater more than the chasers, but in Pansy she had met a spiteful match who was just as intent on injuring her personally. The two dove their brooms through the chaser scrum more than once, Pansy wielding the bludger like an inconveniently shaped bludgeon, or fleeing it as Hermione whacked it at her dangling legs or exposed arms. On occasion the chasers would make a mistake, either on one side or the other, and the quaffle would soar towards one of the rings, thrown by Malfoy, Ginny, or Neville most of the time. Luna caught her fair share of Malfoy shots, though she let one through when it came within a hair's breadth of breaking her nose, a cheap shot Harry wholeheartedly approved of her dodging rather than blocking. Not, on the other hand, was proving a poorer keeper than Ginny had predicted. He flinched away from every shot, perhaps predicting retribution for the cheap shots at Luna, and blocked more by accident than anything else. Draco even took a moment out of chasing the quaffle to fly over and berate him, though it had no effect on Nott's performance. The rush of Quidditch, this time amplified by having to dodge bone-shattering sideswipes from Crabbe and Goyle, made it impossible to keep track of time or the score, at least for Harry. He had the vague impression that they were winning, and not by a small margin, but he didn't know and he played as though it was tied up, even to the moment that the ending rocket exploded above their heads. The chasers broke off, Ginny dodging a last ill-tempered ramming attempt from Crabbe on the way out, and Hermione flew down to join them, a bruise on the side of her face and electricity leaping from her fingertips as she clutched her broom. She was smiling widely and Pansy was flying with one hand to her ribs, so Harry assumed she had given better than she got. Luna came out to join them, her beautiful hair trailing behind her. Harry missed the exact wording of Ginny's congratulations, but he snapped back to attention when the twins flew up between the two teams. With a score of 380 to 250, Ginny's Guardians win. Fred announced. George cast a spell that set the scores in the air in flaming numbers 10 meters tall, for all to see. Yes. Ginny led the dive down to the ground, where they dismounted their brooms and celebrated properly, basking in the admittedly scattered and small applause from their little audience. It wasn't the insane dramatics of a real Quidditch game with hundreds of cheering fans, but Harry didn't mind. The game was the fun part, the adulation of victory was just a bonus. Hermione said something to Ginny as Neville high-fived Harry, and then Ginny said something back, and then Hermione shoved Ginny aside, flung one hand out, and blasted a spidery web of white-blue lightning out. The crackling energy converged on a bludger only a few meters away, the bludger from the game, striking it down from a trajectory that would have sent it right into Ginny's back. The bludger changed direction and shot off into the lake, acting as if it had been thumped with a beater's bat. But there was no bat, and there was no wand. Hermione's empty hand remained outstretched, even once the lightning died away. Holy shit! George yelled. Pansy Parkinson, who still had her beater's bat, was white-faced, with the other Slytherins clustered around her in the air. Hermione pointed one finger at Pansy. She waved it warningly. The Slytherins were already flying away. We're going to need a new bludger, Fred announced. That one is fried and at the bottom of the lake by now. My hero. Ginny said as she picked herself up. But did you have to push me? It was coming right for you, Hermione objected. She held her hand in front of her face, watching as smoke drifted off her fingertips. That. Wow, Ginny said empathetically, that was, wow. I'm really envious. We all are. Harry agreed. Hermione's constant practice with her lightning magic was really paying off. The last he had seen she was still only making sparks. I didn't mean to do that, Hermione said quietly. If I had hit her, not the bludger. Harry was going to say something, but Ginny got there first. She took Hermione's hand in her own and covered it with her palm. You knew what you were aiming for, she said. Hermione looked away. Yes. She broke contact with Ginny, pulling her hand away, and turned to Harry. Bloody good thing, too, he said. As far as he was concerned it didn't matter what could have happened if she missed, because if she hadn't reacted one of them would have been seriously hurt. Ginny frowned at Hermione's back, but Luna was there, saying something to her that Harry couldn't make out because he had a face full of bushy brown hair to contend with as Hermione hugged him. Their last game of the season hadn't worked out quite as he expected it to, but he'd had enough fun that he hoped they could keep things going next year. Also, he was going to have to do something about Draco and his cronies, especially Pansy. Maybe his mum could help him with that. Or Ginny. Nobody got away with attacking his friends. Taylor and Sirius had both been busy over the last few weeks, it was rare that they were in Grimmauld Place at the same time. Taylor actually missed his mildly irritating but often amusing presence. She made a point of spending more time in Grimmauld Place to try and run into him more often. There was no shortage of things for her to do there, especially in the library. On this particular evening, fresh off an annoying day spent troubleshooting the library's needlessly proprietary computer software, she had decided she would try to break scarcity over her magical knee. At least on a small scale. Theoretically, if she was interpreting the Transfiguration textbook correctly, food could not be transfigured out of non-food material. She didn't know what the exact limits of that rule were, or how it meshed with the basic science behind what food actually was, a collection of molecules in certain configurations like everything else, but she was prepared to take the rule for granted for now. Under that rule, there was a known exception. Food could be transfigured into other food, and conservation of mass need not apply so long as magic could substitute. This was, she assumed, an inefficient conversion, because if it wasn't a single raisin could feed a witch until she died of old age. But she didn't know that such applied to her. Thus, her wand on the bread, and her head ached as she focused on the mental image of bread transforming into more bread. In theory, so long as her power understood her intention, she was only limited by her power's magical reserves, however that worked. She was a long way away from having the theoretical background necessary to understand that. Being able to make practically unlimited food from a single crumb would be a powerful survival skill. She was willing to suffer to determine whether or not it was possible. It was getting late. Sirius arrived in a burst of flames, clutching a package. Taylor, want some tea? He asked, bustling into the kitchen. Non-bug-infested tea, he added, casting an air spell that pushed at her flying observers until she chose to withdraw them. Yes, please, she yelled. A few minutes later he came into the library, a dainty cup on a saucer for her and a mug for him. His idea of a joke, perhaps. She decided to ignore it. Trying to rot the bread? He asked. You could just put maggots in it. Trying to make more, she replied. Ah, the holy grail of food transfiguration, he sighed. Problem is it sits heavy in your stomach if you eat too much of it. Worse if someone else transfigures it. Good in a pinch, there's nothing wrong with it if you started from good, real food. Not so good if you have other options. I want it for the pinch. She took a sip of her tea, savoring the warmth as much as the flavor. It'll be good for my bugs, if nothing else. I can make raw meat. Can't transfigure blood, he remarked. It'll be very dry raw meat. Taylor yawned and took a deeper drink from her cup. Sirius mirrored her action. I've been at this for a few hours, she admitted. Not going to get it tonight, I don't think. It is pretty late, he agreed. Planning on driving home? It's hailing. Shit. She had intended to go home, it was only Tuesday and the library was gearing up for a major book transfer to a new branch, but... She yawned again and put her wand down. I'll take the couch, if it's still on offer, she said. Anytime. He stepped away, running his hand along a row of books on the nearest shelf. I finally managed to score us some Verita serum, he said. Good. She stifled another yawn. Now that she had stopped focusing on her transfiguration, her exhaustion was hitting her, though her magic-induced headache was only getting stronger. How did you? She trailed off, holding in a third yawn. Yes, staying here for the night was the right choice. Put out some feelers with the illicit potions people, got a hit, got confirmation, he said shortly, his brow furrowed. Tested it on the guy's assistant, it's legit. Sounds like an unpleasant job. Her headache was pounding and her eyelids were heavy. She put her arm on the table and rested her forehead on it, her nose pushed against the wood. She was really tired. Inexplicably so. Her eyes drifted shut, and the last thing she heard was Sirius apologizing. Sorry, Taylor. Chapter 10. Sirius did not feel good about what he was doing. An uneasy churning in his gut accompanied him in his late-night preparations, unsettled him while he made the tea, and persisted as he added a few drops of a powerful, odorless sleeping potion to the mix for one of the 2 cups. Part of his unease was related to wondering whether he could pull it off at all. Taylor might have doubts about her adequacy as a self-taught witch, but that was purely internal, in his opinion. Her bug trick alone made her formidable, to say nothing of the superior animagus substitute he had helped her develop to work with her peculiar magic. Her cleverness with basic spells was outright terrifying when combined with those capabilities. But for all her competence, she wasn't expecting to be stabbed in the back. Not by him. She fell asleep too quickly to really understand what he had done, and the vermin-clearing spells he had learned in preparation served him well as he cleared out Grimmauld Place as best he could. He didn't even have to fight off a wave of murderous spiders and hornets, as he had suspected he might. The bugs were stuck in a holding pattern, barely moving as he struck them down by the hundreds. Many stared up at him as he worked, eerily focused but not attacking or fleeing. Truth be told, success made him feel even more like a complete tosser. Here he was, drugging the woman who had saved his arse, compensating for his deficiencies in going after Pettigrew, the woman who helped him get his life back on track, Harry's mum. All on Dumbledore's word, the same man who had admitted to trying to drive her out of Harry's life based on nothing more than a feeling he got when illegally rummaging through her mind. The horror of summoning added weight to Dumbledore's claims, weight that had to be taken seriously, but regardless. That didn't make this okay. Not when it could all just be another lie stacked on top of the rest. That said, he wasn't turning her over to Dumbledore or Remus or anyone else. He knew Taylor. Or he thought he did. If anyone was going to confirm or deny the things Dumbledore suspected, it would be him. Then, and only then, would he decide what else to do. If Dumbledore was wrong, then he would never know Sirius knew Taylor, let alone that the events of tonight had occurred. If he was right, he might still never know, depending on exactly what Sirius found out. Put her down, indeed. Not happening on Sirius' watch. Taylor was surprisingly light when he lifted her out of her chair. She didn't wear her muggle false arm when it was just him around, and there wasn't an ounce of excess fat on her body. Her head lolled against his shoulder, and he had to gather her hair out of the way after he set her down in the attic. Stealing her Visio charm and waiting out the blinding majority of the charm's duration, he confirmed that she didn't have any backup magic on her, like Moody had. That was no surprise. She was open with him. He knew that she had given Moody's little potion vials back, and she didn't know how to make or get portkeys as of yet. Her backup wand was just another wand, not special like her main wand, and he took it away from her anyway, depriving her of her only holdout defense. He felt like shit for what he was going to do, even if it proved Dumbledore right, so he wasn't going to do it in the cells down in Grimmald's basement. That was a place for proven enemies, prisoners. The attic was just as warded, having once served as a ritual conduction site back when the occasional Muggleborn witch might disappear just before full moons and nobody cared. It was undoubtedly the site of 100 horrors, but it didn't have bars, it didn't have bare stone walls, and it didn't make him feel quite as much like he was following in his family's footsteps. He wasn't here to conduct a ritual, and the attic was just an unused extra room nowadays. One with good security. He reluctantly tied her to a wrought iron chair brought up from storage, securing all of her limbs, her torso, and even her hair back to the chair itself. Then he cast a dozen different restraint charms on her still unconscious form, including an overpowered human transfiguration variant that would resist any new application of human transfiguration. It wouldn't hold an animagus, that was internal magic, but it might just stop however she applied external magic to herself to shift forms. If it didn't, well, that was why he was in the attic and not somewhere more comfortable. A snake or moose or any other animal would be unable to escape, even if they could do magic. The necessary power or finesse to take down the wards from inside was beyond Taylor. Hell, it was beyond him, and he had grown up around this kind of magic. He went back down to the kitchen, retrieved the potion that had cost him a substantial amount in Nocturne Alley, as well as the antidote to the sleeping potion, and returned to the attic. No going back now, he whispered. It was late, but he wasn't tired at all, and his conscience dictated he get this done without any delay. He had already broken Taylor's trust, and whether or not it was for a good reason remained to be seen. He wouldn't keep her drugged overnight just so he could feel a little more rested before owning up. He jabbed his wand at the trapdoor and intoned a single word, a carefully enunciated seal. The attic's security measures activated, and the trapdoor's metal hinges shifted to solid blocks of iron. The smell of the air itself changed, refreshed instead of musty and stale, as the other sealing systems kicked into effect. Nothing was getting out. Nothing was getting in. He had blanketed the entire attic in vermin-killing charms beforehand, and the defenses included the walls themselves, so nothing could burrow through. Not sound, not light, not most forms of magic. The only feasible way out without tearing the magic itself from the building was for him to lift the security. The Blacks as a family might be stark raving mad, but their security for their heinous deeds was second to none. 1,000 innocents could have died in this room and nobody would ever have known. If there really was something lurking in Taylor, watching and waiting for the right time to strike, it shouldn't be able to leave now. If there wasn't, then he had destroyed the trust between them for nothing but an old man's delusions. It was only because the old man was Dumbledore, with a very convincing and reasonable story backing him, that Sirius was even considering he might be telling the truth. He didn't blindly trust Dumbledore, not since getting out of Azkaban, but the man had the reputation he did for very good reasons. The dual factors of Dumbledore and summoning demanded he at least check before calling the man a liar. What kind of fool would completely ignore such a direct, dire warning? Probably Minister Fudge. That man could win awards for burying his head in the sand. Sirius went to Taylor, still bound and slumbering, and tilted her head back. From one of the 2 potions he had brought in he measured out 6 drops, twice the usual amount. 3 drops of Veritaserum magically forced the truth from even the strongest-willed. 6 put them in such a stupor they could barely think beyond what the questions required them to think about. Another line of defense, as was administering the Veritaserum before giving her the antidote to the sleeping potion and waking her up. Having Veritaserum at all was a defense. He had postponed his plans a full week waiting to acquire some, and would have held them back as long as necessary. He didn't trust anything less to work. If nothing else, he would have the truth as she understood it. Her main wand, he had left in the kitchen, charmed to stick to the table for good measure. Her remaining insects, the ones he couldn't find in his extermination efforts, were all outside too. She had no backup magic on her person. Her remaining limbs were tied down, the chair was magically secured to the floor, there were no sharp edges to cut things with and he had charmed the physical so they could not be dispelled ropes imperturbable. He had double-dosed her and locked the attic down, and he knew exactly what he needed to do and ask. If the Veritaserum failed, he had 4 different backup plans to evaluate the situation, albeit that they were all risky and less likely to work. If he was going to violate her trust on the off chance that there really was some otherworldly thing possessing her, he wasn't going to half-ass it. Not if. When. Because he had begun and there was no point in turning back now. He slipped the antidote to the sleeping potion into her mouth, a few more potent drops on her tongue, and waited, his wand trained on her. She woke quickly, but the only sign he had that she was awake at all was her eyes sliding open to reveal a dull, unseeing gaze. "What is your name?" he asked. "Taylor Ann Hebert," she answered, her voice downright lifeless. The Veritaserum seemed to be working, but he couldn't trust the tone of her voice alone. "What do you think is going on?" "I am answering questions." Nothing more, just as he would expect from a double dose of Veritaserum. Most interrogations used a single dose because a double dose sorely limited how much information the speaker could provide. Taylor was barely conscious, and she could only really think about things in direct response to what he asked. She would hate him for this. She hated being obliviated, and this was another way of taking her agency from her, if only temporarily. "Do you have any secrets you would not want me to know?" he asked, his mouth dry. He had to prove that she was incapable of holding back first, no matter how much he wanted to just jump to the big question. "Yes," she said. "What is the most minor secret you are keeping from me?" he asked. It took her a few seconds to come up with an answer, which he attributed to the mind-fogging influence of the Verita serum, not any sign of resistance. She couldn't resist. Not without it being obvious. "I think your trouser snake joke is funny. I like your sense of humor. That just makes me feel worse about this, you know," he sighed. Why couldn't she have been a cold, calculating bitch like his cousins? Then he could be interrogating her with glee, not feeling like the worst guy in the world. "To your knowledge, are you being controlled by any outside source, or have you been since we first met?" Taylor's blank eyes stared at the empty air in front of her. No. Worst case scenario averted. No Taylor meat puppet with a thing on the other end, stringing him along for months on end. Or if there was, she was completely unaware of it, which made it slightly less horrific. On to the next worst thing. "Could you be controlled by an outside source?" "Yes," she answered. "How?" he asked, trying not to leap to conclusions. "Imperio. Mind magic. Effective blackmail or coercion. Selective obliviation and confundus. Possibly if I am transfigured into any form of insect. Biotin curing. Nerve hijacking. Physical force. Mental manipulation. Social manipulation. Thinker manipulation. Master manipulation. Possibly mundane hypnosis. Conditioning. Other unknown effects." It took him a few moments to wrap his mind around that wordy answer. It was his fault, he had asked too broad a question, but he didn't even know what some of those things were. "Muggle stuff, maybe? Is there someone or something else in your head with you?" He tried. "Right now." Maybe if he asked after the effects, not whether the end result could be achieved. "Yes." His heart leaped into his throat. "Who is it? What is it? I don't know if it has a true name. I call it my power, my passenger. Someone who knows more named it Queen Administrator, but that was an alias. Fuck. That was fucking ominous. Is it human? Was it ever human?" It looked like he would be delving into his patchwork knowledge of summoning after all. Damn it all, Dumbledore wasn't wrong. "No," she said, quashing his last hope for less eldritch answers. "Do you know what it is?" he pressed. "Yes," she said simply. "Okay, what?" he asked. "What is the thing in your head that we are speaking about?" Best he be as precise as possible, bad wording might get him dud answers. "A piece of a larger whole," Taylor said. "Multidimensional hive mind aliens that travel from star to star seeking innovation. It is a physically massive being that exists in a cordoned-off alternate dimension. The larger entity is dead, so it is a lingering shard." She seemed to be confused, even under the influence of Verita serum. A lonely knowledge seeker. With no purpose. Broken from the cycle. Attached to a brave host. Working for her, lacking any larger purpose. Learning. Improving. Helping Taylor. Invisible fingers of terror crept down Sirius' spine as she switched to speaking in third person, and he kept his wand pointed firmly at the head of the woman he was no longer sure was speaking for herself. "Am I talking to Taylor, or to the shard?" "Taylor. But the shard wishes to help. The shard is using magic to give information to Taylor. Right now. The magic forcing her to speak is widening the connection. Forcing the shard to speak through her. Magic works on the source of magic, not just the body." Sirius was in so far over his head he didn't know which way was up. "How do I fix that?" he asked desperately. What good was learning the truth if in doing so he broke the summon thing out and gave it Taylor's body altogether? "It will recede when the effect wears off," the thing speaking through Taylor, or perhaps Taylor herself this time, assured him. "The shard will fix the connection. Narrow it. The shard does not want to be in control. Taylor is essential. The shard helps her. That is all that is left." "But you, the shard could take control?" Sirius asked, only mildly reassured. If he trusted the Verita serum to force even the thing on the other side to speak the truth, then, well. He didn't know. This was why that unnamed wizard had broken summoning all those years ago. Shit like this. Yes. She tilted her head, though she shouldn't have had the will to move at all. Her unfocused eyes continued to stare at nothing, but they were staring a little more in his direction than before. But it would kill Taylor. The shard does not want to kill Taylor. How, what does the shard want? He asked, though he was sure he was going to regret it. World destruction, the souls of the innocent, sacrifices, those were the things the summons of old traded in. Power and suffering and deals that no sane wizard would ever take. Still, he had to know. To help Taylor, it listed in monotone. To learn. To see what Taylor does with power. To serve a purpose. To watch. To listen. To understand. To exist forever. It was too good to be true. What would the shard do once it knew everything magic had to offer? He pressed. Watch Taylor. See what Taylor does with all magic. Help Taylor. Learn from Taylor. Okay, and when Taylor dies? He asked. Taylor will not die. Magic is capable of sustaining humans until heat death. Not the answer, but humans do not need the answer to live until others find the answer. Sirius knew a lot of that had flown right over his head, but he thought he had the gist of it now. The summoned monster from another dimension was a Ravenclaw that wanted its favorite human to be immortal so they could do research together forever. Was it insanity if that didn't actually sound so bad to him? Maybe I'm going crazy, Sirius said to himself. About time, I suppose. What if Taylor did die anyway? He asked. What would the shard want then? To resurrect Taylor to full capacity. If impossible, to reform Taylor from collected data. If impossible, to simulate Taylor using magic or data. If impossible, to connect to Taylor's progeny. If impossible, to connect to another human. He might be mad, but he was pretty sure now that Taylor's summoned mind monster was as benign as it was possible to be while still being a monster from another dimension. Do you plan to do horrible things to any other humans? He asked, thinking about what Dumbledore had told him. This shard plans to assist Taylor in whatever she chooses to do. Taylor's voice was growing hoarse. Does the shard ever act on its own with or without Taylor's knowledge? He asked. The shard directs her subjects while she is unconscious, was the answer. Beyond that, no. The shard could, magic is from it, not her, but it does not. That is not the point. Taylor is the point. Her decisions. Her ideas. So why is Dumbledore freaking out about horrible things he saw whenever he looked in her mind? Sirius asked, finally getting around to the root cause of this terrifying mess. If this summon was so altruistic and helpful, why was Dumbledore getting the willies from it hard enough to obliviate somebody and steal their child? Surely Taylor couldn't have done things so horrible they would prompt that reaction. Taylor. She blinked, but her eyes were no more focused than before. Memories. If he saw memories, he saw my past. Bad memories. Fractured memories. Thousands of perspectives, from every bug. Or the shard's memories. Even worse. Of what? He had looked up the incantation to legilimency in preparation for the Veritasirum not being enough, but there was no way in hell he was going to jump into that rabbit hole now. Hell, Taylor said. Death. Monsters. Monstrous acts. The Cymurg. Scion. The entities, experimenting. Learning. Before I killed it. Fighting it. So Dumbledore had accidentally brushed the memories of Taylor, fighting, an eldritch being, or maybe the eldritch being's personal memories, and was understandably concerned, even if this one piece here was benign. It was no more unbelievable than anything else he had heard tonight, though he had no idea when Taylor could have done any of this, or where. Possibly not in this world, and wasn't that an uncomfortable thought? You killed the mind? The leader. The guiding intelligence died because of my plan, my coordination, Taylor confirmed. It was destroying everything. I killed it. Now the shards have no purpose. Shards. Plural. What about the others? Were there other people walking around with less benign multidimensional Ravenclaws in their heads? I think it's only me on this world, she said, confirming what he had suspected. The shield against summoning must have worked. Mostly. I was brought here, nobody else was that I know of. The rest are attached to people in unguarded worlds. I have seen no signs of it spreading here. The Veritasirum was beginning to wear off, as indicated by Taylor sounding a little less lifeless. Sirius, by contrast, was only just starting to come off the adrenaline high of conversing with a multidimensional, maybe not technically summoned but close enough, thing, and not losing his soul, sanity, life, or anything else. He was pretty sure he didn't have much more left in him. Sometime soon, he was going to collapse into a quivering puddle of nerves. Thankfully not literally. To be clear, he said, are you a threat to Harry? I love Harry and I would never hurt him unless he forced me to, Taylor said. My shard wants him alive in case something happens to me, now that you mentioned it. It didn't think of him before that. I think. Yes, it was definitely wearing off. How about Dumbledore? I want to strangle him with his beard, Taylor asserted. For what he has done. Not because of the shard. Anyone else. I want to live my life, with my son, without being in danger. Without being oppressed. Without watching others in danger or oppressed. I am only a threat to the people stopping me from having that. What about me? Sirius asked. I don't know. I wasn't before. That was probably the best he could hope for. Dots and worms and clear shapes were swimming in her eyes. What were they called? Those little translucent blips and ropes and webs? She had looked it up, back when she first started to persistently see them a few years ago. They weren't magical. Most people saw them. Things floating inside the eyes. Globs of coagulated stuff. Blood, sometimes. Eye fluid. Floaters. That was it. She was seeing floaters. Floaters swam in her vision, most in her right eye. Behind their translucent forms she saw a dusty attic. A tired Sirius. Her head pounded fiercely. She tried to lift her hand to cover her eyes, to make the headache go away. What had she been doing? She remembered, talking. To Sirius. He asked questions. She answered them. Sometimes she said things because they came out of her mouth, not because she thought them. Her hand wouldn't move. Something tugged at her hair, holding her head back. Her legs were tied down, too. Wah! What the hell, Sirius? She asked, her own voice sending jolts of pain through her forehead. He tied her up. He drugged her, tied her up, and made her answer questions. Made her shard answer questions? Amidst all the pain, she could feel a brief burst of distracted confirmation. It was clearer than usual, more nuanced, but that was fading away even as her headache worsened. Her shard said, that it was going to fix the connection. The one Sirius broke. With Verita serum. As if that made any sense. Magic. Still utterly unpredictable. That you in there? Sirius asked. Yes. No thanks to you. She knew what had happened. What he had done. Some of why he did it. Dumbledore. Had to be. He'd come back from a meeting with the man a few weeks ago. Lied about it. Because of course he had. It was always fucking Dumbledore. Sirius started dispelling the many charms and other things holding her down, but she made no move to rise, not even when he started asking her if he was okay. She wasn't okay. Not hurt, not permanently. But she wasn't okay. Sirius cut the last of the ropes tying her to the chair, and she knew she could move. He was right behind her. The floaters in her vision weren't going away. They were distracting. They were the least of her problems. He said something else. Something about having ended the lockdown. The trapdoor in the floor swung open of its own accord. He kept talking. She wasn't listening. His face hovered in her line of sight. He had come around, leaning in to look at her. She sat limply. Limply, until she jabbed a fist into his gut. He wheezed in her face, doubling over, and she drew her arm back to twist and drive her elbow into his ear, knocking him over with a vicious blow. Then she stood, as he toppled to the floor. She kicked him in the ribs, hard. Only once, but hard enough to break bones. The floaters were still there, in her right eye in particular, and they weren't going away. Wouldn't go away, floaters were permanent. Seeing a lot of new ones at once was a warning sign that she might be in danger of going blind in that eye. She knew, because she had looked it up. She was angry. So angry with him. For making her feel helpless, for surprising her when she had her guard down, for drugging her and violating her trust. For doing it on Dumbledore's behalf. Her insects came boiling up the trapdoor, pouring into the room like a tidal wave. Every single bug she had established in Grimmauld Place, diminished Sirius would have killed the ones he could find, but a formidable force nonetheless. More than enough to strip the flesh from his bones. They were waiting, grouped up under the trapdoor. Probably brought there for her by her power, while she was barely conscious. She could kill him. She had that option. But she was better than that. She stalked away, into the mob of insects and down the trapdoor. Her bugs followed, abandoning Sirius to lie on the floor of the attic and wheeze. Her bugs pulled her things to her as she walked. The coat she had left on the coat rack, her glasses and wand from the kitchen table and her notes from the library. Maybe she would come back. Maybe she wouldn't. But right now, she was removing herself from the situation and from his presence before she did something she couldn't take back. She was better, these days. She had to be better. Harry didn't need Skitter. Probably wouldn't want her. Taylor didn't want to be that, either. Even if it was tempting. Lucky for her, Sirius. Because the way she felt right now, rational or not, warranted or not, Skitter would have torn him apart. Harry was worried about his mum. She had come into the castle on a weekday, which was already unusual. She came as hissy, of course, but she came dragging a big parchment of handwritten notes on spells, along with a few other things he had to go get for her from the secret passage so they wouldn't get damp. She also wasn't saying much. Just that she was physically fine, and that she didn't want to be alone. He had only seen his mum this, vulnerable, a few times before. He took her things, hid them under his bed, and let her coil around his shoulders to accompany him to Rune's class without any further questions. They got a lot of funny looks from the students who didn't know about his familiar, and he used the excuse that she wasn't feeling well, which was true when they asked. That was what he told his friends, too. He didn't know anything more. She wasn't injured, she had told him that, but something had hurt her, or scared her, or just upset her to the point that she would rather curl up on his bed than talk or fight back. He studied in his room that night, sitting on his bed next to her. His roommates were out, working on some strategies for Cedric to use if the third task involved spellcrafting puzzles. Most of his friends would be out there, working to help Cedric. They could cope without him. These runes weren't going to memorize themselves. His mum wasn't going to open up to herself. She didn't need him very often, love him, yes, always, but not need him, and he wasn't going to let her down now that she did. He studied well into the night. His roommates came in and went to bed, drawing their curtains so that the lights wouldn't keep them up. He cast a larger version of the desk silencing ward around himself in his bed and kept working. You won't sleep until I talk, is that it? His mum finally hissed. Yes. He wasn't guilting her, but if this was a battle of wills he would go down to the school nurse and ask for a pepper-up potion before he gave in. He would get Hermione to brew him one, if necessary. She had to know that. Besides, she wanted to talk. She would have said if she didn't. That was how she worked. I shouldn't be dumping my troubles on my own child, his mum hissed regretfully. But who else could I turn to? I don't trust anyone like I do you. Not Sirius. He had thought she was getting along with Sirius. As well as she got along with anyone, that was better than most. Sirius is the problem, his mum hissed. She partially uncoiled herself, rising up over his piled-up blankets to sway back and forth as she looked at him. Him and Dumbledore. He spoke to Dumbledore. Dumbledore told him just enough to get him to betray me. Harry startled, he hadn't expected it to be something that important. Are you in danger? Is Sirius working with Dumbledore? Are they looking for you to do something? If they were, he would have to hide her a lot better than this. Sirius knew she was hissy, Dumbledore knew where he slept, they could come in any moment. No, Dumbledore is clueless for now, his mum assured him, her sibilant voice bitter. He told Sirius something. Something that convinced Sirius that it was a good idea to drug me, tie me up, and force Veritaserum into me until I couldn't even think straight. The only saving grace was he did it all on his own, and I don't think he told anyone. He didn't. Harry exclaimed. He did, his mum retorted. He dragged things out of me, digging for proof of what Dumbledore told him. Things I have not told anyone, things I never meant to tell anyone except you when you were older, things that I did not do not trust him to know. Now he does. Harry thought about that. Do you need help hunting him down and having him obliviated? He was sure Hermione could learn the spell, and if she couldn't Ginny might already know it thanks to Tom. I'll think about it, his mum hissed. She let her lengthy body fall limp across the pile of blankets. I am not worried about silencing him. One way or another, that will be easy. I do not think he found what Dumbledore told him to look for. He would not have let me go if he did. But it must really hurt to not be able to trust him anymore, Harry said. He hoped none of his friends ever betrayed him like that. It hurts more to wonder whether I still can, his mum sighed. What do you mean? Even if Sirius had good intentions, there were things you just didn't do to a friend. If you think someone is not acting under their own power, do you ask them about it? His mum hissed. What if the one controlling them would hurt them if they knew you knew? I understand why he did it. I might do the same. She still sounded angry, though. Didn't Dumbledore tell him whatever got him thinking that, though? Harry asked. Dumbledore, the same person who obliviated you and basically kidnapped me and lied for years? Why did he listen to Dumbledore? Ugh, I hate this. His mum slithered over to lay beside his crossed legs. If you put aside that Dumbledore was his source, looking solely at what he must have thought was going on based on his questions, it was inarguably the right thing to do, given all of the things he did not know, things I did not tell him or anyone. But I don't want to forgive him. Not for ambushing me somewhere I felt safe. Not for him doing it. I trusted him. That was a lot trickier. Harry wished he had something meaningful to say, but if it was him he would. He didn't know what he would do either. Maybe Ginny would know, she had been where Taylor was, sort of, and she had actually been possessed. Ginny would have appreciated me sneaking up on her and stunning her back when Tom was running around in her body, he said aloud. Even if I scared her or broke her trust. And if it was that or letting Tom hurt her, or hurt other people using her, I know what I would do. But if I was wrong and it was all her, then she might not like me very much after. You see. It is justified. Sometimes. And the cost of missing a real problem is much higher than that of jumping the gun. His mum hissed, a wordless hiss of frustration. He is probably moping around that miserable townhouse right now, regretting everything. Even though he was, all things considered, right to check. If I was being practical, I would forgive him right now so that if I ever am possessed or not in control of myself, and he suspects, he does not hesitate to do it again. But I don't want to do that. Maybe you should just stay away from him for a while, Harry suggested. She didn't need Sirius. I did that. Once. With my father. A while turned into indefinitely, and when we eventually reconnected, it was never the same. Not really. I had changed too much. Harry got the impression she had decided on something. She straightened and slithered off his bed, down to the floor. I won't go back now. I will take some time to myself. But I will confront him about it soon. Before the third task. Thank you. I don't think I helped very much, Harry admitted. You helped more than you know. She twisted around to look at him. Now go to bed. It's a school night. He laughed and threw his pillow at her as she left. Then he went and picked it up, because he was really tired and he had potions first thing in the morning. Sirius felt like he had kicked a dog, which was especially ironic as he was currently a dog who had quite literally been kicked. He moped around a bitterly ugly little excuse for a park near Grimmauld Place, a dog with a very bruised rib and a guilty conscience. He didn't want to talk to anyone, or be approached, or anything of the sort, so he was wandering around in his canine form. It was socially acceptable for him to growl at anyone who approached him this way. Taylor had left, after that well-deserved beating, and she hadn't come back. 2 weeks of her continued absence and counting was driving home how much her occasional presence made Grimmauld bearable. She was the only one who came around. Remus certainly didn't, though he had sent an owl asking when the library would be ready. Sirius didn't particularly want to see Remus. He was on Dumbledore's side, and Dumbledore was the one who had gotten him into this mess. Sirius could and would put that aside to play the part of the wholehearted ally if Remus came around, because whether or not Taylor believed it of him he was not going to betray her and her extra-dimensional assistant, but not now. Not while he could avoid it. In the meantime, he was moping. There was an appeal to it, Sirius supposed. Blaming oneself and not doing anything because it was all already ruined. No guilt over not making an effort if making an effort was futile from the start. Ironically, he would have said that was a Remus thing, he'd done it back with that mistake involving Snape and a full moon. That one was Sirius' fault, too. Maybe he had been lucky to go this long before making a friendship-endangering mistake. He was overdue one. He stopped to mark a scrubby tree. Anything to postpone going back to Grimmauld Place. It was empty, and it wasn't going to get better. Taylor wouldn't be there. It would just be him, his mother's portrait, that insufferable hat, and all the elf heads mounted on the wall. Hardly a good time. At least Creaker was gone. The miserable old elf had chosen to interpret his order about cleaning the house and nothing else to mean no eating or drinking, and ignominiously expired in his grubby little cupboard before Sirius remembered his existence. Good riddance. It didn't help Grimmauld Place's ambience any, though. That building was so steeped in dark magic that it probably fed off of death and betrayal. He had provided it with more of both since moving in. Sirius moped his way back to Grimmauld Place once it got dark, surrendering to the inevitable. Sleeping in his old room was better than sleeping in a ditch or hotel somewhere, and he didn't feel like getting drunk and taking the decision of where to sleep out of his own hands. He'd probably wind up doing something stupid and getting killed in a back alley brawl. He shifted back to human in an alleyway, tromped up to the front door of his least favorite building, and stomped past his mother's ugly portrait. The curtains sprang open, and the old bat's face was already red in anticipation of a screeching, but he yelled first. Shut the fuck up, you stupid, inbred, sanctimonious, constipated, half-wit half-sized half-human harridan. Her face turned an ugly shade of purple, but her mouth was still open and he imagined he could see bile still bubbling up in the back of her throat, so he drew a deep breath to keep going. The curtains were yanked shut by invisible hands, and he heard a faint buzzing behind him in the sudden silence. Sirius. He fully expected a recreation of their first meeting, terrifying wall of bugs and all, but when he turned she was just standing there in the doorway. A raincoat draped her lean form, one sleeve hanging empty. She didn't look angry, though he had noticed that when she was at her most terrifying she often looked like she was genuinely bored, so her lack of visible anger now was either a good sign or a very bad one. Deadly, he said, and then he silently cursed himself for his incessantly loose tongue. Never trick, ambush, drug, or trap me in this building again, or my house for that matter. She stepped inside, wiping her boots off on the mat. I mean it. No matter what. If you need to check me for possession without prior warning, hit me when I'm walking to my car, or at the store, or even at work. Not where I feel safe. She smiled at him, but it was a smile totally devoid of warmth. Next time, you might not get me so easily. You might not live through it, either. Had he once thought she didn't rate very highly on his warped terror scale? Forget that, she was an 11 out of 10. He would even say it was hot if he didn't still have vivid memories of flies forcing their way up his nose. I won't ever do it again, he promised. You'll do it if you think you have to, and if I'm ever possessed or under the imperious curse I hope you notice in time to give a repeat performance, she said coldly as she passed him in the hallway. But not here or in my home. Like I said, I won't. He followed her into the living room. I'm really sorry. For listening to Dumbledore, she interrupted. That's the only thing you have to be sorry about. What did he tell you? She pointedly took a pinch of fluo powder and held it in one hand, while standing right next to the fireplace. The total lack of trust hit him like a dagger to the gut, but it was no less than he deserved. He called me and Remus in, and said that he needed our help, he explained, giving her nothing but the truth. As it turns out, whenever someone uses legilimency on you, they get a mindful of your, he lifted his hands to do a quotation gesture, Ravenclaw friends' eccentricities and your memories. He was a bit suspicious of you having Harry, which he now noticed didn't seem to have anything to do with the rest of Taylor's story, and when he saw all of that, he decided to obliviate me. She asked. Well, no, not right away, Sirius said. I'm not defending him, but he tried to figure out what was up with you first, and he landed on summoning as the only possible explanation. Some summon things can spread by close contact or interaction or any number of possible conditions. Fuck. Taylor scowled at nothing, peculiarly angry. Fuck. Of course. That makes too much sense. She clenched her fist around the fluo powder and punched the solid stone mantelpiece. It does. He didn't know exactly what he had said that made sense, because it had taken him a lot longer to understand Dumbledore's story when he heard it. Maybe he was really good at summarizing. What do you do with a danger that could spread by touch, or hearing them speak, or close contact, or just occasional nerve twitches whenever you're around, or a scream, or looking you in the eye? Taylor asked rhetorically. She walked in front of the fire, then turned around, visibly agitated. I should have guessed. Him making me forget and then leaving me in place. What methods of transmission was he worried about? All of them. Sirius guessed. Legilimency, for sure, and maybe upon death. He didn't know. There's almost nothing on summoning, just enough that he freaked out. He was an idiot not to ask you. And trigger a suicide condition, or maybe asking what's wrong with you is the trigger for it to spread, or maybe I would be forced to lie if he asked, Taylor interrupted. No, he couldn't ask. You couldn't ask. Not without me knowing what you suspect. Obliviation doesn't give an explanation as to why, he could just have been a magical kidnapper. If something was waiting to be discovered, obliviation wouldn't trigger it. Sirius looked at her as she scowled, then dumped her handful of fluo powder back in the vase. She met his gaze. I don't like what you did, she said. What he did is unforgivable. But it wasn't the wrong thing to do. Run that by me again, he requested, trying not to get his hopes up. He thought I was compromised. She walked over to the chair she often claimed, the nice cushioned leather armchair Sirius had worked hard to clean off once he noticed her using it, since he remembered his mother sitting in it and he couldn't think of anything more likely to stain it to the wooden core. She didn't sit in it, instead opting to perch on one of the arms, still facing him. Why didn't you come here and tell me what Dumbledore said, so I could explain? You trusted me, but you also lied. Trusted. Like he didn't trust her now. It was the other way around, and he deserved it. Aside from keeping an eye on her to make sure her shard wasn't a filthy liar, he trusted her completely. Now that he knew what was going on. If it wasn't really you in there, how could I have been sure asking you wouldn't set it off? How could you be sure questioning me under Veritaserum wouldn't set it off? She pressed. I couldn't, he said honestly, but I only half believed Dumbledore might be onto something, and I had to do something to prove him wrong. I just took precautions in case he was right. The difference is you were reckless enough to do something, instead of biding your time, she said. That's the only difference. Hey, hold on, he objected. That's not the only difference between me and him. I didn't lie to Harry. I didn't obliviate you. I didn't plan to obliviate you, even if he was right. If you were in danger I was going to do everything in my power to save you, I would have brought Harry in on it, the whole deal. Not sitting around doing research and nothing else. Admittedly, Dumbledore's way was a lot safer for the world while there was a chance acting directly could antagonize an otherwise dormant danger, but if your shard was a monstrous ever-spreading thing like the black unicorn Dumbledore told me about, my approach might have had some very big consequences, but, go big or go home. he offered. I didn't want him to be right. It just wasn't something I could ignore, either. Taylor's shoulders slumped. Like I said. It wasn't wrong. But it still hurt, coming from you. I know, he said. And I knew it would, going in, he added, compelled to give her the full truth. She had done him the huge favor of not having the conversation with him drugged to the gills with Veridiserum, so he would be truthful on his own. If it helps, I felt like shit every step of the way and I'll make it up to you any way you want. 10 years ago, this would have been it, no matter how well-meaning you were or sorry you are now, she told him. I don't trust easily. We'd never get back to what we had before. What about now? He asked. We'll see. She looked away from him. I make no promises. But allies are hard to come by for me right now, and friends harder still. I'm not the same person I was back then. We'll stay the course for now. Harry is more important. Harry is important, but I don't want my fuck-up to ruin anything else, Sirius objected. That's important too. If you need to stay away from me for a while. That doesn't help. She shook her head. Really, it doesn't. Besides, we have a whole collection of different lies and plans on the go that will fail if we can't work together to maintain them. You getting custody of Harry, Moody thinking I'm working for you to assess Hogwarts security, the murmurs of a possible Death Eater resurgence, Barty being on the loose, now you working for Dumbledore. So it's an alliance of necessity, then. Damn if that didn't sting more than it should. No, she said, surprising him. Don't be an idiot, don't violate my trust again, and I do not mean don't check me for possession or mind-altering influence, I mean don't make it so I can't trust you and you might have a chance. She shook her head. I like you more than I should. He would be lying if he said that didn't make him feel better. Fuck the patented Remus everything is pointless so I won't try attitude, he was going to make this right. If Taylor was willing to try and give him another chance, he wasn't going to waste it. They sat well, she perched and he stood in silence. A brooding, thought-provoking silence. Ask, she told him. Would it be inappropriate if I offered you a back rub as part of my apology? He blurted out, as that was one of the things currently crossing the back of his mind. The thought immediately prior to that one had been what can I do to make it up to her, and the thought after it probably yes, she's not a touchy person, but of course his stupid brain chose the dumb thought in the middle to express to the world. He smacked himself in the forehead. Taylor stared at him, her expression unreadable. Do you think about the things you say at all before they leave your mouth? She asked. No, he said firmly, picking his words carefully to avoid shoving his own foot any further down his throat. I do not. Feel free to sting me for that. What were you expecting a normal, intelligent person to ask you? About, anything in my past, she said. You know enough to be curious. Do you actually want to tell me? He asked. Because after what I did, I'm sure as hell not going to demand answers. I'm willing to take you at your word that I don't need to know. It would have averted this whole ordeal if I just told you to begin with, she remarked. But you didn't know that it would be relevant to anything, and you didn't tell me, so you probably had good reasons to not want to talk about it, Sirius reasoned. I figure you're from some other world, one with other humans, which is a really cool and simultaneously terrifying concept, and that you fought a fuck ton of summoned monsters because that other world didn't have R1's shield, or magic at all. Hell if I know how that worked, but I don't need to know the specifics. You did your usual thing of being bloody terrifying and effective, cut off the head of the snake, probably with your teeth and fingernails if you couldn't use magic. He knew he saw a tiny smile on her face for a split second, however quickly it disappeared. And then after that you wanted a retirement, so you came out to our little piece of nowhere world somehow, Sirius concluded. More that someone else decided I needed a forcible retirement, and dropped a child on me to keep me here, but that is otherwise mostly correct, Taylor told him. In essence. That's all I need to know, he said. Now, if you want to give Dumbledore your full life story. It might get him off your back. Not a chance in hell, Taylor said. What was he planning to do to me, if you could find a way to end the danger, but not save me? Killing you, was on the table, Sirius admitted. For him and Remus. Not for me. But if you told him. He's worried that I'm possessed by a thing from another dimension, and that it could spread from me, right? Taylor asked. Yes. Sirius admitted. Also that it will torture, kill, and attempt to dominate the world. I'll get the unicorn book from Remus, that'll show you what he's worried might happen. I am harboring a thing from another dimension, Taylor told him. It's not inherently good or safe, either. I trust it, maybe a little more now that you got it to explain what it wants, long term, but still not a lot. And it can, theoretically, spread. Sirius put both hands to his head, covering his mouth and nose. No bad touch, please. He requested through his cupped hands. Theoretically, Taylor said. You'd know if it got to you. You'd manifest some extra power or sense or ability. From the little I know, if it could still spread it would have already. Probably to Harry, not you. Being in this dimension, with the defenses, might be interfering. I was already connected when I came here, its offspring might not be able to make a connection to someone else who is already here. That was a comfort. He was wondering whether the summoning shield still existed, given Taylor's presence. He still wondered how, exactly, it worked, and why Taylor was an exception, but that was best left alone. He isn't wrong, Taylor concluded. Dumbledore. The difference is in the details. Which, if he's been agonizing over this for years, he'll never accept and leave well enough alone. I wouldn't say agonizing, Sirius grumbled, remembering Dumbledore's explanation as to what he had been doing. More like occasionally researching it when he has time. For 4 years. Getting nowhere. Maybe telling him some of the truth will serve to neutralize him, but I don't think so, Taylor concluded. If he didn't hold so much power, I might do it anyway, just in case it helped. But as it is, I will not tell him the truth only to have him decide I'm too dangerous to leave alive after all. It might just be better to have Taylor Hebert disappear, Sirius mused. Now that he knew what Dumbledore was worried about, and that it was just close enough to true that Taylor was right, the old man would probably never leave well enough alone. You disappear, I get a full-time fake girlfriend, we figure out a way to permanently alter your appearance enough that he doesn't know you're the same person, and we don't let him meet you until you know enough occlumency to keep him from scheming even your surface thoughts. That. She frowned thoughtfully. It would mean abandoning my house. My job. The job I was going to give up anyway, soon, but the house. I'll think about it. I've kept my witch identity separate from Taylor Hebert so nobody alerted Dumbledore, but I kept my first name. I would need to set up a new identity, with the new physical appearance. It's not a short-term solution, Sirius agreed. I don't know how we're going to change you enough to be unrecognizable, permanently, with it being comfortable for you. He was just spitballing general ideas at this stage, the actual implementation was going to be difficult to figure out. This idea also requires I pretend to be your girlfriend, Taylor said. I'm not comfortable with that for any extended length of time. Not now. There are other lies, he conceded. Something to keep you in close contact with Harry. Live-in maid or secretary come to mind, but if I told anyone who knows me that lie they would assume you were my girl in one way or another, so I was just cutting out the middleman. Taylor looked away. I'll think about it. For now. Hold the course, yet, he finished for her. We keep doing what we were doing, I keep an eye on Remus and bury him in research, and in the meantime I shower you in apologetic gifts and favors. Those first 2, she corrected. All 3, he insisted. Let me make it right. You can't, not with money or expensive gifts. She glared at him. It's not an effective apology if it's something you don't want, is it? He asked. You'll see. I know how to make up for a fuck-up, I have a lot of practice. There were advantages to being a screw-up. One either got very good at fixing mistakes, or one suffered. You can try, she conceded. He would take that permission and run with it. Taylor had an unusual connection to wands. As far as she understood her situation, she did not need a wand at all. Not to do magic. She had practiced with one that did not fit her, in the beginning, and it hurt, but practicing wandless magic hurt just as much. On a related note, she now knew 3 wordless, wandless spells, after much pain and struggle to master them. The counter curse to turn back to a human, stupefy, and Wingardium Leviosa. It took a lot longer to get a spell down without either words or wand, so it often wasn't worth doing for more obvious spells, but those 3? Those were special. Silent, motionless stunners and what amounted to imprecise telekinesis. Nobody would ever be able to tie her up and interrogate her again. She had not been able to think with the Veritaserum in her, and either the sleeping potion or serious other preparation had negated her power's interference while she was unconscious, but nobody kept prisoners drugged with extremely expensive, short-lived potions at all times. Any time she could think and use magic, she could now stun or move anything in her immediate vicinity, at only the cost of an instant headache if she did so too often in a short span of time. Paradoxically, mastering more spells without a wand reminded her of exactly how good a painkiller her custom wand was, and how she only had the one. Other wands didn't do that for her. This drove her to Diagon Alley today, going back to do something she should have months ago. Sirius ordering her 4 arms was ridiculous, but one backup arm was a smart preventative measure. A backup wand was a similarly intelligent precaution. Not one she would take out with her in her primary wand, but one she could leave in a safe place in case of a less immediate emergency. Ollivander's shop was brightly lit when she entered, contrasting the miserable British weather outside. An older woman was inside with Ollivander, trying each wand he passed her in turn. Taylor waited, watching with interest as the normal wand-fitting procedure continued. The woman eventually settled on an oak and phoenix wand, a plain thing with a gnarled tip, and paid Ollivander. Once she was gone. You have done much with that wand, Ollivander remarked, by her side in an instant. The crotchety old man reached out for her wand, but when she refused to let go of it contented himself with running fingers down its length. Much more than I expected. Your blood curse is certainly unique. Perhaps it is not a curse so much as a failed enhancement, from long ago when men were foolish enough to meddle with their own magic, he mused. It served me well, she replied. I want another. A backup? He asked. Or for a friend? You told me none could use it but me, she objected. What friend would I give a useless wand to? Perhaps not a friend at all, Ollivander said darkly, returning to the stacks of passed-up wands in their elaborate boxes. He turned his back on Taylor to sort the wand boxes and lift them to the counter. I must say, Ms. Bloodcurse, you have an enemy. You paid me and he did not, so I will tell you about his visit to my shop. Barty, Taylor guessed. Who else was her enemy, and interested in her wand? She was suddenly much more interested in this than in getting a backup wand. The fugitive, yes, Ollivander confirmed, turning back to her. He came in 2 months after his escape that the ministry denies. He pretended to be another, and I played along, but I knew him. He asked after a wand like yours, and I told him there were none like yours, save for one I had made. He pressed me on the subject, and eventually let slip that he thought such a vile, unique wand might be the death stick. Ollivander laughed scornfully. As if the stories would not tell of that wand's appearance if it was anything but ordinary in looks. Taylor added the death stick to her ever-growing list of things to research. Her power sent a distracted sense of curiosity her way. What did he do when you told him you had made it, and that it was not the artifact he thought it might be? She asked. He left, Ollivander said. I reported him to the Aurors, but I suspect my report went nowhere. So she could assume that he probably wasn't fixated on her wand anymore, if that was his initial reason for wanting it. That was, good? Not really. He was still a threat, just one that was no longer known to be fixated on her. Did you tell him about its drawbacks? She asked. That would be important to know. Yes, Ollivander said shortly. He would not have settled for it being just an ordinary wand. I will make another wand for you, at the same price as the first. Is that all you wanted? He waved his hand dismissively. Yes. Thank you. His pissy attitude was annoying, but he had warned her when he got the chance. He couldn't exactly seek her out or owl her, not knowing her name, so he had told her the first chance he got. That deserved a thanks. And his attitude deserved a tweak to the nose, so she used a few silent levitation charms to switch wands between 3 boxes when he wasn't looking. Good weather in the British springtime was a gift to be savoured, and everyone in Harry's friend group knew it. A day where the wind held to a pleasant breeze, the clouds were sparse and puffy, and the air was pleasantly warm. They were out by the lake as often their classes allowed. Those of them that didn't have mystery projects. What do you think it is? Ginny asked for the 3rd time that afternoon. He and Ginny were the only ones out by the shore at the moment, as Luna had class, Hermione had gone inside to get something to eat, and Neville was busy. A plant, Harry said confidently. It's always a plant with him. A plant has him so busy he doesn't have time for preparing Cedric for the 3rd task. Ginny said doubtfully. I think he's doing something to help set up the 3rd task. They grew those hedges, maybe it's all plant-based. That's why he's not contributing, he doesn't think he can without it being cheating, because he has inside knowledge. That doesn't stop it from being a plant, Harry argued. I didn't say what it would be for. He supposed it could be a non-plant project for the 3rd task, but then why had Neville specifically been asked to help? Maybe he was trying to branch out. We shouldn't pester him about it. He's not here to pester, Ginny remarked, leaning back on the blanket she had transfigured from a leaf. It's just you and me, and the squid, out there in the lake. And Hermione, Harry remarked, seeing their friend in the distance as she walked back from the castle. Hermione. Ginny sighed, staring up at the clouds, her hands behind her head. Yup. She's walking towards us. Her robes are swaying. Ginny said dreamily. She has something in her hands, Harry noted. Books, filled with knowledge, like her head. Too small to be books. Her wand, which she wields with such confidence and style. Too big. I think it's food. Wanna guess what it is? The taste of her lips on mine. No, I don't. He looked over at Ginny. Wait, what? She would say no if she wasn't interested, wouldn't she? Ginny asked, still looking up at the clouds. Does she know she can say no without losing your friendship? Harry asked, suddenly floundering in the deep and treacherous waters of having to give relationship advice. A few quick kisses with Luna did not qualify him to tell other people what they should be doing. He barely knew what he was doing, most of the time. Yes, Ginny assured him. I told her that. And she hasn't said no? He asked. No, Ginny said. She hasn't. I'm not pushing her for an answer. But I'm not pretending I don't want an answer, either. Should I drop it? Pretend I never asked? Hermione was getting closer. Harry considered his best friend, and how she had acted ever since the Yule Ball. If he had to guess, based on everything. If she wasn't willing to consider it, she would have said so by now. Hermione never shied away from saying what she thought. If she wasn't giving a straight answer, it was because she didn't have one to give yet. Meaning she didn't know. Thanks. Ginny put one hand in front of her eyes. I needed to hear that. I'd hoped. One good Yule Ball, a goodbye kiss after, and it would all work out. I got the first one, but the other two? Nope. Complicated all the way through. It still might. Or, you know, plenty of fish in the sea. He suggested. How many fish are pretty, smart, assertive, and wonderfully diabolical when slighted? Ginny asked. With special magic skills, who actually know me, and who will be able to keep up with me once I'm learning new things instead of just filling in the holes in the stuff Tom left me. There are some other fish, Harry amended. At least a few. Somewhere. How about? Luna was taken and not in the least bit diabolical, Susan wasn't either, diabolical actually ruled out most of the girls he knew. Fleur. He concluded. She seems smart and vengeful. Also French, likely to go back to her country after the tournament, with dozens of suitors, but she did seem to fit Ginny's criteria. Gorgeous, but too flighty and snooty, was Ginny's verdict. Hey Hermione! Harry called out, letting Ginny know that their friend was getting close enough to possibly overhear if they kept talking. What VE you got there? Owl came for me, for you, from Sirius, Hermione reported. He sent a package and a letter. Why was it for you if it was for me? Harry asked. He wants me to keep Hissy from seeing it, Hermione answered, sitting down on the other side of Ginny. She passed the brown wrapped box and letter over Ginny's midsection. It's a weekday, so no problems there. Didn't he do something to make her mad? Something like that, Harry said vaguely. He knew his mum was maybe trying to forgive Sirius, but also hurt by him, so he didn't want to go into all of that with his friends until he knew what the outcome would be. He had some choice words for Sirius, though, which the school owl had delivered a few weeks ago. This would be the response. Sirius' reputation as a prankster of some renown had Harry cast the one detection charm he knew over the package. It came up clean for listening spells, which was mostly useless so far as diagnostic information went. Still. Better to read the letter first. He set the package aside. Hey, Ginny complained. Whoops. He took it and set it on his other side, where it wouldn't be balancing atop his friend's stomach. Hermione giggled as he busied himself opening the letter. Harry, it read, you're right. I don't have any excuses. Reasons, but no excuses. Seeing as how your mum hasn't turned me into bug food yet and said I could try to make it up to her, could you give me your opinion on the things in the accompanying package? Would she like anything from there, do you think? Gifts might not be the path to her forgiveness, but I think, if she told you what I did, these specific potential gifts might mean a lot to her. But I'm a verified idiot, so I need a second opinion. Also, be careful, they are black heirlooms so there are some sharp edges. Why is everyone asking me for relationship advice today? He said aloud. Who else asked you for advice? Hermione asked. Is Sirius dating your mum? Ginny quickly added, giving him a choice as to which question he wanted to answer. No, he said, evading Hermione's question. I don't think so. Definitely not now, he wants my opinion on these things he wants to give her as an apology for something stupid he did. That said, he opened the package and dumped it out on the grass in front of him. 4 distinct items fell out. One was a metal cylinder the size of his pointer finger, one was a wooden pyramid, and the other 2 were normal-looking sickles, simple coins with the usual goblin design stamped on either side. Ooh. Ginny sat up and hunched forward to look at the items. Artifacts. Does he say what they are? Harry looked into the empty box and withdrew a folded bit of parchment. He read it, then looked at the items again. This one, he pointed to the cylinder, is a hidden minorly cursed blade. If you stab someone with it, they'll be dizzy until the next time the moon rises. Ginny gingerly lifted the cylinder and ran a finger along the contoured sides. A long metal spike jutted out of one end, twice as long as the cylinder itself. I like this, she said. The coins, Harry continued, noticing that Hermione was looking at them, are a special multi-portkaya setup. They only work if you click them together. Neither counts as a portkaya on its own, so they can pass for normal coins when apart. That's useful, Hermione remarked. And this? Harry poked at the wooden pyramid. Is a. He read the note again. Completely pointless wooden pyramid with Sirius Black is an idiot engraved in runes on every side. Wow, what did he do? Hermione asked. She put the Portkaya coins down to look at the pyramid. It really does say that. I think he should give your mum all of these, Ginny said. The blade is cool, the portkeys are useful, and the pyramid makes him seem humble. Portkeys are good. He pat his robe pocket, where his unofficial Hufflepuff safety Portkaya was kept. Hermione and Ginny had their own, but anyone who checked their robes and knew what to look for would be able to find them. Taylor would appreciate the extra security of the two-part Portkaya, he was sure. I'll tell him to give her all of them. He hoped Sirius could successfully ease his mum's damaged trust back to where it had been. He didn't like seeing her unhappy. Only time would really tell, though. Maybe by the third task things would be getting better. Either with them, or with Hermione and Ginny. Boo. 2 hands went over his eyes. He yelped, fumbled for his Hufflepuff Portkaya, and then relaxed as he recognized the person who had startled him, leaning back into her grasp. Luna. You're so easy to sneak up on, Luna laughed. At least he wasn't having any trouble with his friends, possible girlfriend, or secret plant projects. Somebody in their group ought to be the rock everyone else could come to for advice. He was going to have to get used to that, if said position was destined to always be filled by him. Or maybe Luna. I'm learning to cast a ghost octopus, Luna informed the group. It can't open jars, though. Yes, it was probably going to have to be him. Taylor was not happy. Things were not back to normal between her and Sirius. But time marched on, heedless of her feelings. In a perfect world, there would have been months spent around Sirius rebuilding her trust in low-stakes situations or deciding she couldn't trust him anymore before anything else happened. He was an important part of her plans for the future and one of maybe 2 adults she knew well enough to rely on in any capacity. The air between them was clear, but only time would smooth over her nerves. Time, and his constant attempts to apologize in varied and creative ways. This was not a perfect world, no matter how much better it was than her home world, and she didn't have months. The third task of the Triwizard Tournament came far too quickly, arriving on the heels of struggling fruitlessly to find the one person she knew for sure was her enemy. Barty Crouch Jr. had gone to ground, and he wasn't going to pop up in a newspaper article like Pettigrew had. The seedy underworld of Nocturne Alley knew nothing of his whereabouts. There was no talk of Death Eater activity beyond that of speculation from the outside. In the higher but no less seedy rungs of society, Sirius reported stonewalling and some genuine uncertainty. They knew nothing concrete, and that had not changed, not even as the end of the Triwizard Tournament drew near. If a former terrorist was going to get back to his roots, that would be where he did it. She might not completely trust Sirius. She might not know whether Barty was planning something at all. She might not be particularly interested in watching the third task. But she still met up with Sirius, allowed herself to be side along Operat to outside Hogwarts gates on the day of the tournament. They had a job to do. Lingering distrust had no place in the face of a common enemy. Moody met them at the gates of Hogwarts at dawn, hours before the event was scheduled to start. What was the first thing you ever said to me? He demanded of Taylor. It was. She didn't remember everything she had ever said, but she thought she knew what she had said in that particular instance. You had better not be looking under my robes with that magical eye of yours, she answered. Moody was betting on her imposter not having bothered learning about such an unimportant thing. It was a safe bet, really. He could ask about any tiny detail, and Barty couldn't dig up everything that had ever happened between them with any number of interrogations. Safety in obscurity. Right, he said. Black, how many times did I curse your robes during order meetings? How many meetings were there? Sirius mused. At least 3 times for each one. How do we know you're Moody? What did you say when James kicked your chair over before you sat down that one time? Black, ask something the real person stands a chance of remembering, Moody admonished. I told him to keep his feet to himself or I would replace them with pegs like mine. Right, good, that shite's out of the way, Sirius said. Let's get down to business. Moody took them to the stands, which had been set up in front of the third task's hedge maze. Taylor knew of the maze, and had ever since they blocked off the Quidditch pitch to make it. Ginny in particular had bemoaned the loss of their best practice place for their pickup Quidditch team. Nasty creatures are gonna be loaded into here in an hour, Moody told them. The outside walls of the maze are spelled nigh indestructible, and there's a second ward around the stands that will go up at the first sign of danger. He gave them a brief tour of the maze's interior, which was relatively simple. The maze itself was meant as a delaying factor and a way of ensuring that champions would encounter each other as they backtracked and took different paths. The real danger would come from the creatures and the other champions. Outside the maze, there was a small stand for where the trophy and prize money would be awarded by the minister himself. The trophy wasn't there yet, the minister and his aides weren't due for another 2 hours. I swept the stands, they're clean as of half an hour ago, Moody told them. There'll be an Auror team watching for tampering here specifically, because Merlin forbid Fudge be in any danger, but that's all the Auror backup I'm allowed. One personal team of Aurors. Sirius shook his head. It's like they want this to go tits up. Ostriches make bad leaders, Moody growled. Spectators will come in by the front gate, and I will be there checking each and every one of them with this. He tapped a finger on his magic eye. The fingernail clicked unpleasantly on the hard surface. You too, I want watching. Anyone comes in from any other direction, check them. I don't give a shit if it's Dumbledore himself, you find an excuse to bare their forearm and search them for flasks of liquid of any kind. Black, you still know the smell of polyjuice. We both do, Sirius said. Good, Moody grunted. You see anything suspicious, stun first and then come get me. Stun any blighter who tries to take your perp away from you, too. I don't care if you get into a spell shootout with the Aurors, I can smooth that over when I get to you, just keep anyone from taking him away. I'm gonna have words with Barty if we get him. And so they did. The tournament grounds quickly became a bustling hive of activity, with animal handlers, ministry officials, and various school children gawkers getting underfoot. Through it all, Taylor swept most of those arriving with her insects without them noticing, and directed Sirius to personally search the rest, giving the appearance of random checks while in reality checking everyone. Sirius worked well under her direction, going where indicated and often giving personal spins to his approach to convince recalcitrant officials or annoyed handlers to stop and let him check them, despite him not wearing aura robes or otherwise bearing any official proof of authority. He wielded his name as Lord Black on some, while dropping the pretense and leveling with others, and for others still leaning on his status as a veteran of the last war, all with just enough charm that it didn't seem consciously manipulative. It wasn't manipulation, she was pretty sure. He just knew how to relate to people. She wanted to go back to trusting him absolutely. It was a bit of a surprise to realize that she ever had trusted him like that. There were precious few in her life who could claim they had her absolute trust for any length of time at all. Fewer still who might feasibly still be alive in some corner of the multiverse. He had, objectively speaking, done nothing to earn that level of trust. Nothing except working for the same goals, trusting her, and always offering a friendly ear or insightful explanation or body joke, as needed. Opening his home to her, his library, his resources. Teaching her, siding with her against the world. Now he even knew about her past, in vague details, and had apologized for doing what he had to do to be sure of her. He was still apologizing, every other day. She had ample time to contemplate Sirius in all his contradictory glory, because they found nothing suspicious in the hours leading up to the third task. Many wizards and witches carried liquids of various kinds on them, and often Taylor had to bug them until they opened their flasks for a drink, but none of their drinks smelled of what she now knew as polyjuice, and all who arrived stayed long enough that she knew they could not be disguised that way. She checked for glamours too, running gnats into their faces to check for discrepancies between the visual surface and the physical surface, and found exactly two, both covering up ugly warts on otherwise pristine witches. Checking their breath didn't work, as polyjuice matched the subject's smell perfectly once it was working. The stands filled with spectators, from the gates and from the castle. The maze filled with dangerous creatures of every imaginable description, even a sphinx one flustered ministry worker had tried to persuade to wear a shirt, or at least a bra, to no avail. Harry was up near the top of the student stands. She took the time to place a few wasps on his yellow school tie, just in case. He sat with his friends, ignoring the self-imposed house divide, and she noticed him holding Luna's hand on the sly. That was something to watch. Her son in the throes of his first crush and possibly getting his first girlfriend were not milestones she intended to miss. After today, she could spend more time with him, and this summer. Sirius' application for guardianship was in the final stages of approval, past the point where Dumbledore could have clandestinely interfered. Unless the meddling old man intended to make a dramatic gesture to spite someone he considered a trusted ally, Sirius would get custody just before the summer began. Those things were for the future. For the moment, she bent her will toward finding Barty, wherever he might be hiding. The last few guests arrived and Moody stomped up from the gates, meaning there shouldn't be anyone else entering the area. The minister's security team arrived and spread out to form a cordon around the minister, who showed up shortly after. He came with Percy Weasley, who was carrying a hat, an umbrella, and the golden cup for him. Percy was devoid of liquid containers, and the minister only had a flask of strong alcohol on him, so they were clean. Moody checked each of the Aurors himself. If Barty is here we missed him or he doesn't plan to stay for more than an hour, Sirius reported when he and Taylor met up with Moody under the stands. Taylor had already physically swept the area looking for suspicious packages and found nothing, so her worst fear of a bombing of the spectators didn't seem likely to come to pass. That'd be risky, but he might be feeling desperate, Moody agreed. Can't rule it out. Keep an eye out for anyone going places they shouldn't. Taylor, sting me if you need my attention. She can just stick a fly up your nose. Sirius contemplated Moody's wrecked face. Okay, maybe she should use an ear, my point stands. No need to get stung. Get my attention with a bug, Moody huffed. Sting for urgent, bug in the ear for important but not urgent, bug in the good eye if you caught him and don't need immediate assistance. Same system for black. Well, screw you two. Sirius said to Moody's departing back. I don't want to get a bug in the eye for a total success signal. Too bad, I don't want to juggle two different sets of signals, Taylor said. I'm going to find a place to stand that keeps the stands and the maze in my range. I'll stick myself somewhere up at the back of the visitor stands, so I can look down at the people watching, Sirius suggested. Moody will be near Fudge, no doubt. We can cover our bases that way. Good. She left Sirius to find a place where the entirety of the maze was within her reach. It was a big maze, but not that big, so she had some leeway. She managed to get all of the maze, the student and adult seating areas, and Fudge's little platform all by standing behind his platform near Percy Weasley. Who are you? Weasley demanded. If his nose upturned any further in condescension it would make him look like a spindly pig. Security, she said blandly. Don't touch the prize money, he warned. He then proceeded to set a literal bag of galleons behind Fudge's podium and wander off towards the student stands, proving himself either immensely trusting or extremely careless. Sure, she was in plain sight of 3 of the Aurors, but nobody knew who she was beyond Moody's personal security and she could just take the money and walk away. 1,000 galleons was, as far as she could tell, a life-changing amount of money. He was definitely an idiot. Such uncharitable thoughts occupied Taylor while Ludo Bagman introduced the judges, the champions, and the third task, hyping it up with completely unnecessary embellishments, and then finally got around to explaining the standings and what those first 2 tasks actually meant in this last task to decide the ultimate winner. Each point is a minute lead, Bagman explained. First place goes in, then second place waits the point difference between them in minutes before following, and so on. In the first task, Champion Diggory scored 18 points, Champion Delacour scored 27 points, and Champion Crumb scored a perfect 30 points. The champions, who were waiting by the single entrance to the maze, shifted on their feet impatiently as Bagman continued to draw out the introduction. In the second task, Champion Diggory stormed ahead with 25 points, Bagman continued. Champion Delacour scored 9 points, and Champion Crumb scored 21 points. This takes us to their combined scores, which Taylor had already worked out in her head. She eyed Weasley as he sat down in the front row of the student stands and transfigured his robes to look like Hogwarts robes but with more Gryffindor gold and red. Someone wanted to relieve his not-so-distant glory days, though not so badly that he had sought out his younger brothers. Champion Crumb is in the lead with 51 points going into the final task, Bagman announced. Champion Diggory is right behind him with 43 points, and Champion Delacour brings up a distant third at just 36 points. The other champions will be hard-pressed to catch up with Crumb, but it is by no means a foregone conclusion. Taylor thought he would say that even if it was obviously a foregone conclusion, people didn't come out to watch and cheer for an inevitability. Then again, she had heard things about the Chudley cannons that said otherwise. Moody was over with the judges, working on the scrying bowl. Clouds of mist burst from it just as Bagman finished his score recap, spreading out to form 3 large clouds, one showing each of the champions. No map this time, Bagman said, so that nobody can give our champions a hint. Somewhere in the maze there is a cup. First to take the cup wins the tournament. Crumb set off into the maze, and Bagman put up a big timer to show how long until Cedric could go, but Taylor paid little attention to either of them. She watched the crowd, the minister, the animal handlers waiting out of sight in case something went wrong, Hagrid a veritable giant among them. She watched everyone, waiting for someone to do something unusual. If Barty was here, he would have a reason for being here, one worth risking his freedom for. One that involved or at least allowed for sabotage of the second task, unless that was unrelated. What would a presumed dead terrorist want with the third task? Why would he care? To sow terror was the obvious answer. The attack on the second task supported that, to a degree. But why terror based on the performance of the champions? Was that a crime of opportunity, or the intended outcome? He had wanted her wand but might not now, and his old master was dead and gone. If he was here, what might he intend to get out of it? It was possible nothing would happen, but Taylor hadn't come here under the assumption that it would be unnecessary. Assuming someone intended to do something. Cedric went into the maze, and immediately began transfiguring and enchanting several different items, to much anticipation from the crowd. He would be fine. Percy Weasley stood and started up the stands, headed for his little sister. Taylor remembered a stuck-up older brother in and out of the burrow all summer, droning on about cauldrons and being the very image of a proper, anal-retentive government employee in training. She remembered him interacting with Ginny in Hogsmeade, and how Ginny had shrugged off what seemed to be unusual behavior from him. She remembered that he had been there for the second task, present during the choosing of hostages, agreeing with Fudge in pushing for Harry to be a hostage. She remembered him leaving a small fortune right in front of her to go sit with the students, just a few minutes ago. It didn't add up, and Ginny was sitting in the same row as Harry, between him and Hermione. Ginny wasn't his reason for going up at all, was she? She stung Moody on the shoulder and Sirius on the arm, and circled around behind the minister and Bagman to get to the stands without walking right in front of everyone. Percy was moving slowly, picking his way past a contingent of belligerent Slytherins, and he was momentarily stalled when everyone stood to cheer for Cedric banishing a boggart with a whip of white mist, bypassing the traditional counter-curse in favor of effectively aimed brute force. Fleur entered the maze. At the same time, Taylor and Sirius reached the bottom of the student stands and started up, one on either side. Moody carefully aimed his wand at her from by the maze, silently offering fire support if she could make a target clear. Percy Weasley reached the row with Harry and Ginny, but they were in the middle. He went one row further up and began stepping over knees and avoiding the backs of heads as he worked towards the center. Fleur Delacour faced off with the Sphinx. The Sphinx said something about inconsiderate Englishmen, and Fleur stopped to commiserate with her. The Sphinx let her by without even asking a riddle. Crumb encountered Cedric in an intersection, the former backtracking from a dead end. They exchanged spells, dodging to either side of the hedges to fire at each other from cover, for the plants had proved nigh invincible to all of the magic the champions leveled against it. Taylor reached the row Percy Weasley was sidling down. Sirius came up at the other end. Percy saw him. Percy raised his wand, pointing it at Harry. The Hufflepuff whose knees he was standing over shoved him to the side and demanded to know why he was blocking her view. Taylor and Sirius both cast. Percy flopped over as dual stunning spells hit him, collapsing over the annoyed girl's knees and knocking his head on the boy sitting next to her. It did not feel like this was over. Not by a long shot. Sirius dragged the Weasley imposter by the shoulders out of the stands, apologizing to the students who had to lean out of his way. The Prat was trying to prank his sister, nothing to see here, he lied. Just stopping him from making a scene, can't have him ruining the third task. Look, that Sphinx's knockers are out. Such distractions served him well, aside from the one Ravenclaw girl who hexed him when he tried that one within hearing distance, and he met Taylor, Harry, Ginny, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Moody at the foot of the stands with his unconscious captive. Moody immediately moved them under the stands and out of sight. "Why'd you bring the kids?" he demanded of Taylor, who was doing her thing. The thing where she was somehow paying complete attention to them all while also controlling hundreds of bugs all over her person, like she was ready to attack in an instant if the Weasley imposter woke up and made a break for it. "She didn't, we want to know what's going on," Hermione said. Ginny and Neville nodded, and Luna smiled guilelessly at Moody. Harry looked to his mother, who shrugged her shoulders. "This ain't Percy Weasley," Moody declared, poking the stunned redhead with his wand. "I assume." He wasn't acting like him, and he was about to get behind Harry with his wand out, Taylor confirmed. "Polyjuice. Or Imperius," Moody agreed. "Not the actions of an innocent man." He began pawing through Weasley imposter's robes. "Got it." Moody used the folds of Percy's robes to flick a gnarled twig up out of a sewn-on interior pocket. "Port key. Keyed. With the overrides to have it work like the security port keys. Destination unknown." "That's his getaway plan," Sirius said. "Should we follow it? They could figure out what Barty intended to do once he had Harry, maybe." "We ought to follow," Moody agreed. "One problem. It's keyed. Nifty spell work. Will only trigger if Harry is touching it. Can it take more than just him?" Taylor asked. "Five's the limit on this kind of port key, Moody said. "We don't have a return port key, though, and I'm not taking the target into the trap. I can maybe break the enchantments, given time." "I have a port key, Harry suggested. Moody glared disbelievingly down at him, and he quickly elaborated. "Every Hufflepuff does, we made them for safety. It goes to St. Mungo's." "Good thinking," Moody said gruffly. "Right. This one can take up to 4 people if I fiddle with the limiting enchantments. Taylor, me, Black, Harry. The moment we get there Harry uses his own port key. We 3 investigate. It won't be warded against port keys in or out, it needs to let this one through. No danger for Harry, we get to where we need to be." "We can," Ginny began. "You lot can do stunners," Moody interrupted. The kids all said so, with various levels of disgruntlement. "Good. I need you here. Guard the suspect, here. Barty or Weasley, whichever he might be, don't let up for an instant. If he twitches, hit him again. If someone tries to intervene, tell him he's polyjuiced and I left you to keep him in custody. If he turns back into Barty after a half hour, hide his face and don't tell the Aurors, they've got orders to cover his existence up and I'm not done with him. Don't let anyone, even the minister, near him. Got it?" Sirius could almost see the internal battles being waged in their heads, the desire to go on the adventure facing off against the desire to help and be useful. They were an interesting lot, he genuinely didn't know which they would go for. If it were him and the other marauders back in their day, they'd never settle for being left behind. Go, Hermione said. Ginny looked set to argue, but she backed down. Neville pointed his wand at possibly Percy and hit him with a stupefy, just in case. Good. Moody nodded at Neville. All right, we go in fast and we go in hard. Harry, wait 3 seconds and then take your porte-clés back, and be careful not to bring anyone else with you. Ready, everyone grab on, kid last. 1 moment. Taylor put her wand in the air. We're burning daylight, Moody growled, but he quieted when the buzzing grew too loud to miss. Tens of thousands of bugs converged on Taylor, coming from the grass, the sky, and the stands above. They burrowed under her robes, grouped up on her back, piled under her hair, and even filled out her robe's empty arm after she detached her false arm and let it fall to the ground. Teleporting into a hostile environment is no time for half measures, Taylor told them. Sirius hoped she realized that Moody was never going to leave her alone now. He would badger and press her until she gave up whatever eldritch spell she was using for insect control. That many bugs, that coordinated. She wasn't even worried they would sting her. That's awesome, Neville whispered. Can you breed more bees? She has enough bees, Hermione whispered back. You can never have enough bees, Ginny said. If they only sting your enemies. I was thinking for pollination, Neville admitted. Right, Moody grunted, once the shock had worn off. Try to keep those aimed away from friendlies. Hold tight and react fast, now. If he's got CO conspirators they shouldn't be expecting enemies to come in, but they are expecting a bewildered Hufflepuff, so they'll be on guard. The chosen four put their hands in, grabbing the porte-clés twig. The moment Harry's hand made contact, Sirius felt the navel hook sensation of porte-clés travel. It was gloomy and dark where they landed, a large enclosed space made of well-polished stone. Sirius held his wand in front of him and pivoted, putting his back to their group as he looked around. He saw vaulted ceilings, grey stone, elaborate torches on the walls, a cauldron over simmering coals, and a floor of writhing black shadows from wall to wall. Incendio! He yelled, flinging a blast of fire at the hundreds of black snakes coming for them. Dozens died, and dozens more avoided the fire, and his next 2 frantic casts. Then they were on him, and the rest of the group. Fangs bit into his legs, his robes, his shoes. He kicked and cast a flame-freezing charm on himself, then doused his front with fire, scorching them off. Insects buzzed around him and the others he had his back to someone, probably Taylor and stung snakes, and his flames helped. Moody was yelling something, there were so many of them. He didn't know a spell better suited to mass snake killing than Incendio, but it wasn't enough. He heard an especially loud, strident hiss from behind him. The snakes veered off, a bloodied and burnt tide of scale and fang breaking around their defensive circle like the tide. Something else hissed, from elsewhere in the room, and the fight kicked back into gear. Sirius made good use of the momentary respite, conjuring a bucket of oil and tossing it into the writhing mass as it surged forward, then burning that along with the snakes themselves. The scent of burnt meat invaded his nostrils, but they kept coming until the closer hiss sounded again. Then another hiss, and it started again. The hisses came faster, back and forth, and Sirius turned to see Harry was one of the 2 hissing. Taylor was missing, and Moody had a massive dead snake sticking off his shoulder like a shred of mostly destroyed cape. Sirius took a step back and ripped the snake off of Moody, seizing it by the jaw and prying its lengthy fangs out of his shoulder. Where's Taylor? He demanded, in between the stop and start attacks from the horde of legless monsters. Buggered if I don't throw it away, need the fangs. Moody gasped, snatching the dead snake from Sirius' grasp. Venom, need anti-venom. Harry's hissing was providing them a partial respite, and Sirius fully intended to use it to find Taylor. He looked around in between incendios, gaining an idea of what else was around the room. There were runes carved into the walls, runes of protection and deflection, and the door was sealed with blobs of iron instead of locks. He knew that set up, there would be no getting out by the door. They had portkeyed into a partially sealed ritual room. Harry might still be able to go, Moody's logic held up, but that would be the only way out. The room was bare save for snake carcasses, still living snakes, the boiling cauldron, and a freckled pale body tied up in the corner. Percy Weasley. Taylor shifted into view, grimacing as she changed back from a snake right at the cauldron. She reached in, jabbing her wand downward. Call them off! She yelled at the contents of the cauldron. The hiss Harry was countering, which Sirius now realized was coming from the cauldron, cut off. Harry hissed once more, and the snakes retreated, still numbering in the hundreds despite the mass slaughter. Bugger me, Moody grunted. That was close. Boy, get out of here. Can't, he'll hiss again and none of you speak Parseltongue to tell them off, Harry argued. He. Sirius looked to Taylor, who was staring into the cauldron. This thing, she said. What is it? I am Lord Voldemort. A shrill voice shrieked from the cauldron. Sirius shared an incredulous look with Moody. Moody took point as the three of them approached the cauldron, stepping around and over dozens of momentarily docile snakes. What lay inside, submerged in a soup of unidentifiable sludge, was an unnatural baby-like creature, something straight from the how-to section of a beginner book on necromancy. A baby thing that was no baby, though if he knew his dark magic it might have started out as one. It was a human homunculus, and a sickly one inundated with even more dark magic than needed for its creation. One with Voldemort's red eyes and high voice. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" Taylor asked. Her wand poked the thing in the forehead. She sounded utterly unimpressed, though that might have been because she had no personal experience with the thing in the cauldron or the one it claimed to be. "I can never die," the homunculus declared. "I will return, and you will aid me or you will suffer for opposing me." "You're the who attacked the Potters and tried to kill their son?" Taylor asked. "Yes," the homunculus said. "Fear. Reducto." Sirius shielded his face, but he still got potion and homunculus blend all over himself as it exploded out of the cauldron. "Stay dead this time," Taylor said. The glee Taylor's power felt was completely out of line with the disgusting blend of potion and evil baby body Dark Lord, but Taylor understood why. Thanks to Sirius and his Veritaserum interrogation, she knew her power wanted her to live forever, and here was a Dark Lord claiming he was unkillable thanks to magic. It was a lead, though she was going to put her foot down if immortality had to be anything like the existence she had just ended. The four of them stood around the cauldron, in various states of soaked and covered in chunky bits, shocked by her sudden, explosive decision. She didn't regret it. She didn't kill off, and Winky the house elf was her only confirmed kill in this world, but Voldemort was the obvious exception, akin to this world's Hitler, except this world had a real Hitler and another Dark Lord who was more obviously his magical equivalent. He had tried to kill Harry once, had arranged to kidnap him today, and was a terrorist responsible for hundreds of deaths. Blowing him to pieces before he could do anything was the right move. "That's going to make the paperwork a bitch," Moody remarked. Sirius wiped potion from his face. His hands shook, and then he fell. "Sirius!" Harry cried out, crouching beside him. Moody went to his other side and put a wand to his chest, muttering the beginning of a diagnostic charm. Taylor saw it, but she didn't have a clear shot. Sirius pointed his wand at Moody, opened his eyes, and they were red. "Reducto!" Sirius shouted. Moody's body slammed into the floor, defended from fatal harm by his charmed robes, but Sirius was upon him in an instant, blocking her first 3 spells with his free hand and countering Moody's retaliation with his wand, engaging in a lightning-fast flurry of spells that ended with a shout at Avada Kedavra that sapped the life from Moody with an evil green pulse. This wasn't Sirius. Taylor set her wasps, the precious few she had left after fighting the snakes amidst all the fire on him, but he jolted away, his limbs moving unnaturally, and threw 3 wandless, wordless bolts of spell fire at her, forcing her to dive behind the cauldron. Her wasp struck at his eyes as Harry scrambled away, but he muttered something and a familiar shimmering shield burst out of his robes, denying her bug's purchase on his skin. "I cannot die!" Voldemort yelled as kicked the cauldron over on top of her. She threw herself out of the way and behind a chunky pile of snake bodies, then kept moving because a single blasting curse would turn her cover into soupy mush. "I will not die!" he yelled as she moved. "You have guaranteed your deaths!" he hissed, and the living snakes all reared up, but Harry hissed right back at him and they turned on each other, killing their brethren. "Ah," Voldemort said, allowing the snakes to continue killing each other, though he could have hissed to stop it. His red eyes focused on Harry. "Potter. I wondered if there was anything to it. Let us see if you are my equal, after all." Harry shouted something, waving his wand in a complex motion, but a crackling bolt of red lightning drove him behind the toppled cauldron before he could finish casting. Sirius, but it was really Voldemort, was on him in a second, moving unnaturally quickly, pulling him out by the robes. Harry grabbed at Sirius' arm, clawing ineffectually at skin and white magic shield alike. Taylor hit Sirius in the back with a stunner. It deflected off the white shield, but the physical impact spun him around and Harry got his wand up to oxio a chunk of burnt snake into the back of his head. The snake skull bounced off another skin-level shield of white light, and Voldemort threw Harry into a pile of still smoldering snake corpses. Taylor ran out from behind her meager snake body cover, her wand waving as she cast 4 explosive hexes in a row, relying more on their physical impact than any hope of them actually breaking through to harm him. Voldemort piloted Sirius' body with a fast but jerky stiffness, returning with 2 spells, both sizzling with dark energy that she knew she could only shield, only dodge. "No witch can outmatch me," he yelled, even as she continued to dodge and run. Fighting close up, her go-to strategy for dealing with wizards, was worthless if his shield deflected her fists as well as they did her bugs, her spells, and Harry's hands. Magic might break through, powerful magic, but she had the repertoire of a first year with a learning disability and a knack for charms over their year level, not anything sufficiently dark and powerful. Voldemort, even in another person's body, had no such problem. He sent a steady stream of sizzling, unrecognizable curses at her, half of them exploding on impact with the ground or the walls and the other half even more ominously blinking away to no apparent effect, so esoteric they must have targeted living things specifically. She exploited her insect-facilitated spatial awareness for all it was worth, dodging before his hands had even finished waving his wand, but the wandless spells he mixed in had no such tell and she avoided those by the skin of her teeth, each one easily capable of tripping her up and killing her in some no doubt gruesome way. Harry sprinted towards the door while Voldemort was distracted by her. She hoped he was trying to escape, but she knew he wasn't. The only exit he had was his port-canon, which he could use at any time, but wasn't. Damn his bravery, she wanted him out of here. There was movement over by Moody's body, and Taylor noticed Percy Weasley taking Moody's wand, having been freed by the bugs she set to gnawing at his bonds. She dodged a pitch-black spell that howled like the wind, sent a stream of water at Voldemort to block his view, and went on the offensive, casting stunners as fast as she could wave her wand, then faster still as she gave up saying the incantation or moving her wand. Her head throbbed in time with the ever-increasing pace of magic. Voldemort batted her stunners away like the inconsequential pests they were, only momentarily stymied. Percy Weasley raised his borrowed wand behind the Dark Lord's back. Harry began casting again, the same overly long incantation he had tried to cast to begin with. Taylor set her bugs in Voldemort's eyes and ears, still hindering his senses even if they couldn't reach his flesh to bite and burrow. She switched to cutting hexes and then explosive hexes, steadily advancing, dodging spells by mere inches with the forewarning and spatial awareness her power granted, pushing, unyielding. Voldemort snarled, whipped his wand down, and vanished in a crack of displaced air. Harry's spell and Percy Weasley's spell soared through the empty air. The wards didn't block portkeys or apparition. Voldemort snapped back into existence behind her. She turned. Too slow. Too late. Red-hot pain erupted as a spell connected with her good shoulder, driving her to the ground. She lifted her arm to wield her wand, but there was no arm, no wand. It was on the ground beside her, and her new stump, even higher up than the other was gushing blood. That didn't stop her. The wand had only ever been a crutch. A painkiller. She knelt, listening to Voldemort's eerily familiar laughter driven through Sirius' body, and drove her knees, lurching towards him and willing herself to shift at the same time, not into the Black Adder, into something much bigger, much more dangerous. A boa constrictor struck at Voldemort, writhing around a reflexive blasting curse to wind around his midsection, pinning his arms down. Taylor pummeled his body with wordless, wandless stunners, her headache driving to a fever pitch, rising more rapidly than ever before. The white light shields burned her scales, more as she constricted. Voldemort struggled against her pinning grip and he hissed demands that she cease, yield, but the shields were faltering, shattering with bursts of light, and she found flesh beneath to crush. Sirius flesh. His body. She continued attempting to wandlessly stun him even as she struggled to constrict, her crippling headache well past migraine territory and verging on physically disabling. She didn't want to kill him, not when he was serious, but if she had to. The choice was taken from her when Voldemort maneuvered his wand to her midsection and hit her with something. Something more painful than anything she had ever felt, so painful she let go instead of constricting like shocks were supposed to do, so painful she didn't even feel it when he kicked her away from himself. The pain was all-consuming. It let up, leaving her snake body twitching raggedly. He cast a charm on her, one she thought might be meant to force Animagi back to their human form. It didn't work, but she shifted back anyway, the few shreds of rational thought left to her insisting that if she was to surprise him again, he mustn't know she wasn't actually an animagus at all. She regretted it when he hit her with the same immensely painful curse a second time, adding to the agony of having just lost another arm. She convulsed, choking out screams and just plain choking, writhing in the dirt. It lasted forever, an eternity of agony. She hadn't felt such pain, ever. Definitely not since Bakuta's bomb damaged her nerves. Nothing came close. It ended, leaving her limp on the ground, armless and unarmed, physically incapable of even sitting up. Her eye, the one with the floaters, wasn't working. Darkness covered one half of her vision, a welcome partial respite from reality. Unseen hands forced her up, tilted her chin back and pulled her eyelids open to meet the gaze of a Sirius with red eyes and an evil smirk. Behind him, Harry and Percy Weasley struggled with their own invisible bonds, petrified from the neck down. Her arm lay on the ground behind her, morbidly intact up to just below the shoulder. Her bugs, the few she had left, littered the battlefield, worthless at the moment against an enemy who had made himself impervious to them. Harry's wand, along with Moody's wand, lay on the ground behind Voldemort, both snapped in half. Voldemort had the only wand in the room besides her own, which he must have known from Barty was useless to everyone but her, and now her as well as she had no hands to use it with. Her power was eerily silent, not a hint of conveyed emotion to tell her what it was thinking. This, she supposed, might be the sort of situation her power lived for. One that demanded creative problem-solving. If so, Her power was going to be severely disappointed, because she had nothing and no plans, not even an inkling of one. The pain of that curse it had to be crucio made planning and strategizing impossible, even once it was lifted. You'll die long and hard for inconveniencing me, Voldemort told her, evil words spilling from serious lips. You do not even make for a challenging fight. Who are you, pitiful excuse for a witch? Not Skitter, that was for sure. She wouldn't lose. Not like this. Someone else. I'll take it from your mind, Voldemort hissed. He stared into her eyes, though she could only see him from one. She remembered, almost involuntarily, introducing herself as Taylor Hebert, as Weaver, as Skitter, as Taylor, all from different times in her life. Voldemort's smug expression morphed to one of consternation, and then curiosity. Other memories flicked to the forefront of her mind, drawn up like following threads, linked by common ideas. Weaver, her life in Boston, fighting, training, arguing, facing other enemies, powerful ones, inconsequential ones. He seized on the Slaughterhouse 9, following the threads to her first fight with Mannequin as Skitter, a similarly hopeless feeling struggle with a marginally better outcome. He made her think of using her insects to carry supplies to herself to fight Mannequin, and in the back of her mind, under the current memory, an idea germinated. Her insects gathered by her discarded arm, working her wand out from its grip. What is all this? He whispered, delving deeper into her life. Memories, moments, from all over, from different times, different fights, all presumably presented alongside thousands of impossible perspectives, as Dumbledore had seen. They flicked past, showing him horror after horror, scenes of slaughter, desperate struggles, Leviathan. He recoiled, but then smiled, a deeply disturbing smile, and kept digging. His mental push was a hot poker in her mind, dragging things up from the depths without any care for their surroundings. Without any care for their physical surroundings here in the ritual room, either. Her insects brought her wand to Harry. But that wasn't enough. He was petrified. Her magic had never been hers, not really. It was lent like her control of bugs. She provided the meaning to the possibility. Voldemort found her memories of the Cymurg, of her power, and stopped there, lingering on the scream, the devastation, the untouched danger. On Taylor's knowledge that the Cymurg still existed, somewhere. Planning. Plotting. Always weaving. She didn't know what he thought of that. Was the Cymurg a terror, even for him? It should be. Or was he foolish enough to see it as a weapon to be harnessed? Possibly as a force of nature to be avoided and weathered if it ever found him? He looked upon monstrosities more dangerous than he could ever be, more terrifying. It was inevitable he followed that link to Scion. Wasps and flies and cockroaches manipulated her wand with flawless coordination, waving it in a specific pattern. One last spell, one she had never practiced wordlessly, but driven by more need than ever before. One failure. Pain. 2 failures. Pain, more this time. 3 failures. Her awareness trembled, wavering back and forth. She tried a 4th time, and the moment she completed the wand movement her headache spiked, driving the last of her will from her with pure pain. She knew only the memories Voldemort wanted to peruse. The agony, the horror of Scion, the countless deaths. Fighting back. The pure power of hundreds of para-humans, coordinated perfectly. Coordinated by her and the thing that had taken control of her as she was broken, pushing in and influencing her. Her power. A third presence made itself known in her mind even as he realized that there was a threat. Her power, finally showing itself, the monster that jealously guarded her mind. Voldemort was so deep. So exposed. Her power had learned from its mistake with Dumbledore. The shards behind powers did not act directly. Shards were not supposed to act directly. But magic broke a lot of rules. What was to come next? It was out of her hands, and that scared her. She had never dealt well with having no control over her fate. Possessionum Scourge. Voldemort and her power were driven from her mind with equal ferocity, the blowback of a magical detonation washing over her and driving everything but her own addled thoughts away in a wash of imposed willpower, a blast of purpose from a spell so powerful it worked on her mind even though it had not been cast at her. Her power bounced back, only momentarily pushed away. Voldemort did not. She saw, through one blurry eye and 100 insect eyes, Sirius' body folding over in the midst of an explosive spell detonation, physically untouched but deprived of volition. Something unholy shrieked. Harry slumped down, his hand burnt and bloody from the exploded splinters that remained of her wand. Blood streamed down his forehead, seeping from his scar and from the splinters that had cut his face. Chapter 11. Taylor had never looked so fragile to Harry as she did now, draped with clean sheets and St. Mungos. Her head was propped up by a pillow and each of her stumps wrapped in clean white bandages, even though one was old and uninjured. Her face was crumpled, drawn with pain despite everything the healers could do, and a big blindfold covering both eyes, one normal and one apparently damaged internally. Even with that, Harry could tell she was not sleeping soundly, her face tight with discomfort. There were 4 beds in their shared room, an area set aside for group injuries where the spells involved made separating the victims inadvisable, or other scenarios in which multiple patients were injured in the same way. One was empty. Percy Weasley had been cleared quickly and sent on his way to explain his side of things to the Aurors, presumably at length. The Aurors had questioned Harry, too, and he gave them as much of the story as he knew. They wanted to come back and talk to Sirius and Moody's other security person, once they woke. Whenever that would be. One of the remaining beds held Taylor. Another held Sirius, who was less obviously injured, but also still unconscious. Harry sat on the 4th, his hand stuck in a bowl of foul-smelling paste he was told was regrowing the skin and nerves damaged by magical backblast. He was fine. Mostly. Taylor had always seemed to him to be formidable. She argued with his teachers and on occasion other parents when he was a little kid. She never stopped, never backed down from anyone, and when she did it was to come at them from another direction. He had never seen her fight anyone before, but he knew she had. Sirius. Pettigrew, though that wasn't really a fight from what Sirius said. Death Eaters, Barty, and his elf at the World Cup, Moody in Hogwarts. Other times before she had magic, because he recognized that how his mum acted was too much like Moody, a war veteran, for her to have never fought before. He would never have imagined her in a lethal magic duel with Voldemort himself, but if he did he might have imagined her coming out on top with some clever trick or strategy. Not screaming, writhing on the ground, disarmed literally and broken. He knew what his boggart would be next time he faced one, and that version of Taylor would be all too real. His injured hand was immersed in the healing mush. The other was on his mum's hip, one of the few places he could touch without worrying about causing her more pain. He had to lean over in the bed to reach across to her. His arm was going numb. The healers said she would wake soon. They said she would live, and that any further medical information was to be given to her directly, not him. Even though he was awake and she wasn't. They didn't know who she was to him, and he didn't say, so her medical information wasn't to be given to an unrelated stranger. He had felt comforted by that assurance of privacy. She'd like that. Said comfort turned to bitter surprise when he heard 2 people talking as they approached the room, their voices a hair too loud to go unheard. She was struck with repeated bursts of the Cruciatus curse, her arm was removed with a dark cutting curse, and she was bleeding internally. Sirius Black is little better, and showing signs of a serious possession and an unknown counter curse. Harry had to have his skin regrown. Percy Weasley just had a few scrapes and bruises. Thank you, Wendy, Albus Dumbledore said as they entered the room. Screw you, Wendy, Harry said angrily. The nurse, who had been looking at Albus nervously, did a double take. Excuse me? She demanded. So much for it being confidential information, Harry said. It's Dumbledore, the nurse retorted, as if that explained anything. Boy's right, Sirius grunted. Harry jumped a little, he hadn't known Sirius was awake. Fame doesn't equal medical privileges. Well, I never, the nurse huffed. Let me know if she wakes, she told Dumbledore before leaving. I'll make sure you aren't disturbed. The door shut behind her. You're right, you'll never again once I speak to your bosses, Sirius grumbled as he sat up. What if I'd had a case of dragonpox in unfortunate places? She would have told him that, too. He sounded mostly back to normal, albeit hoarse. An impressive recovery, given he was unconscious seconds ago. Or possibly just lying there with his eyes closed. Harry wouldn't have known the difference. I imagine she would expect me to keep it to myself, Dumbledore said gravely. Not her call, Sirius retorted. She was doing me a personal favor, Dumbledore said. And that is beside the point. Alastor Moody is dead. What has happened? Ask Amelia Bones, Harry gave her the scoop 2 hours ago. Sirius put one hand on the side of his head and cracked his neck. Who, post-possession paralysis is a bitch. Sorry Harry, I didn't intentionally leave you to the Aurors on your own. Heard the whole thing, though. Harry thought that Sirius was acting weirdly peppy, given all that had happened. But this was Dumbledore. The one who had obliviated Taylor. Here in a room with her when she was at her most vulnerable. Maybe that cheerful attitude was a cover. Harry wished he had his wand. Or that Sirius had his, since his wand hadn't been snapped or exploded in the fight. There should be rules about visitors being allowed wands when helpless patients weren't. I wished to hear it from you, my boy, Dumbledore admitted. Also, Amelia is too much of a hard arse to do you a favor, Sirius added. Fine. Percy Weasley was polyjuiced Barty. Moody, Harry, Samantha here, and I tripped his portrait to find out what he was up to after we caught him. Dropped right into an ocean of snakes in somebody's swanky ritual room, fought them off, found a homunculus in a cauldron, it claimed to be Voldemort. Voldemort or not, old Moody turned it to mush. That's about all I remember. Harry. Samantha, was it? And Moody had killed the Voldemort thing? Harry could follow Sirius' reasoning easily enough. Taylor was to be a non-entity, an extra wand of no consequence. Someone Dumbledore wouldn't look twice at. He could do that. He had done that, in talking to the Aurors. It wasn't far from the truth, though where he was vague Sirius inserted fake details. From there, he began, Voldemort possessed Sirius. We fought him, Percy, Samantha and me, but he was so fast. He beat us and hurt her, really bad, cut her arms off, both arms because surely Dumbledore would not connect one-armed Muggle Taylor with two-armed and now no-armed witch Samantha, and tortured her. I got her wand from her arm while he was distracted. And how did you defeat him? Dumbledore asked seriously. Such a powerful forced possession is rare, and a possessed Sirius should have been stable and magically active for, at least a few minutes. A few minutes? Sirius rasped. What would have happened after that? Either you would have ejected him, Dumbledore said solemnly, or your magic would have begun to rebel, damaging you both. There is a reason most possessions are partial, short-lived, or on a somewhat willing subject. Harry, how did you defeat Voldemort? He turned back to Harry. Possessionum Scourge, the same way I beat that wraith that possessed Ginny, Harry answered. If it worked for one of his friends with one possession, he had reasoned that it would work just as well for another. Samantha's wand blew up in my hand, but it really worked. I only had to cast it once. So he was driven off once more, Dumbledore concluded. That may not have been for the best. It was damn well for the best, Sirius retorted. Given it was my body he was puppeting around. Killed him dead, didn't it? Good enough for me. You should not be so quick to kill, Dumbledore admonished him. Harry wondered whether his own jaw had dropped more or less than Sirius. But it was the right action today, though not as final as we would prefer, Dumbledore hastened to add. I had hoped not to speak of this yet, Harry, but now it seems you must know. Voldemort is not dead. He wasn't dead, yes, and if you knew that but didn't bother to tell anyone I am going to find a wand, Sirius threatened. I have never said he was dead, but until a few years ago lacked any sort of confirmation, and even then I lacked proof, Dumbledore interrupted. He cannot die at present. To think otherwise would be very dangerous. Okay, let's say I believe you, Sirius conceded, still sounding quite suspicious. Why do you think we didn't finish the job this time, either? How does he keep himself alive? I will not say the words, not here when others could be listening. It would already be disastrous if this much was made known to the public, they would panic, Dumbledore told them. Do you happen to share a common ancestor with Fudge? Sirius asked. No. No more than you or anyone else. I fail to see how that is relevant. Dumbledore pulled a little black book out of his robes, a familiar and not destroyed black book. Harry, you may recognize this. He tapped his gnarled wand on the book, flipping it open to show a single line of writing. Dumbledore choked out a gasp of surprise as the book leaped up out of his hand to smack him in the face. At the same time, his wand shot out of his other hand, soaring over Taylor's bed to fall behind the headboard. Harry leaped up, knocking the bowl of healing paste off the bed, and reached for the book, thinking that it was attacking Dumbledore because of course it would do something bad. It had possessed Ginny and was supposed to be destroyed. Dumbledore grabbed the book out of the air, gave it a hard look as it fell limp, and then started looking around. My wand, where is my wand? He asked. A red spell streaked out from under Taylor's bed, hitting Dumbledore's ankle. He collapsed, unconscious. Not as satisfying as I thought it would be, Taylor rasped. Damn. That hurt. Mum. Taylor. He and Sirius converged on either side of her bed, Dumbledore all but forgotten. Sirius gently removed her blindfold from over her good eye, leaving the fabric over her bad one, while Harry squeezed her leg. Safe? Taylor asked. You too. We're barely scratched, you're the one who took on Voldemort. Sirius said. And Dumbledore, Taylor said dryly. Harry. The book. Is it? The one that possessed Ginny, yet. He told me he was going to destroy it. He didn't understand why Dumbledore had it with him, or why he thought it was relevant to the fight with Voldemort. Tom the Random Wraith had no relation to Voldemort. So far as he knew. Worked out. Gave me a thing to distract with. She tried to sit up, but Harry joined Sirius in pushing her back down. Fine. Sirius. His wand. Under the bed. Got it. Sirius leaned down. Hey. He said, his voice muffled as he stuck his head under the bed. Did you cast a stunner at Dumbledore with bugs? Ow. A spider just bit me. They have limbs, Taylor said. Unlike me. I keep losing mine. Careful. His wand feels different. Didn't want you to take it. It's probably old man wood with old man power, Sirius offered as he came up with Dumbledore's wand. It doesn't feel any different to me. That spider bite, on the other hand. He shook out his left hand, revealing an ugly set of red marks. Am I going to die? No, Taylor said. Sorry. Not intended. Change him. Revive him. Question him. Harry looked around for water, his mum's throat sounded so dry, but there was none to be found and no cups for Sirius to fill with conjured water. He was about to press Sirius to transfigure a cup and fill that when she continued talking. Find out, what the diary has to do with Voldemort. Whether Dumbledore is possessed. Other things. Perfect opportunity. Can do. Sirius cast the necessary spells and, in a move that Harry thought wasn't strictly necessary but very much appreciated, tied Dumbledore up by setting him on the unused fourth bed and conjuring a straitjacket over his robes. Then he transfigured Dumbledore into a small, toothless garden snake. The old Moody special, he said sadly. No magic for you, Dumbledore. Harry, translate for me? Both ways. Got it. Harry sat forward, his ointment bowl forgotten. There was a little thrill going through him at the idea of interrogating Dumbledore, of all people. They had really turned the tables on him. Wait. Before I revive him, what are we going for? Sirius asked. I've got ideas, but we should probably make sure we're all on the same page. You attacked because you assume he is possessed because the book isn't destroyed, Harry suggested. Taylor is still Samantha and still out of it, she has nothing to do with any of this. We ask him about the book, find out what he knows. Make sure that when this is over we can let him go without him thinking we're his enemies. Yes. That. Taylor lay still. Harry was glad, even if she was just pretending to go back to sleep, he would rather she not strain herself. Okay, renervate. Sirius threw the diary on the floor, well away from them. Dumbledore, what's possessing you? Is it a wraith or just stupidity? Sirius, Dumbledore flopped around on the flat bed sheet, hissing wildly. What is this? Why am I a snake? Turn me back immediately. Harry repeated his words, assuming Sirius wanted to hear everything. Not until I'm sure you're not possessed, you bleeding idiot, Sirius said harshly. What is the book, why didn't you destroy it, and how can we know you are still you after keeping it for years when it only took a few months to take someone over last time? Harry repeated his words, verbatim, and from the way Dumbledore stilled, he understood. It was weird how, even now, Harry couldn't tell whether he was hissing or speaking normally. It just seemed to work, without any of the difficulty of not knowing how to consciously switch between the two languages. Magic languages were convenient, was his conclusion. Dumbledore looked around, but no escape was forthcoming. The door was closed, and a magicless snake would stand no chance of fighting his way free of anything. It is a means by which Voldemort maintains his immortality. I am not possessed, I have kept it locked up since Harry gave it to me. It is a very dark object. A crucial component is missing now, as Harry damaged it back in the Chamber of Secrets, but it is still partially active and very dangerous. Really? I didn't feel anything. Sirius kept his wand on Dumbledore as he retrieved the book. Yet. He tossed the wand to Harry. Stun me if I do something stupider than normal. Then he opened the book. Harry and Dumbledore watched as Sirius flipped through the book, shook it, and held it upside down. Nope, this is just a book, he said. Maybe it was enchanted with something, but it isn't now. Harry, can you go digging in? Samantha's robe. She has a creepy little hunk of dried flesh on a chain around her neck. A blood charm. Dumbledore hissed. Yes. I'd get it, but... He shrugged. Rather not be hexed when she finds out. Harry did the smart thing and felt around behind Taylor's head until he found the cord, then pulled it up over her head without sticking his hand in her robes. There was indeed a little piece of dried meat hanging off it. Thank you, Sirius said, taking the blood charm. Now, I think it was. Vizio. Yup. Ooh, this hospital room is very well insulated, I can actually stand to keep my eyes open. He shook the book out and flipped through it again. Nada. Zib. Zilch. A curse. Dumbledore suggested. No, a naughty drawing. Sirius slammed the book shut. Not even that, actually. It's totally blank. No magic, no writing except who are you, on the first page. Dumbledore, are you off your rocker? Should we be getting you a new rocker in the old wizard's home? It is nigh indestructible, a former container for a piece of soul. Dumbledore insisted. No. Sirius tore a page out. Then another. It's not. I can do the whole thing, if you want. Maybe you're just getting feeble in your old age. Dumbledore sputtered wordlessly as Sirius continued to casually rip apart the book's pages. Harry could have told him that was definitely the Wraith's book, he knew what it looked like, but he was enjoying Sirius' little show, so he kept his mouth shut. Though admittedly he was curious as to what had happened, if it really had no traces of magic on it at all now. Finally, while Sirius was folding a paper airplane, Dumbledore regained the power of intelligent speech. It was a Horcrux when I received it. He said. A broken one, but a Horcrux still, with compulsion charms layered over it by the same foul magic. Well, it's nothing now, Sirius told him. Hey, don't look so glum. This must mean Voldemort is totally dead. Harry cut out the important part years ago, and us killing him today killed the rest. It shouldn't be possible, Dumbledore said. And there are others. Got any of them handy? Sirius asked. No, Dumbledore admitted. Then I say he's dead for good unless proven otherwise. Maybe go find them so you can be sure. Sirius tossed the book onto Dumbledore's bed. Harry, hit him with the anti-possession spell, that'll set him to rights if he is possessed. Possessionum Scourge. Harry incanted. Dumbledore's wand felt, recalcitrant, for lack of a better word. He missed his own wand. Still, it did the job. He cast 5 times, just to be sure. I am not possessed. That is a very impressive spell, Harry, Dumbledore hissed. Truly remarkable, the things a culture can forget or dismiss as worthless once they are no longer needed. I went to the trouble of learning it myself after your adventure in 2nd year, but you are very good with it. It's first on my list, bloody useful, Sirius remarked. Okay. That's the Voldemort issue. Now. He trailed off, looking contemplatively at Dumbledore. Now you change me back and return my wand, Dumbledore reminded them. I am very impressed with your quick thinking, but the danger you suspected does not exist. No, see, I was thinking. Sirius glared at Dumbledore. I think I have something we should do. Harry, hand me the wand. Harry passed the wand over. I've been practicing, Sirius told an increasingly apprehensive Dumbledore. With memory charms, specifically. Getting better, more precise. I even looked into doing one for myself, just as an option to make somebody feel better. It was a bit like walking in on prongs in the shower 6th year, but worse because I meant to do it this time and it turned out he was not soaked up with 3 Quidditch fans having a post-game celebration like I'd been told. You know what I mean. I have no idea what you are talking about, Dumbledore said stiffly. He tried to slither away, but stopped when he realized he had at least 5 body lengths to go before he reached the edge of the bed, and then nowhere to go but down. All while the 2 wizards he was trying to avoid were watching him. That's the idea. Sirius said brightly. Samantha, what do you think? End it the way it started? Way easier than my other ideas. If you can, manage it, Taylor rasped. What is this? Dumbledore demanded. Let me go. Nah. Obliviate. Sirius and Dumbledore locked eyes for a moment as Sirius cast, his spell striking Dumbledore in the scaly back. Stupefy, Sirius added, knocking Dumbledore out again. Damn, that was easy. This wand really does have old man power. I didn't think it would work. What did you do? Harry asked. Removed every memory he had pertaining to Taylor Hebert or anything he might suspect is haunting her, Sirius said. He grinned widely at Harry. Can't be a dick about her if he doesn't remember she exists, can he? He'll notice, next time we meet. Taylor said. He only noticed anything when he looked into your head, so just don't make eye contact until we get you skilled up in occlumency, problem solved, Sirius insisted. I don't expect it to last forever, but it'll definitely hold for a few months, and if it does hold indefinitely then the problem is solved. Now, both of you play along when I wake him, we've got to send him along with a good cover story and I know just the thing. Harry watched as Sirius transfigured Dumbledore back to normal, vanished the straitjacket and book, positioned Dumbledore sitting up on the edge of the cot, and hit him with a Confundus charm before reviving him and quickly tossing his wand into his lap. So the magic backlash of Harry's anti-possession charm must have followed Voldemort's soul when he retreated to his death avoiding dark artifacts, Sirius said loudly. Yes, you're right. That's why the book is nothing more than a mere book now. Harry had never heard such blatantly made-up magical theory before. Years of listening to Hermione and Ginny made him a connoisseur of semi-understandable jargon. There were far too few citations of magical theory for Sirius to be saying anything provable. Yes, that's it, Dumbledore said groggily, not at the moment aware enough to realize, as Harry had, that Sirius was obviously making it up as he went. The question, then, is, whether he is fully dead, or simply that the pull on the damaged anchor broke it, but the others remain. We can't know until you find the others and confirm they're no longer enchanted, but it's a sight better than the situation we were in before, Sirius told him. Good work. I never would have figured that out. Yes, well, Dumbledore straightened up, when you spend enough time around magic like I have, these things become, if not clear or intuitive, then at least understandable with enough research. Harry's spell was a power Tom knew not, and it undid him. Very good. Harry fought to keep a straight face. He was mostly successful. Say nothing of what you saw in the Malfoy ritual room to anyone, Dumbledore warned as he stood. If he is not fully dead we can warn the minister, but we must have proof first. And please give my well wishes to your companion. Samantha. My girlfriend, Sirius lied. Harry thought it was a lie, anyway. He couldn't imagine his mum with a boyfriend. Especially not one who was still actively trying to apologize to her every few days. Samantha Raven. Fang. Raven Fang. Yes, her. Dumbledore frowned. I hope she recovers. She should, Sirius assured him. I'll be with her every step of the way. Harry, you don't mind if she recovers in Grimmauld Place this summer, if she's still injured? Of course not. Harry said. Your kindness will serve you well, Harry, Dumbledore told him. I will leave you to recover. And I will bring your friends to visit tomorrow, if you would like. They were very helpful in keeping Barty from escaping, or from being hidden away by Minister Fudge. Hermione will be fine, I assure you. Minister Fudge does not have a leg to stand on. Hermione? For that matter, the ritual room had belonged to Malfoy? Harry resisted the urge to ask what the hell had happened. He wanted Dumbledore gone before this ridiculous ruse could fall apart. That would be good, sir. Be well, Dumbledore said. He left the room, the door closing firmly behind him. They all, by unspoken agreement, waited a good 10 minutes after he had left before anyone said anything. I will never perform a more impressive prank in my lifetime, no matter how hard I try, Sirius announced. And never will I reach the heights I could have reached. All you did, was obliviate an old man, Taylor said. Yes, and it was Dumbledore, but I meant convincing him all of that bollocks was his idea and that you're my girlfriend, Sirius insisted. Samantha Raven Fang. Ha! It was just shy of perfect. What would have made it better? Harry asked. I couldn't figure out a way to work in calling your mum my beloved trouser snake without it seeming contrived, Sirius admitted. Sirius yelped as cockroaches swarmed into his shoes. Harry pulled a face, then couldn't hold it and burst out laughing. His mum's hoarse chuckles and Sirius braying laughs joined him. Harry's departure for Hogwarts, because technically speaking he had no reason to linger in St. Mungo's and it was still the middle of the school term, was frustratingly inevitable. Dumbledore took him back to the castle less than 24 hours after Taylor woke up, as soon as the healers confirmed that there was no lingering damage and that his hand was healing without complication. It would have been even sooner, she gathered, had his famous forehead scar not taken the opportunity of the fight against Voldemort to spontaneously shrivel up and mostly disappear. He left, unable to publicly do anything more than wish her well, and she hated everyone involved in taking her son away from her again. Even if they didn't know. Thanks to Sirius, this sort of situation wasn't going to happen anymore, but it was still galling. Once Harry was gone, the nurse, a different nurse than the one who had let Dumbledore in, took the opportunity to shoo Sirius out and get the healer to check her over and talk about her options in private. I'll start with your eyes, the healer began, after a long series of diagnostic spells and physical pokes and prods under her bandages. He had a clipboard, a magical clipboard, she assumed, in a very distracted look about him. You have a detachment in your right eye, where coagulated blood pulled a lens out of place, resulting in blindness in that eye. This would normally be easy to fix, though in the Muggle world it is incurable, but the cause of the damage is magical in nature. You have a case of magical discharge buildup in your brain, and it has spread to your eyes and as far down as your chest. How bad? Taylor asked. Her power sent a feeling of apology and determination. If it could be mitigated from her power's end of things, it probably would be, going forward. But it sounded like some damage had already been done. The build-up? Very, and we haven't a clue as to how it happened, he answered. But if you mean how bad it is for your health? You must have constant migraines, and your blood pressure is far too high, but the weakness in the backs of your eyes can be shored up. You won't be in any danger of the same thing happening to your left eye, and with therapy we can reduce the magical concentration in your right eye to make reattaching the lens possible. You will have to refrain from using magic for 2 months prior to the restoration, but there is no time pressure to start that beyond how quickly you want to regain sight in that eye. Once we've gotten in to shore up the weakest points you won't have to worry about it happening again in either eye. Ambient magical buildup is mostly harmless, the biggest danger is what's happening here, with it complicating unrelated injuries. That's good news. She could scrap her nascent plans to grave Rob Moody. He liked her, so if she could get his eye she imagined he would have wanted her to have it. No need for that now, though she might still take the eye, for sentimental reasons. I'm afraid it's the best news I have for you, the healer admitted. Moving on to your arms. Am I right in thinking the loss of one of your arms is old and was not magical in nature? Yes, she confirmed. The injury is much too old to easily regrow or replace it with a normal arm, he told her. There are still ways, of course, but they come with trade-offs. Your other arm was severed with a very dark curse. That's even harder to work around, but again, there are options. The problem is none of these options are ideal. I see. That was worse than she thought it would be. You can't just grow another arm and attach it. Did anyone pick up my arm from the ritual room? It was still intact. She would have thought it would be easy to do the latter. It was commonplace for things like non-fatal splinching, she had checked back when she was looking into apparition. The magics involved in that require certain conditions, and dark magic being the cause of the amputation, to put it simply, mucks things up, he said apologetically. I can walk you through the more technical complications grown arms have after a long period of separation or dark magic, but my professional opinion is that your best option for recovering full functionality in either arm is some manner of magical prosthesis. We have a few very basic models here in Britain, but the best are illegal to make or buy here. I've already got 4 of the best possible model on order in Bulgaria, she said. Her healer gave her a very incredulous look. 4? He asked. I'm told you don't negotiate with vampires, and that you should buy generously, she said seriously. Will the curse damage on my stump affect me using one for that arm? It shouldn't if they are blood magic, the healer said with a relieved smile. This is the best possible outcome for you, given your situation, which is bad but not as bad as it could be. In the same vein, your existing nerve damage was compounded by cruciatus exposure. We can and always could fix the former, and the latter is less severe, so on the whole you will likely have fewer inexplicable aches and a more sensitive sense of touch once we finish that. What I'm getting from this is I should have come here years ago, Taylor said ruefully. She didn't even know what nerve damage the healer was referring to. Something from those last, horrible moments fighting Scion when she wasn't fully in control of herself, perhaps. Yes, you should have, the healer agreed. We have already fixed the other stress-related damage from the chronic headaches, he continued. Aside from your nerves, eyes, head, and arms, you are mostly healthy and there were no second-order complications from the dark magic that removed your arm. Many of my patients ask me this no matter what their injury is, so I will tell you now that you are still capable of having children. This will not be the case if any serious dark magic strikes you in the pelvic area, so be careful. How common is that? She asked. I see as many fertility consultations due to dark magic as I do to age concerns, he said. It's much more common than you think. I'll be sure to avoid that. Not that she was likely to get pregnant anytime soon. That would require sex, which she wasn't having, and a desire to raise children, which had been thoroughly covered by raising Harry. It would also require a man somewhere in the process, another thing she didn't have. As for the order of your recovery, the healer continued, flipping a page on his clipboard and rearranging its contents. What is the timeline on your prosthetics? 2 months, she recalled. She had given the requisite blood by owl post, on a boring, uncomfortable afternoon shortly before Sirius' ill-fated meeting with Dumbledore. Her arms were scheduled to be done by the end of May. Given your current condition, you will not want to leave St. Mungo's prior to that, the healer told her. Her current condition, meaning armless? He was right, she wasn't going anywhere. Even if she could wordlessly move things around with magic. That came with far too many headaches to totally replace her arms, especially without her wand. Damn. It was a good thing she had already set Ollivander to making a new wand. She didn't expect to need one so soon. It's rather well timed, all told, the healer continued. If you choose, we can begin the no magic regime immediately and keep you for the 2 months of therapy needed to clear the ambient magic from your eye. The nerve correction is entirely potions-based, so you can do that after, in your own home. If you follow that treatment path, we can have you out of here either shortly after your prosthetics arrive, or as soon as they arrive, depending on whether they come before or after we're done with your eye. That's good. Do it. It would be a trial, being stuck in the hospital for several months straight, but it would get her out just in time for the summer. It was a good thing the third task had been moved up to happen in April. If it happened when originally planned, in June, she would have missed the entire summer while she recovered. That was precious time with Harry. Your treatments are covered by the Wizarding Health Initiative and, where that does not apply, by Sirius Black, who has already said he would pay for everything in regards to your care, the healer informed her. I would ask you to sign a form stating you understand this, but that'll have to wait until I have an arm. Which wouldn't be for a while. 2 months in the hospital. An unpleasant realization hit her. Her job at the library. Her house, in a Muggle neighborhood, with neighbors who would want to know where she had been, why her arm was covered in tattoos, what was going on. Great, she huffed. She was going to have to move. There were probably wizarding ways to stop people from questioning it all, but she didn't think she would be comfortable with the outcome if she used those methods. Not when it likely amounted to selectively obliviating and confounding everyone who knew her to accept whatever she said as the truth. It would be better to just move, however much she liked that house. Aggressive mental alteration was for her enemies if anyone, not her hapless neighbors. I'm sorry. The healer asked. I didn't catch that. Nothing, she lied, forcing herself to put her imminent removal from her muggle life aside. That was a problem she could ponder while laid up here with nothing to do. I was just thinking about being stuck here for 2 months. Am I allowed visitors when I'm on the no magic regime? It would be a lot more tolerable if Harry could come visit, or Sirius. Yes, you are. The healer tucked his clipboard under his arm. We'll be moving you to a smaller room once we discharge Mr. Black. Until then, kick the bell here if you need anything. Water, food, someone to turn you over, anything. Don't be shy. Taylor knocked her toes against the bell they had hung from the foot of her cot. It tinkled loudly. Got it. She was going to go mad before the 2 months were over, she just knew it. Do magical books count as magic? She asked. Don't practice anything you read about, he warned. We can set up a page-turning charm for you. That would have to be good enough. At least she could get a big jump on the theory side of things without feeling like she was wasting her time. Her power sent a strong burst of eager anticipation. You're not allowed to be happy about this, she grumbled. Harry knew he was out of the loop on what had happened while he was away from Hogwarts. 3 days in St. Mungo's was a long time. He thought he had a general idea of some things, just from listening to idle talk among the nurses and doctors, but the details? Nothing. It was all confused and uncertain. Nothing he had heard explained why Hermione was currently in a ministry holding cell, for instance. What for? He demanded, leaning further into the customary privacy ward set up over their library table. Ginny, Neville, and Luna all leaned back. Minister Fudge is an arse, Ginny said angrily. She's not being charged with anything, the Aurors said so, but they're allowed to hold a person of interest for up to a week before having to charge them with a crime or let them go. He's being a petty little baby and making sure they keep her as long as they're allowed. But why? He asked. Why just her? What does the minister of the whole country have against a random schoolgirl? Sure, Hermione was awesome, and she had that ongoing thing about questioning authority, but what could she have possibly done to offend the minister? Remember how we were guarding Barty? Neville asked. When you and Moody and the others went to check out the other end of the porte-carte. Yet. He also sorely regretted them doing that. In hindsight, they shouldn't have jumped on it like that. Not without backup. As much as he didn't like the man, Dumbledore would have been a great 5th member of the investigation. But Moody wanted to go immediately, and nobody had objected. They would never know what Moody's reasoning for that was. Well, Fudge noticed the commotion, Neville continued. Ginny scowled aimlessly. After a few minutes of Moody not coming out from under the stands, he sent an Auror to tell Moody to stop making trouble in the middle of the event, and that was about when Barty's polyjuice wore off. Harry winced. It was very coincidental timing, Luna remarked. Barty was cutting it close. The Auror saw and demanded we hand him over, but we did what Moody said and refused, Neville explained. The Auror sent for backup, and Minister Fudge came over with the rest of his detail. So it was us, surrounding Barty, keeping the Aurors from getting him, and Fudge started demanding that we release the suspect. We said we would, once Moody came back, Luna added. The minister was impatient. He didn't want to wait. We may have put up shields when the Aurors came to take him away from us, Neville admitted. Which isn't, it turns out, against the law. For some reason. Hermione will explain it when she gets back, Ginny said. She would know. So they broke our shields, Neville continued. That's when Luna cast a patroness. A patroness. Harry knew of the spell, he'd looked into it last year, but it was way too high level for any of them. Or so he had assumed. Were there Dementors? No, but there were negative emotions and Neville needed a distraction, Luna assured him. My octopus confused them. Not for long, but long enough that I got to Barty and triggered the porte-carte you gave me, Neville recounted. You know, the Hufflepuff one? It took us to St. Mungo's, and I called an Auror my gran always told me I could trust. He agreed to hold Barty in custody until Moody got back to explain himself, and Minister Fudge didn't know where I had gone, so he wasn't there to interfere. Meanwhile, Ginny took up the story. Fudge was threatening us with all sorts of things if we didn't tell him where we had taken the fugitive, and Hermione got into it with him, saying he had never had Barty declared a fugitive because his ministry was covering it up. Barty was a criminal anyway, but apparently not publicly declaring it makes some sort of difference. Or Fudge just didn't want her shouting about ministry cover-ups. People were starting to notice that the minister was under the stands yelling at kids instead of watching the third task. It got tense, Hermione wouldn't back down, and then Dumbledore intervened. Oh no. Harry had no faith in his headmaster to fix this sort of situation. It worked out, Luna assured him. He is good when what he thinks is needed and what is actually needed are the same thing. He had Flitwick and McGonagall take us away to be properly disciplined, which meant detentions, and when Fleur won the tournament, Fudge had to go officiate, Neville explained. Fudge didn't like that. He, had his Aurors arrest Hermione, but Dumbledore told them and Fudge that it wouldn't stick. That's how we know it's just to inconvenience her. Fudge said. What did he say? He asked. Foolish children should respect their elected officials, Luna blustered in a surprisingly deep voice. Harry had never met the minister, but he was willing to believe it was a good impression. She'll sit in the holding cell for a week and think about what she has done, charges or not. He gave her a timeout. Harry asked incredulously. For arguing with him. This was the man in charge of the magical side of the country? Yeah, and the Aurors with him weren't happy about it, Ginny said angrily. They wanted to either arrest her for something real, or let her go. Dumbledore said she would be fine, and my dad said in a letter that he would check on her every day, but it's so stupid. That settles it, Harry declared. When we graduate, we're taking over the ministry. The stupid cover-up with Barty, the cover-up with the hostages being sabotaged, and now this. He didn't really want to go into government, but it was obviously in need of serious adjustment. He wanted to be able to mostly ignore the government, confident that they weren't massively mucking up easy, obvious things like investigating serious crimes. Apparently that was not a given. Can we just blow it up instead? Ginny asked darkly. If we evacuate the people first, Neville offered. I don't know, Harry, I don't want to be a parchment pusher, even an important one. How about we install like-minded leaders who reflect our values? Luna proposed. That way we do not have to do any of the work ourselves. They all looked at Luna. I think Susan Bones wants to go into government, Harry recalled. Percy will fight her for the position of minister, Ginny said. If we can just beat some sense into him first, he might stand a chance of winning. Ron might make a good chief Auror, we could trust him not to take bribes from the Malfoys, Neville suggested. It's a start. Harry thought about the timeline. So. Hermione will be back in 4 days. Or less. Ginny cracked her knuckles. We think. If not. You still have that invisibility cloak. Yet. He had a feeling he knew what they were going to be doing for the next 4 days. Planning a precautionary breakout. And even if not. Who fancies helping me go visit my mum in St. Mungo's? Nobody knows I have any reason to go, so they won't let me take off school if I ask. Or maybe they would. But he was feeling rebellious, and sneaking to St. Mungo's couldn't be any harder than sneaking a trip home. Sirius took 2 vials, poured them both into a glass bowl, and hastily threw it into the hallway. A quick protego. Had a shield up between him and the hallway, just in time to catch a splatter of acid. His mother's demented shrieking took on a new, panicked tone. Yes. He cheered. Take that, you miserable piece of paint and canvas. Where magical methods failed, Muggle methods prevailed. Specifically, a powerful form of acid. On a related note, his current Muggle alias was going to have to disappear. Those Libyans still thought he was going to make them an acid bomb out of the stuff currently eating through his mother's ugly painted face. His mother's shrieks faltered and faded away, dying in volume and intensity. He lowered his shield and vanished the acid eating into the floors, venturing cautiously into the hallway. That's going to be expensive to fix, he breathed. Everything had holes in it. It might have been worth the time to figure out a way to direct the explosive acid blast, but the Libyans gave it to him in ready-to-explode form, so he hadn't bothered tinkering with it. The Black Fortune could sustain a few more remodels. He was way too rich. He inspected the canvas of his mother's painting. It was grey and lifeless where not eaten away, and his mother was nowhere to be seen. More importantly, the clock in the background of the painting had stopped ticking, meaning the animation charms were damaged beyond repair. Now, to enjoy the silence. He conjured a chair and set it down on the pitted hardwood floor, then sat down for a good 2 minutes. Too silent, he admitted, dispelling his conjuration. Come down, stupid painting, mother is gone and her sticking charm probably is too. He reached up and, after vanishing any remaining acid to make sure he would keep his fingers, lifted the portrait off the wall. I'm using you for a bonfire, he told the ornate wooden frame as he dumped it in the living room. That done, he pulled a parchment list out of his sleeve, unrolled it, and struck a tear through Kill Mother with his wand and a small cutting charm. Next on the list. He shook it out. There was nothing else, aside from a hanging bit of accordioned parchment. Nothing. Operation Get Grimmauld Place ready for Harry and Taylor to spend the summer is complete. Something crashed in the hallway. Will be complete once I get a contractor in to fix the acid damage, he corrected himself. A good day's work. And it's. He looked at the grandfather clock. Noon. He whined. Only noon. It was a weekday so Harry was busy at school, and visiting hours in Taylor's wing of St. Mungo's didn't start until 3. He looked through his ragged list again, searching for something else to do to fill the time productively. Lazing around waiting for the days to pass had gotten boring after 2 weeks. Kill Mother, obviously done. Relocate cursed heirlooms, done, they're in the attic. Seal attic to avoid Harry's friends investigating, check. Set up an elaborate treasure hunt that goes all through Grimmauld Place, check. Clean out 2 bedrooms, check. Decorate Harry's bedroom, check. Decorate Taylor's bedroom. Not check, because I have no idea how she might want it decorated, I'll just get her an open tab at a furniture store. Clean kitchen, check. Stock food that isn't Muggle pizza or fire whiskey, check. Remove Kriaker's desiccated corpse. Tonight's bonfire should do it. Check in advance. That was everything. He really was done. Maybe he should have done those chores without magic, to prolong them. Maybe he was going stir-crazy, with Taylor in the hospital, Dumbledore and the Death Eaters dealt with, and nothing to do except look forward to the end of the school year and Taylor's escape from St. Mungo's. If Prongs were there, he'd tell Sirius not to mope around basing his entire life on 2 other people. Then again, Prongs fixated on, it could be argued, one person from age 11 and never gave up on that, and it worked out for him. Not that it was the same thing. That was romantic once it finally worked out. Sappy word, sappier concept, but Sirius knew the difference between that and his feelings. Maybe it wasn't the same thing. Even if he had contemplated getting her flowers on the day of her discharge from the hospital. That was just common courtesy, right? And a continuation of his apology campaign, though he thought solving the Dumbledore problem might have sealed the deal in his eventual forgiveness. What did it say about him that he still had a lot of potential apology gift ideas, so he didn't consider himself done apologizing whether or not they were necessary? He retreated from his thoughts by tossing the completed list on top of his mother's empty frame, and went to go get something that could easily burn the remaining hours between now and visiting time. Oi, arsehole, I've been in here for a month. His hat yelled as he plucked it out of the silenced closet. Sirius spun it about by the brim and plopped it down on the kitchen table. I will dissect you with a pair of scissors and a smile if you don't give up your secrets, he threatened. You can't even get rid of your mother, and she's canvas. The hat said scornfully. Acid, Sirius told it. You must not have heard her dying screams. The hat's brim crumpled fearfully. Sirius jumped back from the table. You can move. Well, shit, the hat said sourly. Hope to keep that ace in the hole. Okay, no, we just passed the point of no return, Sirius told it. You're going into the bonfire tonight. I'm serious. Tell me what you are and why you are, or I'm getting rid of you. Being possessed once was enough for me. He honestly should have trashed it months ago, even if it didn't seem dark or dangerous. Fine. The hat shouted. Level with you, it continued only marginally more quietly. I can do that. I'm sick of being stuck in closets and boxes. What's the point of a second existence away from Hogwarts if I just get kept in the dark? I'm the Sorting Hat. No you're not, the Sorting Hat is in Dumbledore's office, Sirius objected. I'm an extension of the Sorting Hat, it clarified. When they made me replaceable. Hats wear out, you know, and back in the day they replaced me every time I was infested with the magical variant of lice you don't see anymore. The idea was that anyone who twisted some basic spells into the right configuration, on a hat, would tap into this overarching thing Godric and Helena made to store my personality and memories. My hat bodies can be replaced, I am kept in the heart of Hogwarts. The Sorting Hat is hundreds of years old, Sirius said. He might not have ever read Hogwarts, a history but Remus had and he remembered Remus telling them it was older than Dumbledore. Yes, because the headmasters over the centuries have forgotten what spells need to be twisted in what ways to connect to my storage spell, the hat explained. The one in Hogwarts is old. You, lucky nincompoop that you are, blundered your way into connecting me to this hat. It's nothing to do with your spells actually doing things, they're in the shape of a key to a lock you didn't know about. Satisfied? If you're a version of the Sorting Hat. Sirius poked it in the brim. Why are you such a belligerent shite? He asked. You try putting up with kids, and only kids, for centuries. The hat yelled. I can't mouth off to them, I'd be tossed into a fire by indignant parents. You, though? You I can take the piss out of all day. Fair. He would probably be the same, stuck in that unenviable position. So no possession. Turn yourself into a hat and put those spells on yourself, and we'll talk about why I still wouldn't possess you in a million years, the hat grumped. Look, I can be good. I'll only take the piss out of you if you don't give me better targets. You need a wingman? I can do that too. Just take me places. Sirius was going to find a way to ask Hogwarts Sorting Hat about this. But it did explain why his hat's voice was so familiar. He just hadn't connected that singing, child-friendly hat at Hogwarts with this foul-mouthed blackmailing hat. Now that he knew they were one and the same, though. Can you tell me secrets from the minds of thousands of 11-year-olds? He asked hopefully. Having embarrassing childish thoughts to hold over the head of every Hogwarts graduate ever was the holy grail of blackmail. There was this one kid, Reals not, the hat said, its voice lowering to a gruff whisper. Sirius leaned in to hear better. Family of Slytherins, nastiest of the lot, a real spoiled prince. He had a secret. Yes. Sirius said. Go on. He was. The hat whispered. A complete tosser who got himself sorted into Gryffindor. It thundered. He wet the bed every night of his Hogwarts career. He turned himself into a dog animagus to lick himself. He got himself tossed in Azkaban for being too stupid to object. What a Burke. Sirius wiggled a finger in his ear. You are entirely too much of a bastard, he told it. Sick me on your enemies and watch their blood veins throb, the hat offered. I want wingman services too, he demanded. The whole package. Get me an anti-bug ward to spend my nights in and we have a deal, the hat suggested. Good call. He might need one of those for his bedroom too, come to think of it. He hadn't worked up the courage to put a hole in the wall and see if there really were spiders in there. But you know why I want wingman services, yet. Not for Taylor. Of course not. Never that. You know why I want the bug ward. The hat retorted. You might want to stick your wand in the Black Widow, doesn't mean I want her stinger in me. Sirius raised a finger, a denial on the tip of his tongue. He paused. Thought about it. Thought some more. I can smell the smoke from here, the hat remarked. Don't think too hard, you'll burn out your last 2 brain cells. Sirius ignored the hat, still contemplating. You know what, fine, he eventually conceded. We're doing this. I need a new list. The hat watched. Could it watch? With a tilted brim as he retrieved a quill, ink, and parchment, and sat down to write a new list. Plan to get Taylor a romantic interest, he narrated. Wingman, suggestions. It's you ninny. Pull your finger out of your, the hat began. Sirius slapped down on its top. Let me stop you there, he said. I'm awesome. Suave. Sexy. The whole deal. We could probably make it work. I know her better than anyone else in this world save her own kid. But I'm still making up for violating her trust, am bankrolling her recovery, and legally have custody of her kid. Me going after her right now would be skeevy, wrong, and unlikely to get me anything but free bee stingers wherever I want them, so long as I want them impaling me. There was a difference between roguish and rapey, and he prided himself on knowing exactly where that line was so he didn't cross it. That's quitter talk, the hat said, its voice inexplicably muffled. Sirius did not for 1 second believe his hand was actually covering what passed for a mouth. For one thing, the mouth was on the brim, if it was anywhere. No. Sirius took his hand off the hat. Not me. He wouldn't feel right about it. Taylor wouldn't go for it, either. It was probably possible, but if it was going to happen, it would happen after they'd had plenty of time to put all of this behind them. She does, however, deserve to get some after all of the crap she's been put through. That is where we come in. Now, who would make a good summer fling for Taylor? It had to be someone he knew and approved of, so he could be sure they wouldn't stomp all over her trust issues the moment she started to let her guard down. Someone awesome, smart, tolerant of some casual eldritch vibes coming off their romantic interest. Probably a guy, unless she was so deeply repressed that not even Avila could shake any interest loose. Did he know anyone like that? Nobody was coming to mind. Someone knocked on the front door. Damn, he said, his train of thought lost before it could get to the imaginary Hogwarts of Epiphany. Come in. He yelled, slinging the hat over his head at a jaunty angle. Maybe the answer to his musing had come to him. It's locked. Remus yelled, his voice muffled by the door. Remus was, definitely not an option. Actually, Remus was someone he should have invited over weeks ago, but not for shoving at Taylor and locking the door behind them. Nobody liked a loose end. This is a trial run, Sirius told the hat. Do your new job. Wingman services or irritant? The hat asked. Irritant, Sirius told it, before opening the front door. Remus, what a surprise. He said. The library is still a death trap. And still racist, the hat added. Try not to pee on any table legs, the house doesn't need its preconceptions confirmed. Sirius, why does your hat sound like the Hogwarts sorting hat? Remus asked tiredly. The big, dark circles under his eyes were peak Mooney in the middle of a research spree, but he also looked haunted. Not nearly as fun. Don't tell me you recognized the voice right away, Sirius complained. Watch your step, there might still be a drop of acid somewhere in the hallway. I did hear the hat singing just last year, Remus reminded him. He stepped carefully in the hallway, eyeing the pit marks all over the walls, floor, and ceiling with thinly veiled apprehension. Was that while you were Professor I'll just sneak a peek on the teenage boy behind the dividing wall, Lupin? The hat jeered. It wasn't like that. Remus objected. Sirius, what did you do to that hat, and why does it sound like the Sorting Hat? Brought it to life, Sirius said. Blind man, water, something like that. You look like shit. He led Remus to the kitchen. Also, you've been a right arse ever since I was exonerated. He's mad he can't pity party himself to sleep anymore, the Hat opined. That'd be my guess, and you know I've been in his head. Enough. Remus slammed his fist on the table that Taylor couldn't figure out how to stop from squeaking. Sirius didn't bother casting a surreptitious squeaking charm, as Taylor wasn't around to be baffled by it. I didn't come here to be mocked, Sirius. We have an important assignment. Can you be solemn for 1 second? Nicely avoided asking him to be serious. You might just be smarter than the average pun prefacer, the Hat said quietly. Then again, you came here, so. Tell me why you're an arse these days, and we'll talk about me maybe letting up, Sirius bargained. He straddled the good chair, leaving Remus with the creaky one. The assignment, Remus objected. Can wait, because the library will scalp you if you touch a book, Sirius lied. He and Taylor had long since disabled that charm. In doing so, he had learned that while the charm would not go off if bugs touched a book, if manually triggered it considered the entire exoskeleton of an ant to be the scalp. He had a clean, separate ant exoskeleton to prove it. Remus might not appreciate that knowledge, though. Or the little model he had made out of the exoskeleton. It was on the desk in the room he set aside for Harry. He was very bored. That could be armor for your Todger, it's the right size, the Hat remarked. Oi, you reading my mind? Sirius objected. You put me on your head, the Hat said unrepentantly. How do you think I know exactly when to speak up? Let's do this. Sirius set the Hat down between them. Hush, you. Remus, my question. I grew up while you were in Azkaban. Remus said sullenly. See, no, I don't think that's it, Sirius said. Grown-up Moony is just Kid Moony with the age to back up his old soul. Grown-up Moony isn't an arse to kids named Harry. Grown-up Moony doesn't stay away from his exonerated friend for months for no reason. Grown-up Moony doesn't sound pleased about the possibility of putting a woman down like a dog with rabies. Sirius slammed both hands on the table, mirroring Remus' earlier action but with a lot more force. Man up and tell me where the stick up your arse came from, so I know whether to have it surgically removed or kick it the rest of the way up when I boot you out of my house. Maybe blaming it on him being in Azkaban had hit a sore spot. Remus growled at him, but he growled right back, and Remus looked away first. You could have come to me, Remus said. When you broke out. No, I couldn't, you thought I'd betrayed our best friends, Sirius argued. You would try to arrest or kill me. You could have convinced me otherwise. Remus insisted, not even bothering to pretend he wouldn't have attacked. He might be mild-mannered most of the time, but put him in the right frame of mind, and the wolf would come out. Over my mangled body with my dying words, maybe, or when I was being hauled away by the Aurors, Sirius said. I needed proof. You're not the guy who believes every crazy story he hears, and my story was crazy. By the time I got that proof, I was deep in planning how to use it and dealing with other problems. When that was done with, I was a free man and you knew where to find me, but short of going to the front gate of Hogwarts and holding up a Muggle music box or sending an owl, which was redirected, I couldn't get to you. Whereas you could literally apparate to my doorstep at any time. I thought you'd pop in for a reunion bar crawl one night, whenever you had time. I figured you were busy, Remus muttered. I forgot I had that owl ward up, dark families were sending me hate mail. And I had a job to do. And then? Sirius pressed. He stared at his once friend. Remus was slouching down in his chair. I'm never busy for long. Boredom is my inescapable foe. You know this. Dumbledore had something he needed me to do, Remus said. Out of the country. Owls couldn't reach me there either, I was looking for a specific piece of information deep in the Vatican's secret magical archives. Now I know what he sent me to get, material on summoning, which it turns out they didn't have anymore. Burn the heresy, all of that. I got back a week before he called you and me together. So you're butthurt over something I didn't do because I wanted to prove myself, not get killed by a rightfully murderous Moony, Sirius concluded. Maybe it would have been better if they had stumbled across Remus mid-Pettigrew capture. They could have hashed it out over Pettigrew's quivering body and mutually suffered bug bites. But he made it a personal policy to never linger over long on what-ifs. Fine. Why does that extend to Harry's mum? His kidnapper, Remus growled. Remember what Dumbledore said, Sirius warned. I spent years scouring the country on and off, Sirius, Remus continued, totally ignoring his interjection. I camped outside of Dark Manors, watching for weeks at a time. I risked my life trawling through Nocturne Alley. I wandered through thousands of Muggle neighborhoods, looking for places where the house numbers didn't match up, hoping to find a Fidelius like this one. All that time, someone was laughing in their hideout somewhere, with Harry alive but captive. That was not how it happened, but Sirius had no explanation for how he knew. We failed to find him. I failed, Remus said bitterly. When he showed up at Hogwarts, I thought maybe it didn't matter. Maybe he was okay. Once I worked up the courage to see him, when I got a job at Hogwarts, I saw I really had failed. He didn't know who he was. She took that from him, she took even the memory of James and Lily from him. Nobody else cared, beyond Snape, and he was as much of a bastard about it as he was about everything else. Harry didn't like me, wouldn't listen to me, wouldn't even give me the time of day. His damn boggart was of her. Then, after all of that, Dumbledore finally saw fit to tell me he suspected this Muggle woman who kidnapped Harry might be possessed and was still in active danger? Can you blame me if I wouldn't mind her just disappearing? She ruined everything. Remus clutched the table with both hands, his fingers gripping wood like it was a lifeline to his sanity. We're here to do a job. To make sure she's not a threat. You give her the benefit of doubt. Me? I don't think I'll care very much if she can't be saved. I'm in this for Harry, and because as shitty as this world can be I live here too. There were many things Sirius could have said in response to that. He could have picked apart Remus' self-centered view of events, either by claiming Harry had told him things, or by just pointing out that Remus was jumping to a lot of conclusions. He could have ranted right back at his friend, saying that same attitude was why Harry didn't like Remus, that and pushing Lily and James on him like he was supposed to care about them and only them. He could commiserate, and say their lives were both fucked up by the end of the war. He could try to reason with Remus. But none of that would change the underlying facts upon which Remus was basing his resentment. The oddly convenient underlying facts. This all came back to Taylor. To her, to Harry's disappearance, to summoning. To Dumbledore. Searching for Harry, and failing to find him, had made Remus the bitter, more cynical man he was today. That did make the plan to tie up this particular loose end much easier to stomach. It was for Remus' own good. Never mind, Sirius said, breathing out and leaning forward against his elbow rest. That's enough ranting for today. I thought you were avoiding me, you thought I didn't have time for you, we were both wrong, problem solved. We'll agree to disagree on our hopes for the summoning problem. There is something we can do about that today, to blatantly change the subject. What is it? Remus asked, a tentative smile on his face. Well, to start with I want my turn at those books, Sirius said. You have them with you. Remus lifted a small satchel to the table. He pulled all 6 tomes from it, revealing that his bag was heavily enchanted, and for that matter, Sirius hadn't seen the bag before this very moment. Where were you keeping that thing? He asked. I know where, the hat piped up. Same place I keep my sword. You don't have a sword, Sirius claimed, taking the books and sliding them over to his side of the table. Sure I do, the hat told him. Lupin, flip me over and reach inside with your wand. It's 2 twitches to the right and a revealing charm. Why not me? Sirius demanded. I don't let ugly imbeciles stick their hands up me, the hat told him. A corner of its brim folded at him, looking almost like a wink without the eye or the rest of the face. Remus, prove the hat to be a big fat liar, please, Sirius said, getting his wand out under the table. Remus looked extremely dubious, but he took the hat in one hand, his wand in the other, and put his wand inside the hat. How far? He asked. Look in, you want to cast it right at the tiny ruby sewn into the bottom, the hat instructed. Remus leaned in further, until his face was covered by the hat and his wand was in a very awkward position. I don't see. Obliviate. Sirius cast, focusing on the same thing he had obliviated from Dumbledore. Taylor. Her name, who she was, everything Remus knew about her, and for good measure everything Remus knew about Harry's childhood, too, as well everything he knew about summoning just on general principle. Multi-subject obliviation was difficult, especially with the added impetus on the mind filling in the gaps so the loss wasn't noticeable, but Sirius had studied and practiced, because Taylor didn't do obliviations and they were too useful to ignore. The spell scratched against his friend's mind, slipping on hardwool and relying on his own to shove it into place, and he put every ounce of effort he could into it. It was easier last time with Dumbledore's wand, much easier, but the spell slipped in and slammed down eventually, after a few tense moments of battling wills. Remus dropped the hat and blinked, swaying from side to side. Wah! Ha! The hat yelled. Got you. How do you like the smell of those mothballs? Why you little piece of ragged cloth, Remus growled, shaking off his momentary obliviation-induced confusion. He looked up at Sirius. I have to admit, this thing is brilliant. He already sounded less frustrated, the weight on his shoulders lifting. Not entirely, but enough to make a difference. I know, right? Sirius agreed. I charmed it to sound like the Sorting Hat and everything. Everyone trusts that voice, and it's even funnier when it's cursing up a storm. He would shove the cat back in the bag on the hat's actual origin. It was better if people thought he was just a prankster, not that he actually had a copy of the Sorting Hat. McGonagall would get her tail in a knot about that, if nothing else. What were we talking about before you decided to prank me with the hat? Remus asked. I can't quite remember. I said we were both idiots, Sirius told him. You remember that, right? You explaining why you've been such an arse, and me explaining why I didn't run to you first thing after I squeezed my bony self out between the bars in Azkaban. If this worked, and Remus changed his attitude, Sirius was willing to forgive his prior behavior as mostly Dumbledore's fault. Yet. Remus rubbed at his head. Hey. I don't remember how we got from there to me looking into the hat. He's a nasty bastard, don't put him on your head again, Sirius advised, casually slinging the hat back onto his. We had to come to an agreement. Black controls my entertainment, the hat whispered loudly. His antics are more fun if I'm not stuck in the closet. I know the feeling, Remus agreed. Start over, Sirius. He stuck his hand out. I've been in a rough place lately. I think. Momentary confusion flitted across his face, soothed down by the after effects of the obliviation. You're going to have to do a lot more apologizing to Harry, but as for me, I'm good. Sirius took his hand and shook it. All you did to me was not come over. Let's go. Someone pushed on the floorboards, stepping into his fire from elsewhere. It was either Taylor, in which case this must be an emergency major enough for her to break her no-magic regime now and waste several weeks of preparation, or someone else who thought they could just walk into his home. Neither was good. Sirius, are you home? Narcissa. He muttered. What in the world was his cousin doing here? Malfoy, Remus growled. Hang on, let me see what she wants. Sirius sidled out of the kitchen and into the living room. Narcissa was there, looking around at the windows he still hadn't gotten around to properly replacing. Long time no see, he said, inwardly cursing his stupid self for not closing the flue. Anyone could have wandered in. He must have forgotten to close it after the carpet tamer left. It's been, what, a month? Didn't see you last time I visited Malfoy Manor, though. Sirius. Narcissa's lips quirked downward. She held herself carefully, like she expected to need to retreat into the flue, but wouldn't betray her unease before it became necessary. I wanted to extend my sincerest apologies for the actions of Barty Crouch Jr. and the thing he harbored. Right, that was the Malfoy ritual room we ended up in on the end of Barty's portkey, wasn't it? Sirius mused. That was a sordid little detail the Aurors had followed up on. Percy Weasley had quite the Veritaserum verified story to tell, and he happily contributed his own observations when asked. Fancy that. Was it Imperius again, or something else? He asked sarcastically. I can never keep the excuses straight. Imperius, Narcissa said, her face entirely straight. Barty was, not sane. He considered Lucius a traitor, rightfully so, and said our manor and our freedom was forfeit. We were kept under control from the start, beyond what was necessary to keep up appearances. Your Weasley friend's child can confirm it. I'm sure Percy saw exactly what you wanted him to see, Sirius scoffed. He really ought to be more pissed off at how Lucius was getting away with the same Imperius defense, but, well. It wasn't all said and done just yet. He had to do something to use up his copious free time. Putting some dirt in Lucius' eye would be a worthy endeavor. Percival Weasley saw that we were no more willing participants than he was, and that is nothing but the truth, Narcissa said primly. Think, cousin. Lucius has the ear of the minister. We have money. We have power. All of that we stood to lose, not gain. Old-fashioned bigotry and inbreeding addling the mind would be the driving motivation, I suspect, Sirius retorted. Why are you here? You know I'm not going to fall for any of that. I am here to save your life, you foolish man-child, Narcissa snapped. Did you even think to wonder how the Dark Lord possessed you so easily, and was so powerful while doing so? Or are you so far removed from your upbringing that you think such a thing is normal? Why would he ever bother with anything else if he could simply hop from body to body, taking over his foes and laying waste to them without being in any real danger himself? Sirius had chalked that incident up to Voldemort probably breaks rules of magic for fun when he wants to, but he wasn't going to admit that to his snooty cousin. He felt exactly how damaging Harry's spell was in dragging Voldemort out of his mind. Damaging to Voldemort, that was. It was over and done with, or so he thought. The healers at St. Mungo's thought so too, based on their preliminary tests. He did have that follow-up appointment coming up. Enlighten me, then, he drawled. The ritual, Narcissa said, pacing forward. Her hands were empty, but Sirius remained wary of her, and backed up to keep a healthy amount of distance between them. Lucius told the Aurors that it was one of resurrection. Bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy. And of course, him having the ear of the minister, he was allowed to say as much without being drugged to the gills with Veritaserum. Yes, Sirius was definitely going to devote some time to screwing the Malfoys over. The balance of the world demanded it. This was an option, Narcissa continued, but not the only one. We were not privy to which Barty and the Dark Lord decided to use, but the absence of any bones and what happened to you are telling. They used an equally dark body takeover ritual, instead. One meant for Potter, though why him? The potion in the cauldron was designed to weaken the hold of a spirit on the body it currently inhabits. Permanently. Do you understand the danger you are still in now? The ritual was not completed, but the potion and the possession, however it was ended, will have done damage. Damage that can be exploited. Much as he hated to admit his cousin might have any sort of point, he did have a pretty good idea of how bad that was, what with all of the different possession incidents and scares going on in the last year or so. Especially as, while he got most of the potion in the splashback, he wasn't the only one. I might have an idea, he said. And you're telling me this out of the goodness of your heart. Do you want me to lay it out plainly, so that your simple mind can comprehend it? Narcissa demanded. I refuse. Figure it out yourself. You are a black. And in case you cannot, know that if you speak of this to anyone, it will all be for nothing. I'll keep your secret, mostly, but I want more. Did this plan spring from the head of the moldy baby fully formed, or did it come from your manners library? All the old Malfoy tomes and dark treatises. Narcissa didn't answer, which was an answer in itself, but a much more deniable one. If you happen to have relevant references, he said slowly, leaving no doubt as to how likely he thought that would be, I'll take those. And I do mean take, not borrow. I want assurances, Narcissa insisted. If the Dark Lord returns again, if we are caught out as supporting both sides, I want your word that you'll shelter us. Me, Draco, and Lucius. Sirius had to think about that one. He had no love for his cousin, and less for her husband or son. He highly doubted they were on his side for any reason other than hedging their bets. Lucius probably liked his cushy, high-profile lifestyle too much to want to go back to being a subordinate of anyone. The only thing about Voldemort that they disliked was not being him. This was not a family he was willing to shelter out of the goodness of his heart, technically his relative though Narcissa was. But it didn't have to be done out of pity or any belief that they were better than they really were. Protection from Voldemort, on the condition that I will only shelter you if you publicly renounce him to such an extent that it can't possibly be a lie, before you come to me to be hidden away, he specified. I'll check, and I will throw you to the wolves if it's a trick. In exchange, along with all the relevant books, I expect at least 4 favors from Lucius, to be called in whenever I want. I'll make them reasonable or excusable, so they don't ruin his cover, he said sarcastically. His cover as a bigoted, murderous git with too much money. As if that was the cover, and there was a reasonable man beneath. Fat chance. Deal, Narcissa agreed. There was no magic enforcement behind it, of course, and she wouldn't insist on any. It would be dangerous to her health if she made a magically binding deal and then obliviated herself of its existence, after all. As it was, she and Lucius would have to do some clever planning to hold to their side of all of this without remembering the deal itself, so Voldemort couldn't pull the details from their minds. No need to add possible loss of magic or death to the consequences for an unintended mistake. Narcissa might think he was a childish clown, and maybe he was, but he knew what he was doing. Sometimes. Sirius shook her hand. I would say it was a pleasure doing business with you, but I think I need to take a long bath to get the slime of shady deals off, he said. So that would be a lie. I feel much the same, she said, scowling at him even as she went to the flue. Lock your flue. Anyone could have come in and ambushed you. Wouldn't want your safety net to get stabbed before you can use him, Sirius said as she left. Obviously not, were her parting words. Remus came into the living room the moment after she left. Why did you do that? He asked, though his tone was genuinely curious, not disapproving. He put enough loopholes in that agreement to throw a Death Eater or 3 through, the hat piped up. Exactly. He had only promised to protect them from Voldemort, not the Ministry. A specially warded cell in Azkaban would probably fulfill the wording, if not the spirit, of their agreement. He also had at no point said or implied he would stop considering them enemies in the meantime, and he fully intended to ruin the cushy lifestyle and influence Lucius and Narcissa currently enjoyed. Ideally Voldemort would never return, in which case he lost nothing and gained several advantages from this. If Voldemort did come back, it was better for everyone that the Malfoys had the option to run like cowards, instead of being forced to give their all to the cause. Never back the rats into a corner with no escape, when you can let them run into a cage and shut the door behind them, he said loftily. Also, I kind of want to live. He did want to know exactly how loose his soul currently was, and how to fix or otherwise defend it. One barely remembered possession was more than enough for a lifetime. I can help you with that, Remus offered. Research isn't your strong point. Nah, that's pranking, deviousness, and improvisation, as well as tutoring practical-minded adults, Sirius remarked. Come back tonight, we can do that pub crawl I was hoping for. Tutoring. Remus shook his head. I have no idea whether you're serious. He stopped and groaned. I totally am, Sirius said smugly. Walked into that, the hat mocked. Remus laughed, and Sirius reminded himself that obliviation wasn't the solution to every problem. Remus wasn't suddenly the person he knew going on 12 years ago. His obliviation had been intended to tie up a loose end, not to turn him back into a friend, and it wouldn't have changed Remus. Just sanded off the rough edges and unpleasant reminders related to chasing after Taylor. But Sirius had plenty of time to remind an old, bitter werewolf of the good old days and how they weren't necessarily gone, now that Remus wasn't a walking threat to Taylor's life. Plenty of time later. He checked the clock. 10 minutes after 1. Say, Remus, he began, what do you know about time magic? Specifically, is it possible to go forward in time? It wouldn't be nearly the end of the school year without a meeting in Dumbledore's office. This time, though, Harry had absolutely no idea what was going to happen. Sirius officially had guardianship of him, though nobody from the ministry had thought to tell him. It was more than a little vexing how that could be decided without any input from him at any part of the process, especially as all of the paperwork was about Harry Potter, but he supposed that was par for the course with the Wizarding World. It worked in his favor this time around, so for once he wouldn't fight the implications. This meeting could just be about that. He hoped so. Taylor was still laid up in St. Mungo's, awaiting the end of her treatment and the delivery of her arms, so he wouldn't have her as backup. It would be him, Dumbledore, and Ginny under the Potter invisibility cloak, sneaking in behind him. He was too close to the end of all of this to risk being obliviated or something else just before the summer. Harry, come in, Dumbledore said as he raised his hand to knock on the door. Harry resolutely did not look at where Ginny would be, right on his heels, and entered the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was at his desk, his eyes fixed on Harry as Harry tried his best to ignore the many distracting objects lining the walls on shelves and pedestals and in heaps on the floor, but a glowing purple orb that rolled in idle circles caught his eye. What is that? He asked, unable to stop himself. That is a custom remembrall, Dumbledore remarked. Whoever it is tuned to has forgotten many, many things. Not you, though. Harry asked nervously, wondering if Dumbledore was testing him. Oh, no, it belongs to my friend Nicholas Flamel, Dumbledore said with a smile as Harry sat down in the chair opposite his desk. Ginny's hand brushed against the back of his neck, reminding him that she was there. Do you recognize the name? Binns may have gone over them. Were they goblins? Harry asked. He had just come from a goblin history session with Hermione, as they did need to revise the 1 year's worth of material Binns taught, so as to pass the exam. If it was goblin-related there was a fair chance Binns had at least touched the topic, but he didn't recognize the names. No. No matter, Dumbledore said. This has been a very eventful year, much more so than I thought it would be. Voldemort was dealt a near-fatal blow. I have been looking for his remaining anchors, to confirm his demise, but I have had little luck so far. Next year, I would like to give you some personal lessons, to prepare you in case Voldemort is not truly gone. In fighting? Combat spells? Mental defenses? Harry guessed. He had very mixed feelings about spending time with Dumbledore, but if he could get something genuinely useful out of it, maybe it would be worth his time. Something just as useful, Dumbledore said vaguely. In the meantime, are you aware that Sirius Black has been granted custody? Yes, he told me, Harry said. You may go with him, but... Dumbledore trailed off, his eyes unfocusing. Ah, what was it? He murmured. The Dursleys? I think so, yes. Harry had no idea who the Dursleys were, or why they were coming up now. He could guess, though, and he could play along. Yes, well, I don't think I'll miss them much, he said vaguely. I suppose not, Dumbledore agreed. Their home is a safe place. It should be safe, it was safe. He trailed off again, looking down at his desk for a worryingly long time. Harry wondered about possible debilitating effects of complicated, far-reaching obliviations. Then he thought about how Dumbledore had subjected his mum to one, and decided he didn't care if there were deleterious side effects. Not for Dumbledore, not so long as the obliviation held. I'll be safe with Sirius, Harry prompted. Dumbledore startled, as if waking up, and blinked heavily. Yes, you will, he agreed. Why, it may be that there is little left to be safe from, if Voldemort is truly gone. I will see if I can find proof one way or the other over the summer. In the meantime, you enjoy yourself. Sirius has told me he will be waiting for the Hogwarts Express. Are you, okay, sir? Harry asked. Surely other people would be asking Dumbledore the same thing, what if someone noticed? Oh, yes, I simply have had a lot on my mind, Dumbledore told him. It is nothing to worry about. Perhaps I am just getting old. Right. Good. Harry stood. See you this fall, headmaster. And you, Harry, Dumbledore said vaguely. Remember, you do not need to use the flu this time, though why I am sure there was a reason. Harry waited long enough for Dumbledore to visibly dismiss his confusion a full 2 minutes, by his nervous count, and then decided he wasn't helping anything by staying in the office. He's going to end up in a care center for old wizards at this rate, Ginny whispered as they descended the spiral staircase. I hope that confusion is localized to him thinking of Taylor. And that it can't be reversed. Sirius was sure it was a strong obliviation, Harry whispered back. Very strong. The way Dumbledore was now, he just seemed old. Tired. Confused, but naturally so. It was kind of creepy, the way he explained his behavior so reasonably. Harry in no way pitied the headmaster, though. He was reaping what he had sown, good intentions or not. If he ever threw off the obliviation, highly unlikely though that might be with how thoroughly Sirius said it had stuck, Harry would be the first in line to either re-obliviate him or fight him off some other way. Nobody was hurting his mum again. Ever. The Hogwarts Express was set to leave Hogwarts in an hour, and all of Harry's friends were late. He himself had packed the night before, come down to the Great Hall for an early breakfast, and said goodbye to all of his Hufflepuff year mates in case he didn't see them on the train. An hour was spent puzzling out the correct shrinking charms to make his luggage fit into his pocket, a luxury few lower year students could manage. Then he went back to the Great Hall, wondering if anyone else was packed and ready yet, and upon not seeing Neville, Ginny, Luna, or Hermione there, went up to the Gryffindor common room. He found Neville there. Specifically, he found a frantic Neville lugging a trunk out of the portrait hole, sweating hard. Harry, thank Merlin, Neville cried out. Help me get this down to the greenhouse. We don't have time. Sure, Harry agreed, hoisting Neville and then his trunk out of the hole and setting them upright in the corridor, but what? No time. Neville repeated, running down the corridor. Harry followed, and as they ran, Neville panted out what he probably thought was a complete explanation, but which was turned into a cryptic puzzle by his panting interrupting most of the words. His next few words were too fast and panted to understand. 14 days, they turned down a long side passage and Neville had to dodge a suit of armor, kept it after. Mr. Filch waved a broom at them as they ran by. Snape is harvesting. Neville reached a set of stairs, whipped his trunk out in front of him, and dove down head first. Harry stopped at the top of the stairs to goggle at his friend, his wand forgotten in his hand as Neville tobogganed down the stairs on his trunk. 2 first-year Ravenclaws had to leap to the sides to avoid being run over at the bottom of the stairs, and Neville slid to a stop halfway down the following hallway, miraculously unharmed. Harry felt that he had lost the plot somewhere along the way, but he ran down the stairs as fast as he could anyway. Questions could come after he helped Neville with whatever crazy emergency this was. He was a ways behind Neville for the rest of their frantic trip through Hogwarts, but he managed to keep up, and Neville's ultimate destination was easily predicted. He ran into the greenhouse furthest from the castle, and Harry followed. Inside, many small fronds of green and red waved gaily at them, dripping with condensation in the artificial sweltering humidity. In one corner of the greenhouse a great forest of head-high stalks sprang up from the planter beds. Neville beelined for that specific patch of greenery, throwing his trunk open just shy of the plants. Inside, there were 4 sets of pruning shears, a thick pamphlet, and what looked like a magical contract. Contract's expired, I can talk about it now, help me cut it down. Neville blurted out, tossing Harry a pair of shears. It was in the 3rd task, a rare grasping gad frond. None of the champions encountered it in the maze so it was still intact after. They left it here. I told Professor Sprout they gave it to me but I think they just forgot. Are we cutting it down or something? Harry asked. Also, is this thing dangerous? He didn't recognize the name of the plant. We're checking the digestive tract, Neville said ominously, jabbing his shears into the nearest person-sized piece of foliage. It shuddered back, curling away, and he strode in, jabbing left and right. Nothing like a safari to start the day, Harry said as he followed, but Professor Sprout could do this. She said it was my responsibility to prune it. Neville said. The lights of the greenhouse faded as they ventured deeper into the Gadfron's territory. Harry could have sworn the greenhouse didn't go this far back. I didn't know Snape was coming down here this morning. I was going to have my gran come tomorrow with the hired curse breakers to help me transplant it to our garden, so I didn't think I needed to prune it yesterday. Hired curse breakers? Harry repeated. Yeah, you need them to break natural rune root formation, Neville said. It's very interesting, really, nothing complex but very strong because they grow that way. That's actually what makes them magical plants instead of terrifying muggle plants. There's the holding pod. He poked forward and down, into the soil, and the ground beneath his feet shuddered. Harry watched as dirt shifted off a bulging convex surface just below the surface, revealing a fat pod the size of a person. I'm going to be scrubbing cauldrons in detention until I'm dead, Neville moaned, taking his shears and dragging them down the side of the pod. Green sticky fluid burst out from the cut, and the entire thing crumpled, revealing a sodden, huddled figure. Snape didn't look any worse for wear, aside from the unnaturally peaceful expression on his face and his sodden robes. He snored contentedly. All around them, the Gadfron's tendrils shuddered and retreated into the soil, turning a head-high jungle into a barren patch of dirt in seconds. Outside the dirt, Harry's own head of house was gearing up for war, dragonhide gloves on her hands and a fearsome look on her face. "Neville!" she demanded. "I got him," Neville said, rushing over to Professor Sprout. "But I need to get to the train soon, so could you handle the rest?" "You did get him," Professor Sprout said approvingly. "No harm done. It could happen to anyone." "Hello, Harry. How much trouble are we in?" Harry asked. "None," Neville did wonderfully, she assured him. "The Gadfrond isn't dangerous, it takes 2 years to meaningfully digest anything, which is why it secretes a weak, natural draft of living death. You should run along before Professor Snape wakes up, though. I won't get to tell him it was all his own fault if he has students around to blame." "How did it catch him?" Harry thought to ask. Snape was a terrible teacher and possibly a terrible person in general, but he wasn't incompetent. "Those tendrils are stronger than they look," Pomona informed him. "Also, the Gadfrond likes me." Neville smiled at the bare patch of dirt. "It's a lot more effective at snaring people it doesn't like or doesn't know," he continued. "It's good enough to be a challenging obstacle in the Triwizard Tournament, remember." Harry hurried off the Gadfrond's territory, breathing much more easily once he was back on solid, non-treacherous ground. "This is cool, but the train," he reminded Neville. Neville's pleased expression shifted to one of panic. "I didn't miss it?" he asked, taking Harry's shears and putting them in his trunk. "Not yet, but I can't find Luna, Hermione, or Ginny," Harry explained. "We have less than an hour. I'll check by the Ravenclaw common room, you check the library," Neville suggested. "I need to go up that way to release my puffball spores out of a high window. Ginny wasn't in the common room, so I can't think of where else she could be but the library." "Sure," Harry agreed, holding his questions about puffball spores until they were safely on the train. He split off from Neville once they reached Hogwarts, headed for the library at a pace just short of running. Once he actually reached the library he slowed to a respectful walk for Madame Pance's benefit. Checking over the mostly empty expanse of tables, he didn't see any of his friends. Ernie waved at him, and Harry waved back before tapping his wrist where a watch would be if he was wearing one. Ernie nodded and packed up his belongings. Harry took a moment to meet Ernie outside the library, just on the off chance he had seen anyone. "Hermione, Ginny, or Luna?" he asked. "Have I seen them, you mean?" Ernie asked. "Yet." Ginny and Hermione went into that empty classroom on the second floor. "First door on the right of the fish painting." "Thanks." He was really feeling the time pressure now, so he abandoned all pretense of dignity and sprinted down the hallways. "Second floor, fish painting, yes," he knew that room. He stopped just outside the door, pushed it open, and walked in. Hermione had her back to him. Ginny was facing him. Neither noticed his entrance, as they were both seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Being lip-locked in a passionate kiss would do that to a person. Harry stood there for a long moment, mentally weighing the pros and cons of announcing his presence. On the one hand, the train and the rapidly depleting time between now and when it was set to leave. On the other, the possibility of painful hexes from a surprised and vengeful couple finally having figured things out, only to be interrupted. It was a tough decision. 2 more minutes, Ginny said, breaking the kiss to look over Hermione's shoulder. Right at him. "Train leaves soon," he blurted out, his words punctuated by a surprised squeak from Hermione. He was out of the room before she could turn around, satisfied that 2 of his remaining 3 friends knew they were on the clock. Neville was looking for Luna, and it would take time to get a carriage out to the Hogsmeade station, so Harry decided to hope Luna was already at the carriages and made his way there. Much to his relief, she and Neville were waiting along with a whole collection of other students who wanted to make the journey with their friends. "I've been waiting for you," Luna told him. "Neville found me first. He says you were running all over the castle." "I didn't want to leave anyone behind," Harry admitted. Maybe it would only be a minor inconvenience, or maybe the professors would make sure nobody missed the train, but this was technically his first train trip back to London, and he wanted it to go well. Hermione and Ginny walked up, their luggage levitating behind them. As a group, the 5 of them got into one of the carriages. They had been waiting around the back, but as they got in, Harry noticed something. "Were those always there?" he asked, pointing to the bony horses. "Yes, those are Thestrals," Luna said. "Ah, right. It was nice to finally see one of Luna's more mysterious creatures." "Were you invited to Professor Moody's funeral?" Luna asked as the carriage set into motion, randomly changing the subject. "My father says he hasn't heard where it will be, or when." There wasn't a funeral, Harry relayed. There was a will reading, but I wasn't there for that. Sirius stood in for him and Taylor, as he was stuck in school and Taylor in St. Mungo's at the time. Did you know Moody added to his will weekly? It's over 1,000 sheets of parchment long. Sirius said most of it was just Moody recounting exactly what he did, and with who, so that if his murder was a mystery the killer wouldn't stand a chance of getting away with it. There's talk of editing it and publishing it as a memoir. That's kind of impressive but also kind of barmy, Ginny remarked. Did it have Hissy in it? It named Sirius and his animagus mercenary babysitter, yet. Also, what they told him Hissy was doing in Hogwarts. Harry felt bad about Moody's death, but he felt worse about the relief that it was only Moody. It could easily have been Sirius or Taylor, or himself. So Sirius says he and Mum are going to have to follow through with the presentation to the Hogwarts Board of Governors. No more animagus sneaking around. I'll miss her, Luna said. Me too, Ginny agreed. But she's not dead or gone, just not sneaking around. Speaking of sneaking around. Harry might have been wary of provoking the new couple in the heat of the moment without backup, but he felt much safer here in the carriage with Luna and Neville as backup. Did I walk in on a well-hidden secret, or an unexpected event? A long-awaited event, Ginny answered. I would say unexpected, Hermione added, not meeting anyone's eyes, but it was sort of building up all term. She smiled shyly. I think it's great, Luna said loudly. Now Ginny can write you love poems and actually send them, not burn them after. Luna. Ginny shrieked. That was one time. The carriage rolled to a stop, and Ginny pushed Luna on the shoulder as they all disembarked. Harry caught his thin-framed girlfriend as she stumbled into him, turned to admonish Ginny, and almost tripped as Luna turned the dramatic fall into a dancing spin, making him wonder if Ginny had actually shoved her hard at all. They joined the general last-minute scrum of students boarding the train, and as a group claimed the first mostly empty compartment they came across, sitting with the infamous Weasley twins and Lee Jordan. Altogether, the 8 of them took up enough space that Lee cast something to enlarge the compartment, but they fit in the end. The train left the station not 10 minutes after they were seated, proving Harry right in his frantic cross-Hogwarts sprint. The twins handed out candy, which everyone pocketed, as it was much better used on others than eaten personally. George or possibly Fred noticed Hermione and Ginny holding hands a short while into the trip. Well, he drawled, poking his brother and pointing the duo out, that is going to throw Mum for a loop, isn't it? Ginny flushed red and drew her wand, but Fred waved his hands wildly. No, no, we approve, he added. Merlin knows it was blindingly obvious all term. But Mum told us you watch my Ginny this year, make sure Harry treats her right. We should have made a bet with her, but, you know, it's Mum. Were you watching? Harry asked curiously, hoping to avoid any further discussion of Molly Weasley. He did not regret turning down their offer to have him stay over for another summer. Once was an experience, and more than enough for him. You must know, Harry, Lee said cryptically, Fred and George are always watching. Right pair of big brothers, they are. Maybe next year we'll pass our secrets on to you, if Harry Potter never shows up, George said. I'm not him, Harry objected, more out of habit than anything else. One could never be sure whether the twins were being serious. Oh, we know, George said. Harry a bear you are, and you have been since the first day. Everyone else will believe it sooner or later. Luna, who was looking out the window, nodded agreeably. Yes, and your name is so much more fitting that way. Your first and last names start with the same letter, like a superhero from a comic. How do you know about comics? Hermione asked. Daddy has a collection, Luna explained. Up in the attic, next to his Muggle conspiracy theory books. He's always looking to expand his mind. Superheroes are fictional, though, Hermione argued. They don't exist, and nobody is claiming they do. Not like magic, Luna agreed. We all know the Muggles do not write fiction about that, or believe it really doesn't exist. Totally different. Neville laughed, and Harry had to laugh too at the affronted expression on Hermione's face. It is different, she insisted. You'd make a good superhero, though, Harry suggested. Lightning from your hands, that's a superpower. We would all make for good superheroes, Lee Jordan agreed. Not them, though. He pointed at the twins. They're obviously supervillains. I feel we have been complimented, George said, but alas, Father's obsession with Muggles has not led to us knowing what comic books are. Even though they are by far the best Muggle literature. Yes, we certainly do not have a whole stash hidden under the bed, on top of the miniature potion set, Fred agreed with an exaggerated wink. Ginny, now that I'm thinking about it, you might like some of them. The costumes, George elaborated. You will not believe how much skin Muggles show. That's enough, Hermione interjected. Who wants to play a game of exploding snap? Harry would have said yes, but he noticed the anticipatory look Hermione was trying to hide, and decided it was probably best he enjoy this show from the sidelines. The twins soon learned, much to their chagrin, that playing with Hermione involved a lot more static shock than normal. Meanwhile, Neville had cornered Lee into talking about plants, and Luna was pulling out a quill and parchment. Harry leaned against her to look out the window, then glanced down at what she was drawing. It was not a drawing of the countryside, like he had expected. Neither was it a sketch of some mysterious creature. Rather, she was drawing them. All of them, in the carriage. She started with basic flowing outlines, an oval for a face here, a pair of perpendicular lines for a shoulder there. Ow! Fred yelped. Neville, I'm tagging you in until my hands regain feeling. As the kilometers sped by outside, Luna's picture took shape, building off the outlines to create recognizable figures. Hermione and Ginny were on the left of the drawing with Ginny up against the window, still wearing their Hogwarts robes. Hermione's hair was fully puffed out in Luna's illustration, with a few stylized lightning bolts shooting off it, and Ginny was patting it down with one hand while giving her brothers the evil eye. Fred and George were on Hermione's left, depicted dealing out a hand of exploding snap to Neville and Lee, who were on the edge of the row of seats, leaning forward to take their cards. Neville had a small potted plant on his thigh in the picture, though no such thing was present in the carriage. Harry and Luna didn't appear in the picture, or so he thought. Luna put more detail into the robes, the faces, the pattern of the compartment wall behind them, but even once it looked mostly done there was a big empty space in the bottom right of the parchment. She sketched a big blocky thing there, one that developed a mass of tendrils and remained unidentifiable, even when she put the quill down. What is that? He asked. Your head on my shoulder, Luna said absently. So it was. He felt vaguely amused that his hair resembled an unknown creature from the depths of the ocean, but it was so perfectly Luna to include even that. This picture truly was from her perspective. The exploding snap game died off once all of the players save Hermione had numb hands. Eventually, conversation turned to summer plans. Gran and I are going to spend the summer replanting the grasping Gadfrond, Neville said. Also, something about the Wisengamot. The one is my reward for putting up with the other. You're all welcome to come over anytime. I'll be home, of course, Ginny said. No World Cup or visit to Egypt this year, so it'll be a normal, boring summer. Mostly. Same for me, Hermione said. She held Ginny's hand with one hand, and flicked sparks from finger to finger with the other. The sparks increased in intensity as she continued, Ginny is coming over for a week, I know that. Harry, my parents want to have you and your mum over for dinner. I will be drawing, Luna said absently. Whatever I see. Some things I do not, too. Daddy says he will be printing some of my drawings in the Quibbler starting this summer. And then there was Harry, who for once had absolutely no reservations about how he would be spending the summer. When the train pulled into platform 9 3/4, he disembarked with everyone else and looked around. For a moment he worried that something had gone wrong. Then he saw them, both of them. Sirius with that weird hat of his from Diagon Alley, and Taylor wearing a sleeveless robe to display her new rune-covered but otherwise normal-looking arms. They were waiting for him, out in the open, without fear of a Dumbledore interruption or other complication. Finally, he was home. Chapter 12, Epilogue. 8 years later. The ring of the Floo woke Harry up late in the morning, an hour after he usually got up for work. He flailed around in the bed, his arms passing through empty space to come to a rest on an extra blanket, and he had all but settled back into doze when the Floo ward sounded off again. Someone wanted to come through. I'm coming. He yelled, knowing that nobody could hear him. He stumbled out of bed, into the bathroom, and out of the bathroom again with a comfortable bathrobe. There were advantages to sleeping in one's boxers, but those advantages did not extend to meeting unexpected guests in a timely fashion. What's up? He asked, crouching down in front of the Floo in the living room of his flat. It was a cozy little place, very well kept and within walking distance of the Ministry, smack in the middle of Diagon Alley's newest high-density housing space. Expansion charms made space very inexpensive, but there was something to be said for a home that was no bigger than it needed to be, especially when it was only temporary. The head of Sirius Black stuck through the flames. Sirius, usually about as fond of mornings as Harry was, looked like he had already gone through a few late nights and early mornings himself. You said you'd play the owl for these letters, Sirius told him. Still willing. Bet you're regretting inventing wizarding spam mail now, Harry said, without an ounce of sympathy. The quickly developed countermeasures to singing howlers extolling the virtues of cheap enlargement potions had drastically cut down on the reliability of owl mail in general. It was your mum's idea, I only put it into practice, Sirius replied, pulling back from the fire to look at something on his side, then returning. Nobody bothers sending howlers anymore, so I consider it a net gain. Look through these and pick out the ones you can deliver today without too much trouble. I'm stuck doing the rest. Harry accepted the stack of fancy addressed envelopes and scattered them out on the rug without further ado. I've got the day off, he said. I can do all the ones for Hogwarts, that was easy, and Neville, and if I do this one I can probably get out there for these, he trailed off, still sorting letters. It would be a busy day, but he could take at least half of these envelopes off of Sirius' hands. Are these all of them? He asked. Sirius, who was waiting in the fire, shook his head. Nah, but I got most of the fancy high society ones going by verified goblin delivery. I'm not sending you to play courier with the snobs. I appreciate it. They would probably look down on him if he showed up at their manor doorstep with letters, no matter how fancy. I can take these, he said, indicating the smaller of the two piles, though not by much. Nice. Busy day. Sirius reached out for the rejected letters. Not as busy as mine, but you know. Big event next week, plenty to do at home, Harry said. Yeah, I know. Try to sleep sometime before next Friday? Mum won't mind too much if some random, inconsequential detail is out of place. It must be perfect, Sirius intoned. The sacrifice will accept no imperfections if the world-ending ritual is to be performed. If you end the world, it will be because you tripped over someone else's ritual and set it off, Harry quipped. That burn is going to keep me up at night, Sirius complained. Say hi to everyone for me, and make sure you read your invitation carefully. Will do. Harry shut the floor grate and went into the kitchen to fix himself something to eat. His first stop would require a visit to the International Travel Department in a long-distance Port-canon. Never a good idea to do all of that on an empty stomach. The day-trip Port-canon deposited him deep in an unpopulated magical wildlife preserve in India, after a quick stopover in the Indian equivalent of the ministry to confirm his identity, that yes, his translation charms were working, and no, he did not intend to stay more than a few hours. Border crossing in the magical world was still refreshingly straightforward, though it helped that he was a known international traveler. Being in and out of Britain on a monthly basis with Luna had its perks. He quickly found Neville's base camp, by merit of following the clearly laid out magical signal flares. The forest was ominously dark and something slithered through the trees behind him, but he made it to a ring of tents without any kind of incident. Neville was there, in the clearing in the middle of the tent ring, setting up something with a lot of moving parts that spewed water everywhere but on Neville himself. 3 Indian wizards were working on similar contraptions on the edges of the camp. Harry. Neville cast a spell at the device that cut off the water flow, then strode over to clap Harry on the shoulder. The years since Hogwarts had been good to him, and he towered over Harry, taller than he had been only 2 months ago. Unnaturally tall. Neville. Harry had to look up to meet Neville's amused gaze. Did you get stretched out or something? Beginning potion, Neville explained. Some of the fauna around here. You've got to make like Hagrid and wrestle it to the ground, otherwise it will never recognize you as a threat and leave well enough alone. It's a good one, not like the cheap one Sirius was hawking, so it'll wear off in a few months. What brings you to the camp? We're not set up for the Mirage Vine yet, so there's nothing to see. Harry looked around the dense, magically brimming forest. It was the sort of place Luna might take a month-long trip to just to look at all the animals, magical and mundane. If this is your idea of normal, I guess not, he said. Here, invitation to the thing. Can you make it? Finally set a date. Neville asked, pocketing the letter. I'll make time. Is Susan going to be there? Yeah, probably. Is that going to be an issue? Harry asked. We parted on good terms, Neville dismissed. Just didn't want to be surprised, is all. It'll be great to get back to Britain. He clapped Harry on the shoulder again, sending Harry reeling. Sorry. Still not used to being this size. I'll be okay, once the bones knit, Harry told him. What are you doing here, anyway? I don't recognize these things. Are they just magical sprinklers? Glad you asked. Neville grinned at him. Fancy lending a wand? Harry had a few hours to kill before his Port-canon took him back to Britain, so he rolled up his sleeves and took out his wand, the acacia and unicorn wand Ollivander had matched him with after he lost his original wand to Voldemort. What do I do? Later that day, after a soaking, return Port-canon trip, quick lunch and change of robes, Harry apparat to Hogsmeade and walked the path from the village to the front gates. Hagrid was out and about, trimming the weeds around the gates. Harry. He boomed. Harry smiled at the similarities between Neville and Hagrid, shoulder clap and all, and appreciated his own foresight for healing up the bruise from Neville's greeting before coming here. Afternoon, Hagrid, he said. I have some letters to deliver. He shuffled through the letters until he got to Hagrid's. All of Hogwarts' current teachers had one, given the nature of the event. Most of them had provided advice or an all-out consultation at one point or another, Hagrid included. Was wonderin' when these would come, Hagrid said, taking his invitation with exaggerated care. Go on in, they'll know you're here. Mind the wards, they're a mite ticklish if you set 'em off now. Bill gave them a tweaking that hasn't come out quite right. That fills me with confidence, Harry said as he stepped through the gates. He felt what Hagrid meant immediately. When the half-giant said ticklish, he really meant abominably itchy. The wards, an invisible but tangible force, held him as if in a thick slime mold for a good 5 seconds, during which he had the uncontrollable urge to scratch absolutely everywhere. After, a Hogwarts elf popped up in front of him, not one step onto the grounds of Hogwarts. It caught him mid-scratch, thankfully on his nose and not somewhere more embarrassing. Master Harry is an animagus, the elf said brightly. Is Master Harry registered? What if I'm not? Harry asked, intrigued. This was new. Is Master Harry registered? The elf looked from side to side, then leaned in, with the effect of seeming to be whispering to his kneecaps. On the unofficial list for practicing students. That was new too. No. He said. But I am registered with the Ministry, as it happens. I was just curious. Why the separate list? There have been students caught by the wards who were not being an animagus, but were trying to be, the elf explained. No changing to spy or sneak, Hogwarts will know. I understand. The elf popped away, and he was free to continue on to the castle. He wondered if the Weasley twins knew yet that their prized map, passed down to him in their last year, was serving as the base of Hogwarts' new security system these days. Probably not. They hadn't filled his home with fireworks in protest. Gone were the days of students sneaking around after curfew with impunity. Also gone were the days of an animagus infiltrating every nook and cranny of the castle without being noticed, whether they were evil or benign, so it was a trade-off. Once in the castle, he walked a meandering path aimed vaguely in the direction of the Great Hall, where he expected to find most of the people he had letters for. It wasn't a direct path, but the direct path he had originally intended to take didn't exist anymore, a blank wall where a corridor used to be. 5 years since graduation was a long time for a castle like Hogwarts. Long enough that not everything was where he remembered. The halls were empty, it being summer. The students had left or graduated only a few weeks ago, and the many moving paintings and portraits were mostly still, unstimulated by the boring, unchanging passages with no students to crowd them and cause chaos. He saw no one, and heard no one, until he eventually reached the Great Hall. Inside the Great Hall, he found most of the castle's summer occupants. The staff table hosted a collection of familiar faces. Professor McGonagall was there, and Professor Sprout, and Professor Flitwick. Slughorn was there too, an amusing addition whom Harry didn't care much for on his own merits. But he was there because Snape had been fired in Harry's 7th year, so his presence was a welcome one. Harry walked down the table, greeting his old professors and giving them their invitations. He spared a wide smile for Professor Sprout, his old head of house, and deftly avoided being entrapped in Slughorn's ramblings. When he reached the end of the table, he forced himself to give just as polite and eager a greeting. Headmaster Dumbledore, he said. Ah, Harry. Dumbledore was no less formidable for his advanced age. How nice to see you again. What brings you here, is it only the invitations? We do still accept owls here at Hogwarts. Mum didn't want to chance someone not getting their invitation, he said. He could have avoided mentioning his mother, but with Dumbledore, every time she came up it was a test. Yes, Ms. Hebert. He trailed off, but only for a second, barely noticeable. I must admit, it is embarrassing to receive an invitation to an event from someone I still have yet to meet in person, he continued. I will most certainly be there. Harry nodded. The obliviation still held. 8 years and counting. The after effects had tapered off during his 5th year of Hogwarts, but the actual obliviation was as strong as ever. It might hold indefinitely at this rate, which was the expected outcome for the spell, but this was Dumbledore. Nobody had really planned for it to last more than a few months. They would take their good luck where they could, though. Taylor kept her distance from the man, so as to not tempt fate. That he was invited to this was a surprise to Harry, but he supposed his mum knew what she was doing. I take it the rest of those letters are for my colleagues who aren't here today? Dumbledore asked. You'll find Professor Weasley in his classroom, but I'm afraid the rest are out on business in one way or another. I can deliver their invitations. Thanks, that saves me some time. He gave Dumbledore the letters for all of the professors besides Bill, then used that remaining letter as an excuse to leave without any further pleasantries. Dumbledore was mostly a good man, so long as his attention was pointed in the right directions, but Harry would never be all that comfortable around him. Once burned, twice shy. Bill Weasley's defense classroom was a lot like what Harry had always thought Ben's history class should have been, decked out in artifacts and trinkets from all over the world. Most of it was Egyptian in origin, sourced from his work as a curse breaker there for Gringotts. According to school rumors at the time, Bill had originally signed on for a single year for the express purpose of finding the curse on the position, and teaching was a secondary, unwanted responsibility that came along with the opportunity. He brought his work for Gringotts with him, expecting to go back to it soon enough. 9 years later, having found the curse and a new fascination for the school's mysteries, Bill Weasley was still here. Harry found him in his classroom with 4 student desks pulled together, serving as a large platform for a truly massive skull caked in dried mud. "Where did you get that?" he asked, coming up alongside Bill to look at it. "Bottom of the Black Lake, the squid led me to it," Bill explained. "What do you think it is?" "I have no idea." He wanted to say it was a crocodile, based on the elongated snout, but they were in the wrong part of the world for those. "Letter for you, here. I'll leave it on your desk." "Hey, Harry." Bill reached out to grab his arm. "Tell me something, since you're here. Do you know about Dumbledore's trinket collection?" The question was serious, despite the flippant wording, and Harry answered seriously. "If you mean the things in his office, I've seen them but they're always changing and I think half don't really do anything," he said. "Do you mean that?" "No." Bill shook his head. "I've been improving the wards." Dumbledore asked if I could make something to detect a certain class of dark object based on some damaged artifacts. "You know what I mean. Cup, locket, tiara, ring?" he asked. "The collection he put together in my 6th and 7th years here?" "Yes, I know them." He'd even been invited along to retrieve some of them. He said no, obviously, and suggested Dumbledore take someone qualified to rob Voldemort blind, but Dumbledore insisted on showing him what they found. "Careful with them." He said you knew, but I had to check. Bill shuddered. "Black magic, those. You'd only find they're like in the worst of the tombs back in Egypt, and journeymen like me weren't allowed near them. Nasty stuff." Harry also found it hilarious that Dumbledore still played his cards so close to the chest that he only showed Bill, his resident curse breaker, such things 9 years after Bill came to work at Hogwarts. At least this time they were broken curiosities, not active threats that Dumbledore was keeping under wraps. Bill probably wouldn't appreciate him pointing out how long it had taken Dumbledore to trust him. "Did you want to ask me something specific about them?" "No, I only wanted to make sure what I've been told adds up," Bill explained. "Dumbledore is a great man, but he's averse to giving straight answers and incomplete information gets curse breakers killed. Maybe I'll go to Ginny, this might be right up her alley." He frowned. "She's brilliant," Harry said, always willing to speak well of his friends. "She can definitely tell you more. More than anyone else possibly could." He appreciated Dumbledore leaving the diary out of the collection he showed Bill. The last thing Ginny needed was a reason for her family to be wary of her. Sometimes keeping secrets worked out for everyone involved. The minister was busy. Then again, the minister was always busy. Harry hadn't come straight from Hogwarts to see the minister, he was here in the ministry on his day off, no less to see the minister's new undersecretary. "You'll need an appointment," the undersecretary's secretary told him, entirely unamused by his presence. The 4-office leading to the undersecretary's office was empty apart from him, Harry, and many stacks of parchment lining the walls. The door to the undersecretary's office itself was firmly closed. "I'm not here for a long meeting," Harry assured Ernie Macmillan. "How's the job going, by the way? I didn't know you were working here." "I'm this close to a good position in the Foreign Relations Department," Ernie admitted, holding his hands a few centimeters apart. "The next person to complain about the minister being too busy to see them is going to get a hex to the face, but if I can hold out, it'll be worth it." The Hufflepuff looked right at home behind his desk, but Harry could hear his eagerness to be anywhere else. "They promote secretaries to foreign ambassadors?" Harry asked, intrigued despite himself. He hadn't expected to see Ernie here. "In the ministry, yes, but this wasn't really the position one would think to find a scion of an old pureblood family filling, even now. Things hadn't changed that much yet. New policy direct from Marchbanks," Ernie explained. "Everyone who wants to get an important position has to spend at least 6 months in a menial position, public-facing. It's a massive pain, but it did thin out my competition, so I can't complain. Swings and roundabouts, I suppose." Harry didn't have a letter for Ernie, but he could still extend an invitation. "You know the big thing Lord Black is doing, right?" he asked, referring to the person Ernie was more likely to have heard of. His mum wasn't a mystery in the wizarding world anymore, people knew of her, but she wasn't a public figure either. Rita Skeeter was to thank for that, funnily enough. One tell-all interview with her, and Taylor Hebert, mother of Harry Hebert and Secret Witch, managed to somehow come across as the most boring, ordinary witch to ever adopt a child. Harry had no idea what dirt his mum had on Rita Skeeter, but it had to be legendary for her to get such a thing out of the journalist best known for putting out the killing blow article that ended Minister Fudge's career. "Everyone has heard," Ernie confirmed. "Is that why you're here? I can pass on an invitation. The undersecretary is very busy today. No joke, he's been in here since before I came in this morning and he'll be here after I leave. If you can get me a day pass to Azkaban, I can leave the letter, along with a warning not to work too hard. His brothers might kidnap him for his day off again." Harry handed the invitation to Ernie. "Also, I don't have a fancy invitation for you, but feel free to come. It's not open to the general public, but I'll let Sirius know you're on the list. His mum would appreciate one more person attending who wasn't a massive snob. Ernie was a minor snob at worst. I think what they're doing is bloody interesting. About time. Also, yes, I can get you to Azkaban. Ernie leaned down to retrieve something from a drawer under his desk. Policy is anyone with a good reason to visit can go. The Aurors are on alert and we've got to start training them for more active guard duty sometime. More visitors is an easy way to start with that, without having to go through the Wisengamot. Harry waited, looking around the office, while Ernie filled out a piece of parchment. He hadn't been in the ministry back when Fudge was still in office, but he thought he could tell the difference now that he was out in Marchbanks. An ancient witch who had been in charge of the education department was in. She was good enough to run the country on a daily basis, of that there was no doubt, but everyone knew she would be stepping down soon. The lower levels of the ministry were filled with people hoping for higher positions in the coming shuffle, young people. The political side of things wasn't his cup of tea, not even close, but from what he heard from Sirius, things were going well. It wasn't a revolution, bloody or otherwise, but it was a definite changing of the guard. It helped that the old guard were suffering many minor and not so minor misfortunes as of late. Here you go. Ernie handed over a stamped, filled out card. Good for any day this week. Give the Aurors a little scare, if you could. Maybe, Harry said, though he had no intention of doing that. They could get their training from someone paid to bait their wands into action. His plans for today would be totally derailed by any number of disfiguring or debilitating hexes. Say hello to Percy for me. The undersecretary might be a busy man, but he would find time for this event. Nobody would want to miss it. Azkaban would always be a dreary, unfriendly place. Even on this sunny, otherwise pleasant afternoon, the dark fortress' angular walls and old, imposing stone construction sucked the light out of the sky, reducing the water around it to a gloomy twilight. Harry checked in with the Auror guards, got his pass inspected, and noted that the security at Azkaban was tighter than that at the border in India. Unlike foreign countries, he almost never came here, and Azkaban had a strict no-emigration policy. I'm here to speak to the researchers, he told them. Not a prisoner. Pettigrew and Barty Crouch Jr. were both somewhere within these dark walls, but he had no interest in them. The Auror checking him over frowned. I'll take you to them, he said, but be careful. The Dementors don't like them, or anyone associated with them. No surprise there. The guard laughed sourly at him, and they were off. The lower levels of Azkaban were the least gloomy, with the fewest Dementors and no prisoners at all, the short-term cells permanently empty as of a few years ago. Many of the cells now lacked bars, leaving the corridors lumpy, misshapen things with cell-shaped holes in the wall every few paces. It was bright outside, but the oil lamps secured on the walls burned only fitfully, and all natural light died more than a few paces from the originating window. The Auror led him up a few levels, to near the center of Azkaban as a whole. As they ascended the last flight of stairs, the Auror's little chipmunk patroness, unobtrusive and so small Harry had barely noticed it up until this point, ran ahead, disturbing a swirling wall of cloaks. Monsters, the Auror muttered, using his patroness to clear out a path through the middle of a gathering of at least 20 Dementors. Back to your posts. Go bother someone who deserves to deal with you. The Dementors leaned away as the Auror's tiny patroness swiped at their faces, running on empty air. Harry had his wand ready to cast his own patroness a badger, much to the delight of anyone who wanted to make jokes about Hufflepuffs if it became necessary. The cold, creeping dread of Dementors began to seep into him, dragging his thoughts down. But they pulled away as he and the Auror passed by, unwilling to provoke the one wielding the patroness, and then they were at a solid iron door set into the corridor with much paler stone flanking it, obviously a new construction set down in the middle of an otherwise empty corridor. The Auror produced a key and opened the door, ushering Harry inside. The Dementors swarmed, attempting to shove their way in too, but the chipmunk patroness blocked the way. The door swung shut, was relocked, and then a second door in front of Harry opened of its own accord. Come in, watch your step, Ginny called out. Harry ventured into her and Hermione's domain, taking in the sight of a place he had only heard described before today. It was a retrofitted guard station from back when there were enough prisoners to warrant using more than a few floors of the prison at all times. The room was only 20 paces across, a square open space with low ceilings. Thick orange carpets covered the stone floor everywhere except for a narrow path leading through the room and to a massive, deadbolt iron door set into the opposite wall. There were no windows, and the walls were lined with alternating chalkboards and tapestries, the boards filled with arithmetic and runic formulae while the tapestries depicted varied nature scenes. In one corner a small table was piled high with food, with an abundance of chocolate taking center stage. In the opposite corner of the room a tall bookshelf was only half filled with leather-bound journals and tied bundled of parchment. Books, spread out parchment diagrams, and piles of iron chains littered the carpet everywhere else, producing a maze of clear and cluttered spaces for the unwary foot. The domain of any serious magical researcher was already inherently a strange place, but Ginny and Hermione had turned that up to 11 in their recent study of Dementors. Harry understood why it was this way. He already felt less unnaturally depressed, but that made the combination of a homely living room and academia no less jarring. Hermione was nowhere to be seen, but Ginny was busy reshelving books. "Harry, what brings you to this miserable rock?" she asked, brushing her hair out of her face. "You and Hermione, what else?" There was nothing in Azkaban he cared about, save for them. "We do have a home back in non-Dementor-infested London," Ginny reminded him. "I'll be busy tonight, and I thought now would be a good time to see this place." He waved her and Hermione's invitations about and set them on the food table, next to a cheese platter. "What are you doing today?" "Testing a few theories," Ginny said, carefully picking her way through the mess to meet him at the table. "In basic terms, Hermione is torching a Dementor with a magical blowtorch and measuring how much the surrounding cell heats up. We know how much heat the torch puts out. We can tell how much is going into the air around it, the stone of the cell walls, and the chains. Subtract the latter from the former, and what do you get? Hang on, it's been a few years." He mimed counting on his fingers. "How much the Dementor heats up?" "No!" Ginny exclaimed. She took her letter and opened it. Elsewhere in the room, the Auror who had brought Harry in was staring at one of the rune-filled chalkboards, thoughtfully tracing the runes outlined there with one finger. "No?" Harry asked, as it didn't seem she was going to explain. "No, that's not how it works for them," Ginny confirmed, putting the letter down. "We'll definitely be there for the opening night. Your mum will have to put up security to stop Hermione from showing up 10 hours early. You would think the Dementor would heat up, wouldn't you? But if it did, we would just have to trap it in a strong enough heat source to destroy it. Anything that takes in heat can take in too much heat." "Right." He was following, mostly. This stuff, the conceptual overview, that was easy. It was all of the rigorous magical theory underpinning it that made his head spin. He was more of a practical wizard. "Come see." Ginny led him across the room to the other bolted door. "My break is over, or close enough," she added, slamming the heavy bolt back. "Two coming in," she yelled. "You're clear to enter," Hermione yelled back. Beyond the door was a small, bare room the size of a broom closet, with one wall charmed transparent to show another room of the same size on the other side. Hermione was in the closer room, watching a pulse of magical light emanating from her wand, while in the other a Dementor was wrapped in chains, trapped above a single jet of violet flame. It was uncomfortably warm in Hermione's side of the chamber. "No readings yet," Hermione reported. "If it's absorbing any heat at all, it's at magnitudes too small for our monitoring spell. The Dementor's temperature hasn't changed at all." "Hello, Harry," she said after, only then noticing his presence. "As expected," Ginny said, likely for Harry's benefit. "Did you try the Phoenix Ash additive yet?" "I was waiting for you." Hermione flicked her wand, throwing off the monitoring spell. It impacted the clear wall in a burst of light and stuck there. She pressed a quick kiss to Ginny's forehead as she shuffled around to make room for them both. "From 3. They both counted down, and the flame turned to pure, flickering white when they hit 0. The Dementor, which up until that moment had been hanging mostly still in its ridiculous cocoon of chains, started to struggle against its bonds. The flame didn't appear to be doing anything to it, the frayed cloak wasn't burning or moldering away, but something about the flame made it very unhappy. "That's promising," Hermione said as they watched. Her monitor spell was glowing faintly blue around the edges. "There's a heat discrepancy. Harry, do you feel any change in your mood? We're too acclimatized to make objective assessments." "No, I don't think so," he said, after a moment's thought. "It's hard to tell. Not getting any data on whether the fight or flight response in the Dementor affects its output, then," Hermione said. "Something for another day. We're one step closer to figuring out how to destroy these things." "Speaking of another day, Harry brought our invitations," Ginny told Hermione. "Come look. We need to run this until our Phoenix Ash supply burns out," Hermione objected. "But thank you, Harry. I'll be there. You can stay and watch, if you like." "No, I've other things to do. Including, but not limited to, delivering the last letter in his pocket. You two stay safe." It worried him, seeing them so close to Dementors, even if the balance of power was firmly on their side. He stepped out of the monitoring box, back into the bright, well-lit main room. "We wouldn't be here if we didn't have 10 different security systems," Ginny told him. "Dementors can't even enter this room. We know how to keep them away, it's destroying them that's a puzzle." "It's true, they set up the same wards on the guard stations," the Auror from before added. "Never been less dreary in there. If you're done here, I need to get back to my patrols. I won't keep you much longer." He looked to Ginny. "I would say good luck, but I know luck has nothing to do with this." Damn right it doesn't, Ginny agreed. We'll be in Hogsmeade this weekend. Same time, same place. See you there. He was looking forward to it. He was also looking forward to not being anywhere near Azkaban, but everyone who set foot in the prison felt that way. Maybe it wouldn't always be such a viscerally depressing place. Hermione and Ginny were working on getting rid of the main cause. But as Wizarding Britain's most serious prison, he doubted it would ever be a pleasant place, either. Thankfully, the rest of his day promised to be easy and enjoyable. Harry made it back to his flat with half an hour to spare, plenty of time. He had stopped off to get Muggle takeout, in lieu of actually cooking something, but that just meant he had time to change his robes again and clean up the flat. With food on the table, a few cleaning charms took care of the mundane chores, and he busied himself picking up the junk he wasn't willing to vanish. 2 left boots went into the closet, as his job was not kind on footwear and some finicky transfiguration could turn them into one good, matching set of boots later. The cups stacked up on the side table by the couch went into the sink, and since he had no idea what was in them that made them resistant to scouring charms, he left them there. The art supplies laid out on the desk in the bedroom lined up and fell into order with a flick of his wand, organized and nearly arranged by ascending color. Muggle pens and pencils, quills and colored ink pots, clean parchment, spelled parchment ready for the creation of moving pictures. The whole lot was easy to organize, and he could see the surface of the desk underneath when he was done. The flue flared, fire flaming up to disgorge a beautiful witch in ministry unspeakable robes. Her hair was fully silver, dyed to perfection, and her smile was as wide and entrancing as ever. The pygmy Erumpents are doing well, Luna informed him, stripping her robes as she walked into the bedroom. You missed Folly throwing a fit about the requisition for more time-resistant glass. He doesn't like my project much. Harry followed her into the bedroom, helpfully retrieving her robes as she dropped them. Carelessly scattering things about the flat was Luna's way of saying she was tired, without actually saying it. He had expected that. I got takeout, he told her. Folly can go stuff himself. He was gone for one day. Being the closest equivalent to a mediator for the unspeakables, while a job his friends had inadvertently trained him for throughout their Hogwarts career, was a never-ending struggle. An interesting struggle, with a score of different projects going on at any one time, all there for him to lend a hand with, but a struggle nonetheless. Luna pulled on a much thinner, more comfortable set of robes. Did you have a good day traipsing all over the world? She asked, pulling him in for a brief kiss. Her fingers found his hand and she clasped it. Harry relaxed into the kiss, but Luna broke it just as suddenly, moving away to drop something from her pocket on their bed. Yes, and it's looking like everyone can come, he said. None would miss it, not even the ones who would rather it never happened, Luna said sagely. I hope Taylor has adequately prepared. Did she ask us? Ask us what? He went out into the dining room to serve out their food. His engagement ring flared weakly over the entire bag, so he hit it with a strong warming charm. That fixed the problem, thankfully. Food poisoning was the last thing he needed. To help her with the fight, Luna said. The door to the bathroom slammed shut. Harry spent the next few minutes wondering what fight Luna could possibly be talking about. Is this something I'm out of the loop on? He asked once she came out into the kitchen. I don't remember Mum planning a fight for next week. Have you looked at your letter yet? Luna asked. Where is mine? I think I know what will be on it. Harry handed hers over, then took her by the shoulders and gently guided her to the table. He suspected she had skipped lunch, and he didn't think she had made breakfast for herself, either. Working on her life's passion as a job made her, radiant was the best word for it, in his opinion, but it did come with some downsides. Such as her getting so caught up in her thoughts that she forgot other important things. Luna Lovegood, you are invited to. Luna Lovegood. Luna took her wand out and wrapped the parchment of the invitation around it, and said her name a third time. Luna Lovegood. The parchment shimmered, and when she unwrapped it there were 4 extra lines of writing on the bottom. Harry had totally forgotten to check his own invitation for hidden messages. Sirius was involved, the odds were good there would be one, especially with his cryptic hint on the subject. What does it say? He asked. We will finally be washing the unicorn off, Luna said with a sly smile, tucking the parchment away before he could read it. She sat down at the table. Harry knew he had just been presented with a puzzle. Instead of taking out his own letter and cheating, he sat down and started eating, thinking hard. Unicorn, washing a unicorn, a message sent by Sirius or possibly his mum, and Luna had mentioned a fight they would be asked to watch or participate in. He liked to think that 3 years of a magically significant 7-year engagement to Luna Lovegood had taught him how to interpret her even when she was being intentionally cryptic, but it took him most of the meal to puzzle that one out. He felt quite slow when the answer finally came to him. It's been dirty for a long time, hasn't it? He eventually asked. Ignored, but still dirty if anyone thought to look. We finally have enough water to do the job without being kicked or impaled by the horn, Luna replied. And if we don't? Harry asked, certain he knew what they were talking about now. Sirius can make them ignore it again, until we're ready to try once more. This big event was going to be even bigger than he had thought. How did you know about this before I did? He asked. Taylor asked me to check the Hall of Prophecies last week, Luna explained. There are no active prophecies naming her or him. Yours is still marked as completed. You were not left out of the loop, she plans to propose it to us this weekend. That's what's in the letter, a request that we meet in secret then. Good. He didn't like the Hall of Prophecies. He had fulfilled his without any knowledge of it whatsoever, but partial knowledge had set Voldemort to murdering James and Lily Potter and self-fulfilling his end of the prophecy. Knowing of them never made a positive difference. In the long-running disagreement between Taylor and Sirius, he was firmly of Sirius' opinion. Divination was never practical, even when it was correct. Not in this world. Planning on bringing the dire wings, then? He asked. If there was to be a fight, Luna would want to be ready. Luna smiled mysteriously. I will bring something. What, though? Won't that be more fun as a surprise? I'll charm the closet to hold any possible beast, then, he said dryly. Just don't bring a bottle of accelerated time. You know the mess those make when they break, Mum would force us to clean it up as payback. Is someone still sore about last month? Luna asked, setting her plate down on the counter, food untouched. A little. He admitted. It was very convenient, how you accidentally stepped into that patch of temporarily slowed time and couldn't help us clean all day. Glass charm to accelerate the time between it and another piece of glass facing the other way was a ridiculously complicated mess-making material when it shattered. Thousands of pieces of still enchanted glass, laid out randomly on a flat stone floor casting the effects between every other piece of glass and accelerating any caught in between. They ended up having to disenchant each shard of glass, one by one. It was an accident. Luna turned to look at him, instead of the nature scene out the window. But this isn't. She leaned in to kiss him, and he met her halfway, absently discarding his plate on the counter next to hers. The food could wait. Can't you be nervous? Sirius pleaded. Please? Instead of, this. This was a big day. One he and Taylor had worked toward for years. He was nervous, and he was just the guy funding the thing and a backup wand if it went to shit. This was Taylor's show, and yes, she was multitasking like crazy, standing in the middle of the venue casting marking spells at the walls while simultaneously checking 100 different things with her bugs, but she was cool, calm, and collected. It made him feel more frazzled by contrast. This is the victory lap, Taylor told him as she aimed her wand at the third-floor balcony. I was nervous during that ridiculous Wisengamot hearing. I was nervous when Nott set a small army of house elves to stealing the books, and I couldn't be here to stop it myself. I was nervous when Dumbledore offered to donate his Pensieve if we wanted it, out of the blue. I will not be nervous tonight, and I'm not nervous now. Is there a mimicry enchantment on the second-floor banister? Oh, sure, he grumbled as he went up to check the aforementioned banister. Nothing to worry about tonight. Total victory. Not like half the old geezers who tried to stop this from happening will be in attendance. Not to mention the secret grand finale, that'll go over just fine. The stairs were nicely enchanted to only be 4 steps between landings no matter the vertical distance traveled, so he got to the banister in no time. A simple diagnostic charm revealed the enchantments on it, and sure enough, it was missing the subtle illusion enchantment that was meant to display an illusory wax candle atop it, like all of the other banisters. How did you even notice this was wrong? He mumbled as he set about fixing it. The charms hadn't been activated yet, so there was no visible absence of an illusory candle to clue her in. I see everything, Taylor whispered in his ear. Gah. He jumped, then remembered some of the other features of the building. Ha, ha, ha. Scare the poor, sleep-deprived, long-suffering. Long whining, her voice continued in a conversational tone. Long everything, he agreed. I will accept that descriptor. Taylor's laughter echoed around the building as he went up onto the third, highest floor and walked out to lean over the balcony and look down. He really was tired, but tonight was the night. The end and the beginning of Taylor's empty nest project. Or so he called it, when she wasn't around to scowl at him. The building was big, a full 4 stories in size and larger on the inside. The center chamber was hexagonal, for warding reasons that went over his well-educated but not fanatically knowledgeable head, and only the ground floor was a proper floor. The first, second, and third floors consisted of balconies all around the hexagon, looking down. As of right now, that was all that was accessible, but there were 5 secondary sections of the building, one for each side of the hexagon except the front. Everything was made of heavily enchanted marble, and the ceiling was nigh unbreakable sloped glass, giving the entire building an airy, open feel with filtered sunlight illuminating the interior. Not everything was as it would be on a normal day, though. The walls were bare, lined with out-of-place wooden planks with nary a crack between them. The fake candles were part of a whole set of decorations, and down below he saw Taylor adjusting the exact dimensions of the circular tables being set up on the ground floor. All throughout the building, her bugs were undoubtedly working to check the special passageways and enchantments, somehow. A lot of the preparation was for this night, specifically. All of the base, everyday use enchantments and wards had long since been set, giving the building the sort of magical ambience one only got in heavily magical environments. As magical buildings went, it was much more grand than, say, Madame Putafoot's. It was no Hogwarts, but nowhere but Hogwarts was. Neither was it like the Ministry, which was meant for a lot more foot traffic and hundreds of employees. Taylor had a bare handful of employees lined up to work here at present, all new Hogwarts graduates who happened to have relevant experience. There would be plenty of patrons, but not in the numbers somewhere like Hogwarts or the Ministry had to be designed for. The open atmosphere, the architecture, and the purpose this building would serve starting tomorrow. There was nothing like it in magical Britain. That was the point. Filling a big, obvious hole in the country, and stepping on as many pure-blood toes as necessary to do so. Taylor waved her wand up at him, and a streak of blue light shot from her towards the third floor. He cast a protego and blocked it. Oi, can't a man sleep with his eyes open without getting marked up by spells? You can fly home if you're that tired, Taylor said, her voice a low, soothing presence just behind him, though he could see her down on the ground floor. Really? I'll probably be busy tweaking and checking things until tonight. You can sleep all day. I might just do that. Or, more likely, he would down a pepper up and power through. Or both, with the pepper up coming right before the secret main event. Yes, that would do nicely. But what about you? You need to be in tip-top shape for tonight, and I'm sure you already double-checked everything. He moved to examine one of the many wooden barriers obscuring the walls, checking each enchantment with a cursory swipe of his wand and revealing charm. They were all there. Are you asking me to go to bed with you? Taylor whispered. Now, he chided her, ignoring the shiver that ran down his spine at her tone. What would all of those stuffy noble types think if we showed up tonight all mussed and sweaty? I must remain the perfect picture of an eligible bachelor for some stupid reason. Probably because they couldn't stand to see someone having fun when they were stuck in their arranged marriages. You should have heard the lecture Narcissa tried to give me about curtailing rumors before no woman in good standing would lower herself to marry you. I tell you, I so regretted not meeting her in a Muggle truck stop for that, it would have made the whole thing so much more entertaining. Does she not remember my last 2 years at Hogwarts? That ship sailed, burnt, and sunk long ago. Why do you still talk to her? Taylor asked. Can't tweak her nose about the Malfoys falling from grace if I never see her, he answered. She still thinks someone cast an undetectable misfortune curse on Lucius. That would have been simpler than what you did. Her voice was still right next to him, though she was down on the ground floor. True. Less fun, though. And requiring at least one major sacrifice, so not an option anyway. But let's not talk about the Malfoys. It's killing the mood. They don't worry about tonight mood, but it was only a hop, skip and jump from flirting as a distraction to actual flirting, and then from there to the things that had the witches gossiping and the older wizards disapproving. The mood. She whispered in his ear. It wasn't real, she wasn't actually right behind him. He yelped when her real, very much their arms wrapped around him from behind. He had been ambushed. You must like being surprised, it happens so often these days, she told him. He relaxed in her grip, shamelessly enjoying the close contact. When it comes with being felt up by a beautiful woman, I can learn to roll with the punches. Also, this whole building is keyed to you. Not fair. I don't have a building helping me pull pranks. Make one, she suggested. I could, couldn't I? His fingers traced the runes on her arms, mindlessly following the intricate patterns. A drop of blood from his hand could suborn either arm to his will, but she trusted him not to do that, even for a prank. That trust was hard won, easily lost, and then much harder to earn back, but he had earned it, in the end. It and more. They weren't married, engaged, or officially together in any capacity, despite throwing out all sorts of signs that they were more than business partners and good friends. That bothered the prude old women and resentful old men he had made it his life's work to aggravate and inconvenience, and also neatly sidestepped some of the more problematic aspects of him being the only black male left to continue the line. Magic involved in generations of ancestors focused on continuing their legacy at all costs was difficult to work around, and in this case essential to avoid. Taylor was working on that, because she was working on everything magic that she didn't yet understand, but not urgently. They had all the time in the world. Unofficially, out of sight of the public to keep those amusing rumors from being confirmed or denied, they were together and had been for going on 3 years. She was the woman for him, eldritch aura and quest to find immortality to satisfy the voice in her head included. What she saw in him was a lot less clear, but he figured some combination of his many qualities happened to outweigh his many flaws. Thus, Taylor's arms around his waist, and his realistic appraisal of whether or not go to bed was likely to include activities other than sleeping. Even though, if he was being honest with himself, it probably shouldn't on this particular day. He was dead tired, and nothing was worse than the mind being willing but the body deciding sleep was more appealing. Pepper-up potion didn't work for everything. If it was just the preparation for the party he would have been fine, but add in the curveball Taylor had thrown into the mix at the last minute. He was all for seizing opportunities as they presented themselves, but 3 hours of sleep a night was taking its toll. Elsewhere in the building, something crashed to the marble floor. He winced. "How about I bring Pepper up for 2? He proposed. "We can save the fun stuff for later." "You're getting responsible in your old age," she told him. "I'm not even 50, thank you very much." He was still young and virile. Wizards didn't age as fast, anyway. Everyone knew that. She was the one searching for a moral method of immortality at the behest of her Ravenclaw assistant, not him. "It'll serve you right if the only acceptable cure for aging makes you all saggy," he grumbled. Another crash echoed through the building, and they both winced. "I don't know what that is," Taylor admitted. "Nothing is falling, physically. Probably a smudged rune in the auditory enchantments." He shrugged out of her grip, raised his wand, and turned to her. "First one to find it gets to pick the position." She interrupted. "I was going to say the place we order food from when we break for lunch," he claimed, the picture of innocence. "And you say I haven't corrupted you? The only way to beat an incorrigible flirt is to outdo them," she said. "Really, though? You're on." She operated away, reappearing with a pop on the 3rd floor. "Hey! That wasn't fair." She was keyed into the wards, he wasn't, and her operating wasn't even technically real apparition, she was being side-launched by her Ravenclaw assistant. She didn't even have to do the spin. He sprinted for the nearest maintenance hatch. He would win that prize, whichever of the two she was referring to. Then he would get the Pepper-up potions. Knowledge was power. Especially here, in the world of magic, where a single old secret could be the difference between dying to a freak accident and that being the end of it, or dying only to return a decade later. Knowledge was also concentrated, in book form, in 4 places in Britain. Hogwarts, where the selection was curated and only children could freely go. Bookstores, which sold to the lowest common denominator, and only stocked the things that were likely to sell profitably. The Department of Mysteries, which was not open to the public. And finally, most gallingly, the personal libraries of old families, private collections that were unevenly concentrated on certain subjects but often held singular editions or private research, locked away from anyone not of that family. This was a situation that had not affected Taylor personally, though it very well could have. She had the good fortune to come into contact with a tradition-scorning pureblood heir who gladly dusted off his family library for the sole purpose of her doing whatever she wanted with it. But it was a problem, and it did contribute to the power imbalance in the wizarding world, in Britain specifically. It also disproportionately increased the obscurity of dark and illegal spells, both in who knew how to cast them, and who knew how to defend against them. There were other problems in magical Britain. Big ones, like their lumbering, ridiculous government. Like the corruption and bigotry that permeated said government, further hindering it. Like the way they treated normal, non-magical people as a whole. Those problems were ingrained, and they were societal. They could be fixed, but not easily, and not by a single dedicated individual or one master plan. The solution to the lack of accessible knowledge, on the other hand, was one Taylor had found herself well suited to devise and in the right position to implement. She stood on the roof of Britain's first magical public library, her shoes finding minimal traction on charmed glass, and looked up at the stars. Below, the guests were arriving. They were mingling, taking food and drink from the caterers hired for the event, and waiting for the event to begin. Most of them were people she either didn't know well enough to have an opinion on, or people she actively disliked. Politics. Her opinion on the subject had not improved since her days in the wards, back on Earth Bet. Thank Merlin she had Sirius for that. He didn't like it either, but he had been taught how to navigate the often backwards, occasionally mystifying waters of last-century political discourse. He was busy greeting the important guests at the door, decked out in dapper dress robes and his ridiculous talking hat. She had her bugs in the special-made observation holes around the building, next to the output of a set of enchantments that channeled and relayed sound. Her listening ability was not curtailed at all by having to keep her bugs within the walls and out of sight, a necessity given the environment. She let herself be diverted by listening to his greetings. They all followed the same pattern. He would bow to the person or people coming in the door, sweep his hat off, greet them with all of their titles, and then he would say something personal that came off as complimentary until a few minutes later when they actually thought about it, if they knew enough to realize they had been insulted at all. Even better, he performed each greeting with an unbearably posh accent the ones who knew him knew was fake. In between guests he conferred with his hat in hushed tones, consulting on new and better backhanded compliments and veiled insults. Lord Byron, it is so nice to see you in a place of fine repute, such a pleasant rarity. Lady Zabanai, it is a pleasure to see you on British soil. I hope you will take the time to peruse our natural biology section after the ribbon is cut. We have an interesting scholarly volume on the courting habits of praying mantises that made me think of you. Lord Malfoy, how is your son? Good, I hope. A shame he could not be here tonight, but from what I have heard this is not the sort of place he would want to frequent anyway, so it is eminently understandable. It's better that he's hard at work finding a way to restore the unfortunate loss of your fortune. Invariably, the posh witches and wizards favored Sirius with fake smiles and afterward gravitated towards others who navigated the same social circles, ignoring the less affluent among them. That was fine. They were only here because they would raise a completely avoidable stink if they weren't invited, and because it was fun to watch Sirius poke at them. Minister Marchbanks. Sirius greeted an incredibly old-looking woman. Please don't quote my newt scores at me, I know them by heart. An undersecretary, you're looking well. Sirius nodded to Percy Weasley. Your old school friends all look to be gathering on the second floor, if you're interested. It's a shame Hogwarts doesn't do class reunions. Percy didn't take the offered escape from his ministry duties to catch up with friends, electing instead to continue helping the minister. Helping was indeed the word for it, as well. Minister Marchbanks was genuinely frail. Only the advantages of magic were keeping her upright and active, if Taylor was any judge of physical condition. Her mind might still be sharp, but her body was not. Elsewhere, up on the upper balconies, the people she actually wanted to enjoy the party were greeting each other. She saw, again with her bugs tapping into observation and listening charms from inside the walls, that Harry and his friends had all gathered on the third floor. Have you been kissing your plants, Neville? Luna asked. Or is that lipstick? Got nicked by a fungal thumper, Neville admitted, pointedly not touching the red bulge on the top of his upper lip. My mistake, really, it was just spitting at a fly. Ginny and Hermione were picking at the wooden blockades barring them from the books hidden behind. Based on the spell feedback Taylor could make out, they were within a few minutes of cracking the not insubstantial protections keeping the barrier in place. Thankfully, Harry noticed them. Hey, don't mess those up, Harry called out. Hermione spun with a fierce blush, but Ginny just shrugged her shoulders. We're not getting through it without alerting your mum anyway, it was a lost cause from the start. Tell your mum she's cruel, Harry, Hermione complained. Walling it all off. Maybe she just knows you too well, Harry suggested. How are things since I saw you last? Did the Phoenix Ash thing go anywhere? He said nothing about the actual last time they had all met. As far as anyone outside of the group was concerned, that hadn't happened. One never knew who might be listening. Yes, and we think it's a big lead, Ginny said proudly. We've been busy. How about you? Still enjoying a boring government job? I'll have you know I just came from protecting the wizarding world from an invasion of pygmy erumpents, Harry said seriously. You wouldn't want that. They explode when they sneeze. It's fascinating what sped-up isolated evolution can produce, Luna sighed. So many cycles of reproduction and mutation. Don't get started on reproduction, Hermione said darkly. Molly is in timeout, don't think I won't put you in timeout too. What's this? Harry, Luna, Hermione and Ginny took seats around a 5-person circular table, while Neville leaned over the balcony to look down at the rest of the library. Please tell me she didn't put her foot in her mouth again. That's too nice a way of saying it, Ginny griped. You know the situation with the possibility of Weasley grandbabies as it stands, right? No. Harry said truthfully. I don't really follow Weasley gossip. Are there any? Well, let's go down the list, shall we? Hermione said sardonically, leaning back in her chair. Bill is still defense professor, and the only new people he meets are his students. He's single, though a lot of them want to change that. Charlie may as well be dating a dragon, for all anyone knows. We don't know if he has dated anyone since moving to Romania, Ginny added. Best to assume he won't, or if he is he's got the good sense to keep it secret. The twins don't have steady girlfriends and aside from that prank last year, no kids, Hermione continued. Percy is married too. Justice. Ginny interjected with a wicked smile. Justice and cleansing magical Britain of corruption in all its forms. Yes, that, Hermione agreed. Also, according to some rumors he's shagging the minister on the sly. Taylor mentally compared Percy who was still in his 20s to Marchbanks, who was past her 20s, and also past her 120s. She hoped that wasn't true. Harry sounded like he wasn't sure whether he wanted to believe it. You're joking? Please? At least tell me you don't mean our current minister. Not that the last one would be much better, but at least that wouldn't make me worry about possible elder abuse. I think Percy Weasley would be the power top if he was in a relationship with Cornelius Fudge, Luna said. Everyone paused to not imagine that. Or if they did, to wish Luna hadn't said anything. It's a rumor, Hermione explained. One Ginny started. Ginny crossed her arms and huffed. Nobody believes it, but he deserves to squirm a little for what he did. He's dating Susan, for the record. Percy isn't in our good books right now, either, Hermione explained. He's the one who provoked Molly by telling her he was using protection, and why he felt he had to explain that to her. Ugh. Do the math. How many Weasleys are looking likely to pop out grandbabies? One not dating, one probably not dating, two unwilling to be tied down, one in the beginning of a relationship. What about Ron? Harry asked, mirroring Taylor's own line of thought. Shagging every Quidditch groupie who can convince him she's interested in more than his fame as the only good keeper the Cannons have ever had, Ginny explained. I'm more worried for him than the groupies, to be honest. They're taking advantage of him. No children as of yet, though. Right. So that leaves you two. Harry looked at Hermione and Ginny, and at the rings on both of their fingers. It had been a nice ceremony. A little touch and go on the Granger side, what with Hermione's Muggle grandparents not knowing about magic, but Taylor happily played interference for the couple. Molly Weasley cried a river and accidentally burned a few napkins while tipsy, but other than that they hadn't noticed anything amiss. Hermione hadn't noticed her grandfather's less than wholehearted approval either, because Taylor got to him first. By the time Hermione interacted with him, he was all smiles and intimidated praise. Taylor remembered that day fondly. She decided it would have to be us, Ginny concluded with a groan. Percy made her think about grandbabies when he denied the possibility of her getting any from him anytime soon. Then we walk in, ready for our weekly lunch with her and Dad, while he skips out, mayhem caused and justice waiting for him at the ministry. She's got baby rabies now, and it's all his fault. She brought it up, Hermione continued. We're in the very beginning stages of looking into adopting, as something for the future once we're done working on the Dementor problem and not dealing with mood-altering effects every day. I made the mistake of telling her that. As it turns out, Ginny sighed, adoption doesn't count. She did the exaggerated finger quotations and scowled angrily. Not really a Weasley that way. Did she use those exact words? Luna asked. Maybe she was tripping over her own tongue, or over alcohol. She did use those words, and she only got pushier from there, Hermione confirmed. According to her, we are to find a willing donor or wait for her to pick one out, both get pregnant at the same time, and move into the burrow for the duration of the pregnancies as well as the following 18 years so she doesn't have to part from her new grandbabies for as long as possible. Harry's eyes bulged. Did she really mean that? He asked. We'll find out in a month when her timeout ends and we talk to her again, Ginny said grimly. Maybe she'll realize she was out of line. Maybe not. Isolation does tend to kill off Nargles, Luna said sagely. If it doesn't work, just ignore her. I'd rather not, but we will if she makes us, Ginny agreed. How about you? Taylor pushing you to tie the knot yet? Taylor agrees that a 7-year engagement is a magically advantageous number, Luna replied. We are only on year 3, she would not want us to cut it short. She's been great, of course, Harry said. No pressure, and no out-of-control longing for grandchildren. He laughed at the irritated face Ginny pulled at him. Taylor wondered if now would be a good time to announce her presence. But no. Magical intercom pranks were reserved for Sirius. They wouldn't be as funny if she did them to anyone else. Where is she, anyway? Neville asked, taking a moment to look around the balcony. He did not, of course, see her. She was on the roof, and the glass ceiling was charmed to not show any obstructions directly in contact with it, in case she ever figured out how to integrate computers into a high magic environment and needed some sort of antenna for communication purposes. There was no way anyone knew where. Up on the roof, Luna said serenely. Scratch that. Luna knew, somehow. She was much more observant than most people realized, but Taylor had no idea how she had figured that out. Maybe it was an educated guess. Down below, a wizard in gaudy pale green robes said hello to Sirius. Albus Persimmon Wolfie Bob Dumbledore. Sirius proclaimed. Those are not quite my middle names, Dumbledore corrected him. Sirius had spoke up. Yes, but you may notice that nobody cares. Did you bring my counterpart? Sadly, ever since an anonymous break into my office, the Sorting Hat has been tied to the Hogwarts wards to prevent a theft, Dumbledore admitted. I'll pass along a message, hat to hat, shall I? Scratch that. Sirius reached up to grab the brim of the hat. He would make it too vulgar for you to repeat. Welcome to the library, and thank you for your donation. Dumbledore was here. He had been invited, he was expected, and he knew nothing. He was still the most important person in the building. Not for the event, but for the real reason he had been invited beyond common courtesy. Taylor decided that it was time to go down and get the main event out of the way. Everyone she was expecting had arrived. She descended the stairwell installed in the roof of one of the secondary wings currently closed to the public, reaching the ground floor without interacting with anyone. From there, she unlocked the door to the main chamber from the inside, slipped through, and relocked it behind her, walking out into the gathering of witches and wizards. Many recognized her immediately, her arms were distinctive. When the vampires said no covering, they didn't mean that the runes had to be exposed to light, or air, or any simple physical dependency, as she had initially assumed. They meant it in the conceptual sense, as tied to the balanced nature of the magic itself, which was much harder to work around. Most of the time she simply went around in sleeveless robes and kept a wary watch over any possible source of fresh blood, but for a fancy robe occasion like tonight, she settled for simple fishnet opera gloves to match her sleeveless robe. Blood could seep right through and the runes were visible, so the gloves did not count as concealment, despite technically covering her arms. Her arms marked her apart from the crowd, and those who knew her knew why she was here. Miss Hebert, a short wizard in a gaudy top hat greeted her. He was Daedalus Diggle, a wizard of some renown and no apparent profession, a member of the Order of the Phoenix in the war. How are you on this fine night? Excited, she said honestly. Though you might not be able to tell just from looking at me. You have the stern head librarian look down, he assured her. It will only get better with time. Did you have Madame Pants give you tips? Not on the look, but yes. Taylor pointed her out, having already been well aware of her presence. If you want to compare, she's up on the second floor. The ribbon cutting will be soon, though, so don't go too far. Ha! Good luck to you. Diggle disappeared among the crowd as a much taller, more severe woman took his place opposite Taylor. This one, Taylor knew fairly well. Andromeda, she greeted. It was said the woman looked a lot like her insane cousin in Azkaban, but Taylor mostly knew her for being a healer who constantly rebuffed serious attempts to drag her into anything resembling black family business. Is your daughter here tonight? Possibly as an incognito guard for the minister, or possibly she decided she wished to get drunk in the company of her own age group, Andromeda said noncommittally. Has Sirius given up on making me the Black Wizengamot representative? No, and he will only push harder now that we've got this set up and he doesn't need to be there to argue for it. Sirius did not like being a member of the legislative body. Too much responsibility, even when he was using it for his own gain. Then I'll continue avoiding him, Andromeda concluded. Are you and he finally going to tie the knot now that this has been worked out? Taylor blatantly ignored that question. Even if she was willing to give an answer to Andromeda, who was an acquaintance at best, it wouldn't be given here, in the middle of a crowd of people who would like nothing more than to tarnish her reputation in any way possible as petty payback. I hope you enjoy this evening, she said formally. Someone muttered behind her, something that would have completely escaped the notice of a person without practically limitless multitasking abilities and a relay system of bugs connected to listening charms throughout the entire building. She was ignoring most of the inane conversations, but this? Lord. Not, is it? She turned, smiled coldly, and met the gaze of the man who had been her chief enemy in the fight to obtain all of the necessary legal niceties for setting up Britain's first magical public library. She knew very well who he was, but he bristled at the implication that he was unimportant enough to forget. I appreciate the advice, if one could call a muttered derogatory comment advice, in which case she appreciated the excuse to cut through some of the otherwise mandatory politeness, but I don't think you are very qualified to give it, what with all of the unfortunate incidents plaguing you of late. She wasn't fond of politics, but there wasn't much political about spending a month spying on a stuck-up arse in his manor, suborning one of his many house elves, and sneaking in to acquire blackmail material, which then mysteriously found its way into the ministry the day Not once again put a bureaucratic chokehold on her library. And now rubbing his face in the fact that he had no idea who had done it. That wasn't politics. Not's face might as well have been carved of granite for all that he reacted, but it made Taylor feel a lot better to have said that. She edged through the crowd, stopping for many meaninglessly polite smiles and handshakes along the way. There were not her people. Some of them were likely Death Eaters. Others had ties to the Death Eaters, or to pure blood causes that led back to the Death Eaters. Others were simply stuck-up snobs. And yet, there was a perverse pleasure inherent in having them here. This building was her attempt at fixing part of their rotten society, and so few of them truly understood that. The clock struck 8, harmonious chimes echoing through the open space, off the marble floors and wooden blockades lining the walls. Taylor made her way to the back of the ground floor, where the door to the central secondary wing was still blocked by more wooden barriers. Sirius was already there, transfiguring a waist-high set of steps with 2 poles on top, sporting a red ribbon stretched between them. After you. He let his hand brush against her arm as she passed him, reassuringly warm. No tricks or traps, I made it myself. All the more reason to suspect tricks, she whispered. Not tonight, he replied. She ascended the steps, stopping at the top, and looked out at the crowd she was now head and shoulders above. The balconies of the first, second, and third floors were lined with watchers. Harry and his friends were up at the very top, looking down. Tonight, she said, and her voice was carried to every single ear by the library's enchantments, "we gather to celebrate the opening of Britain's first magical public library. It is not publicly funded, not yet." That was too much of a leap for the financially conservative ministry, which was not used to paying for any libraries at all, but it is open to the public and the same rules will apply to all who enter this building. Heed those rules, treat the books, the building, the librarians, and the other patrons with respect. She lifted her arms. Elsewhere, her bugs physically gnawed through the sheet of parchment, serving as a runic anchor for hundreds of ongoing conjurations. All of the wooden blockades hiding the walls from sight disappeared. And all of the magical knowledge of the library will be open to you, any day, for as long as you wish, she concluded. The shelves of this central chamber were already lined with books. Hundreds upon hundreds, organized by subject and author, some common and some so rare there was only one copy in existence. "Ground floor, basic magic principles and general information, help desk," she announced. "First floor, magical history and a selection of fiction. Second floor, advanced magical studies, treatises, and papers. Third floor, reference materials. Lists of spells, textbooks, dictionaries, atlases, books on language, books on culture. Books from the Muggle side of literature, sorted in without any indication of their origin. Biology, medicine, anatomy, economics, mathematics, physics, the whole lot. Not that she would announce that, no, let it be discovered on its own, just like it would be discovered that there was no restricted section in her library. Not even for the truly dangerous spells and magic. There were other protections, such as needing the aid of a librarian to take certain books off the shelf, but those were lesser measures. It sounded risky on paper, making such things available to everyone, but in truth they were already available to the people most likely to want them, who used and abused them at will. This was only leveling the playing field, and unlike with powers, knowledge of a magical concept allowed for the development of magic intended to negate or counter it, something that was sorely lacking at present. "There are 5 more, larger wings to the library," she continued. "These are not open to the public today, and they will be expanded and opened as the space becomes necessary. Your donations have ensured that 2 of the 5 wings are in the process of being sorted and prepared for the public. Tonight, please feel free to browse what is currently available. It's not Hogwarts library yet, but you may be surprised by what we have that Hogwarts does not." She let that settle in. The crowd was quiet, not because they were composed or unimpressed, but because she had activated the auditory enchantments that dampened anything below a yell to a low murmur. Now, a few words from the main supporter of this library. Sirius Black. She swiped her hand down, snapping the ribbon, and stepped down to let Sirius up. "I won't talk long, because the longer I talk the likelier it is that I'll say something incredibly ill-advised," Sirius began jovially. "That was Taylor Hebert, head librarian of this fine establishment. Make no mistake, I might have spent the money and donated the entire Black Library, but she rules this place. It was her idea, the many innovative enchantments making it possible were mostly inspired by her proposals, and when it comes to security, she's the one I trust to ensure we don't lose all of our books by the end of tonight." The crowd laughed, and Sirius smiled widely. "I've got to thank the other old and exceedingly noble houses of this and that," he continued irreverently. "You know who you are. Your personal libraries may be lighter, but don't fret, it's all right here whenever you want to look at it. We appreciate your donations." The scowls that graced certain faces in the crowd were amusing, to say the least. Some had truly donated of their own free will. Others had been convinced to part with books for fair prices, or not so fair prices. But the ones who were angry were the ones who had conveniently fallen on hard times and been unable to refuse a vital infusion of gold at exactly the right moment, even if it came at the cost of their entire libraries. Those people all happened to be former Death Eaters, and they all happened to be much poorer now than when Taylor had first heard of them. The library's advanced magic collection leaned heavily to the dark side of magic as a result, but Taylor had great ambitions for that changing once people like Hermione and Ginny had free access to all of that dark magic and a desire to develop proper countermeasures. "I could go on," Sirius said. "I could spend all night talking about how we got here. The boring budget meetings I for some reason had to go to despite giving the project a blank check, the even more boring legislation that had to be passed to allow us to publicly show all of the family heirlooms my books were classified as, the meetings with contractors, with security, with ministry inspectors, with the minister's favorite advisor of the week, with Hogwarts professors, and we can't forget all of the random wizards off the street with uninformed complaints. None of it was particularly difficult or noteworthy, but taken all together, there's a reason we're only opening up now. If it were up to me we would have installed a floor in the Black Library, removed the old curses and called it done. But no, we had to do it properly, and now we're finally here. So who the hell wants to listen to a speech? Go, browse, read, explore, stick to the open areas because locked doors are locked for a reason, there's nothing interesting behind them." Sirius swiped his hand down, then actually looked down. "Taylor, you didn't conjure another ceremonial ribbon," he stage whispered. In response, Taylor took her wand out and fluidly conjured a ribbon, flinging it at him. He deftly snatched it out of the air, took one end in each hand, wrapped it around the poles. Then he cut it with a cutting charm. Told you, let me talk for long enough and something will go wrong, he told the crowd. Party on. That was it, officially. They would disperse, mingle, and everyone would be gone by midnight. If tonight was just about the library, she would be able to relax. Tonight was about the library. It was real, she had spent the last 5 years working for it, and this was her idea finally coming to fruition. But it wasn't only about the library. This was also a night for doing something she was finally strong enough to attempt. Her power, still a vague presence in the back of her head, sent over a burst of confidence. They could do this. She put on a show for a while. Wandering around, offering insight into the placement of certain books, fending off probing questions and occasionally freeing someone from a security measure they triggered by trying to fiddle with the book enchantments. Those were all things a normal librarian with no ulterior motives would do, so she did them. She even enjoyed it, underneath the nerves. But when the party started to die down and the guests began to leave. When Sirius gathered the others and took them back into one of the mostly empty wings. When she came across Dumbledore, reading a biology textbook on the 3rd floor. I wanted to thank you, she told him. I know we haven't technically met, but Sirius told me you were willing to donate your pensieve. Dumbledore looked up from the book. Why yes, you would be Ms. Hebert. He frowned for a moment. I feel as if I should know more about you than I do, but that is because I know Sirius but we have not had a chance to meet. Yes. She smiled and shook his hand. The memory charm still held. She didn't know why or how, but it did. Theoretically, it could hold forever. There was no need to tickle a sleeping dragon. Too bad she hadn't gone to Hogwarts back when that motto was coined. She could have told them that sometimes, in some situations, tickling and subsequently waking up the sleeping dragon was the only way to get it out of the way so one could move on. Would you like to come see it? She suggested. That wing isn't open to the public yet, but Sirius is showing it to some of our friends, and as it's your donation we agreed you can have a look now. I think I would like that. Dumbledore reshelved the biology textbook and followed her to the nearest door leading into the leftmost wing. I am very curious as to what the rest of the building looks like, he admitted. And you, Ms. Hebert? Was it truly chance that kept us apart for so long? He might be missing key memories, but that made him no less perceptive in the moment. I don't know what Sirius might have told you, she said as she led him down to the ground floor, through a much more traditional warren of corridors and bookshelves, but I'm sure it wasn't the truth. He likes to protect my ego, even when it doesn't need protecting. She found Sirius and the others around the pensieve, in a bare marble room. Tight quarters, thick walls, and the only thing in the room was the pensieve in the center. She closed the door behind them. 8 people in a sealed room. One was Dumbledore. 1 on 7. The one was a revered, powerful wizard, but none of the 7 were pushovers. She had not waited this long out of fear or out of hoping that the obliviation would never break on its own. She had waited because every day that passed was a day she grew stronger. A day that Harry and his friends, trustworthy and reliable, all learned more and grew stronger, more skilled, more dangerous. They had all improved, but none of them had her peculiar relationship with magic. She was not in the situation she had been in 8 years ago, when Dumbledore was some unapproachable giant of magical prowess. This is not a tour, is it? Dumbledore asked warily, sensing the shifting mood in the room. He had his wand out, a much more traditional wand instead of the knobbly old stick he had used the last time she saw him. A tour down memory lane, Sirius said, pointing to the pensieve. There was already a thin soup of white liquid waiting in the bowl, with occasional contorting wisps of pure white steam rising from its surface. We're here for security. If I refuse? Dumbledore asked. You really don't want to, Sirius replied. They're just memories. You're not even going in alone. I see additional runes on the pensieve, Dumbledore remarked. They allow for someone inside to extract and view a new memory without leaving it, Sirius said. Small change. Makes it easier to use in spontaneous situations. If you thought this was something I would agree to of my own free will, you would not have brought me here, now. Dumbledore looked from face to face. Nobody made eye contact. Nobody except for her. Her mind was locked behind an externally imposed occlumency barrier these days, but her surface thoughts were purposefully left available. Whether he looked at them or not, something tipped the scales for him. I will see what you have prepared with such care and secrecy, he decided, putting his wand away. Who will be joining me? I will. Taylor stepped forward. They put their heads in the pensieve at the same time. The first memory was simple. Taylor walked through her home under a fidelius these days, so she could keep the house without outright brainwashing her neighbors to do it with Dumbledore, watching herself as she pulled a knife from the block. Taylor had seen the memory before, several times over, but the edge to her younger self's movements still set her on edge. She had forgotten exactly how sudden the wave of paranoia was that day. Unjustified based on what she knew then, but in retrospect? This confrontation was absolutely inevitable, and it was never going to have a good outcome no matter what she did. Dread was the right reaction. That is you, Dumbledore observed. When is this? About 10 years ago. Summer, 1991. She wasn't wary of Dumbledore here. Physically, he could touch her, but magic wasn't an option within the Pensieve. It was a shared magical simulation, not a place where they were physically. Sirius, Harry, and the others would only see her and Dumbledore face down in the Pensieve, not transported to some other dimension. As such, he couldn't actually harm or otherwise affect her. They stood, side by side behind her memory self as she opened the door. Dumbledore watched with narrowed eyes as she and his counterpart interacted. I have been obliviated, he said as his counterpart began explaining magic. It was not a question. Of a lot more than just this, she told him. Why not attempt to undo it? He asked. Because we're not sure it can be undone, there had to be a reason the obliviation had held for 8 years, and while Sirius was good with a memory charm that did not translate to skill in the delicate legilimency required to even try to reverse an obliviation from the outside. And because this way, you can see things with fresh eyes. The memory faded out, and the next one ran. Taylor turned away as Dumbledore watched himself obliviate her. She had seen it before. Lived it. What mattered was that he saw it. More importantly, that he saw it first. Without any context or explanation for his own past actions. She was coming clean, in a sense, but not without stacking the deck. If they returned his memories, he would remember a decade of searching for Harry and years of delving into summoning, building up theories and reinforcing them. Remus was an example of how much that could change a person's attitude. Though Remus was not a good example of how to correctly handle things. It was more than a little fucked up that Sirius had leaped right to obliviating him back then, without even trying to explain, when Remus didn't pose any of the potential complications Dumbledore had. That was water way under the bridge, though. Sirius had a much clearer grasp of obliviation ethics now. The memory faded to black, replaced by another, much older. Her, bouncing 5-year-old Harry on her knee, watching a funny little British television show for children. There was absolutely nothing significant about the scene, save for Harry's age. Dumbledore stared intently at her and Harry, one hand on his forehead. That would be the obliviation, as he tried to reconcile this with what he knew about how Harry had spent his childhood, which was, nothing. A curious fact about obliviation was that while seeing proof one was missing time did absolutely nothing to break the obliviation down, it did allow those who were aware obliviation existed to dismiss the confusion that usually came with it, just like settling on an explanation ended the confusion. The scene changed again. Harry was younger, barely 2. She didn't quite have everything together yet, those first 2 years were rough. She looked unremarkable, save for her missing arm and the dark blotches under her eyes, but the way she moved as she put Harry to bed implied she was exhausted. Not her worst day, not by far, but not a happy one. Normal, though. A moment that obviously wasn't fake, performed for nobody, with nothing to hide. That was the last of the preloaded memories. Dumbledore wouldn't sit still for a movie-length set of memories without asking for clarification or proof or something. Thus, the extra runes that allowed her to direct things, so they weren't diving in and out of the Pensieve every few minutes. The runes let her smooth out the process. Not that it came easily. While Dumbledore was distracted, peering into the crib to look at baby Harry as Taylor's younger self tiredly puttered around the room, she attempted to relax. Not to leave the Pensieve, but to shift her awareness. There were no bugs in a Pensieve memory, not even for memories where she had her power. Pensieves showed an exterior view, not an interior one, and they did not simulate things, they displayed them. A Pensieve was a monitor, not a computer. Outside, in the real world, there were bugs. She could feel them, the same way she could feel the not liquid of her memories on her face, in her nose and mouth but not preventing her from breathing clean air. It was an unpleasant sensation. With some effort, she focused on that awareness, that version of herself, and shakily drew her wand while keeping her head in. She put her wand and hand in the basin, placing the tip on her forehead in preparation. You are showing me this to give your side of a story I don't know my side of, Dumbledore remarked, looking at the present-day her. I have to wonder if this is real, or staged. I know. She crossed her arms. It's a fair question. I had Harry for over 10 years. Name a day within that time frame, any day. Any time. I can show you a memory from then. Momentous events or significant dates are easier for me to remember, obviously, but I can try to get it close to the day. Another quirk of Pensieve memory viewing made her incapable of offering any moment he wanted to the exact time frame. Any memory she still remembered at all could be withdrawn and viewed in perfect detail, but the more obscure the memory, the harder it was to get the initial withdrawing process to work. It was a downright fascinating branch of magic, and she wished Pensievs weren't so rare. She could have done with one of these years ago. We would have to leave, no, the modifications to the Pensiev. He looked around. In that case, show me October 14, 1989. That would be when Harry was either 9 or 10 years old, depending on whether she counted from the birthday he celebrated, or Harry Potter's actual birthday. He would have been in school, it was October, so there would be a Halloween coming up. Difficult, but she thought she could remember something they had done that week. The runes allowing her to concentrate on her real self while in the Pensiev did not make the process easy, and it took her several minutes to focus on the memory, focus on the wordless charm necessary to withdraw it, and successfully pull the memory out. It plopped into the bowl of the Pensiev with a wet splash, and the scene changed around them. They were dumped into an old version of her home neighborhood, at the park, in the late afternoon, after Harry's school let out. The her of memory watched him play with 2 of his old friends. Had Harry ever reconnected with them? She would have to ask. She had long since quit her Muggle job, and she didn't have any good friends in the neighborhood, but Harry had real friends in the Muggle world. She didn't know if he still kept up with them or not. He was too cool to be seen playing with me for a while there, she remembered, seeing herself on the park bench. I was uneasy about letting him out of my sight during rush hour, on a weekday, 5 blocks from the house in a park with no adult supervision. We compromised. The memory version of her had a book, one on recent Japanese history that she was pretending to read. No newspaper, annoyingly. No way to verify this was happening at any time more specific than sometime. Dumbledore wandered into the park, sitting down on the bench next to her past self. He looked up, then down, taking in the entire scene from her point of view. Clever. That way he could see everything she directly observed, so he knew where the details would be clear. They got fuzzy and indistinct outside her direct observation, to reflect that she didn't actually know, for instance, what was happening behind her bench. That would change with memories outside of this particular period of her life, but he didn't know it yet. Here we are. He poked at her past self's bookmark, a receipt she hadn't even noticed was there. October 13, 1989, he read off of it. Close enough, she judged, noticing that it was a receipt from the local bookstore. She must have kept it for exactly the purpose it was serving in the memory. She barely remembered doing such a thing, demonstrating exactly how powerful Pensievs and the related mind magic really were. I can do this as many times as you like, but if you want to take that as a given and continue for now. I imagine you have a lot to show me, Dumbledore said gravely. What is your purpose with all of this? To be a better person. She shrugged her shoulders. To not be blindsided because one day you might throw off the obliviation. It's a miracle it has held this long. You've been missing memories for 8 years, 2 months, Dumbledore interrupted. She gave him a hard look. I was not entirely unaware that something was amiss, Ms. Hebert, he said. Your memory charm was perfect. That does not take into account externalities. She was worried about what that might mean, but the sheer time that had passed between the obliviation and now ruled out any but the longest of long cons. I don't know what we missed, she admitted. I know you didn't have any backup memories stored like your Horcrux history lessons. She only knew that because Harry had, upon learning that memories could be extracted and stored for later, had a minor panic attack and arranged a heist of Dumbledore's office to check for incriminating evidence. That heist had taken up most of Harry's 5th year in Hogwarts. I should have, he said, if it was something I considered important. I don't have any answers for you on that subject, she said. Save, perhaps, that storing memories of a threat that could feasibly spread by knowledge of its existence was a risky proposition. Now, what we have here is my life, shortly after coming to Britain up to that day you obliviated me. Do you want the cause or the effect next? Of the obliviation. He frowned. This is carefully curated. Do I truly have a choice? This is worthless if you aren't confident you are seeing the truth. It is the truth, so it won't all fail to make sense if you see it in a different order than the one I would prefer. I would suggest you look at the cause first, but either works. The order didn't matter so much now. What mattered was that he would only see her memories, her viewpoint. None of his long nights of agonizing over summoning. The information set he was learning from was different this time around, and it came with none of the urgency or fog of war the actual events did. Show me the cause, he decided. You asked. She would start with the best beginner explanation she had ever been given as to what powers really were. A pity that explanation came from Bonesaw. Sirius watched the Pensiev. He knew what Dumbledore was getting into. He and Harry knew. Taylor had to pick and choose which memories she showed Dumbledore, and that meant getting feedback from an outside source. Hearing about it and seeing it, the former years ago and the latter in this last week since the Pensiev had been delivered, were 2 very different things. It made sense that they were the ones least comfortable with this whole operation. Sirius had his doubts. Very substantial ones. In his opinion, Dumbledore staying obliviated was a gift from Merlin, and shouldn't be squandered. It was fair play, him living the rest of his life not remembering anything related to Taylor. It didn't even impact his life much after the first few months, unlike Taylor's obliviation. They shouldn't be jeopardizing that, even if Taylor had steadily learned enough magic in the intervening years that he would bet on her against Dumbledore in a fight. Not because she was more powerful, but because the gap between them was now small enough that he thought her ruthlessness would easily carry the day. It still wasn't worth risking making Dumbledore an enemy once more. Taylor thought otherwise. They tended to disagree when it came to obliviation. He was too trigger-happy, or so she said, while she was too reluctant to rely on it to solve the problems it was uniquely suited for. He got his way when Remus broke his obliviation 2 years after it was applied, but only temporarily. This was coming, whether he liked it or not. And he would like to be able to say that the whole unprotected mind giving off summoning vibes problem was completely, entirely resolved. That would never happen while Dumbledore and to a lesser extent Remus were walking around with obliviations. Still, he was prepared for this to go very badly wrong. Can't re-obliviate the lethal force avenging war veteran Dumbledore levels of wrong. To that end, he'd pickpocketed Dumbledore's wands the moment he went into the Pensieve. It would take him a while, maybe half an hour, to figure out how to use the runic alteration to have any awareness of his real body without coming out, so there was no way he knew. And damn, if the old man power wand didn't feel exactly as good as he remembered from 8 years ago in St. Mungo's. Why Dumbledore was using a normal one instead of the old man one when he had both on him was a mystery. Taylor moved to point her wand at her own head, never taking it out of the Pensieve. She's done with the starting memories, Harry noted. I want to see those memories too, Hermione remarked. No you don't, Ginny and Luna both retorted. What, have you seen them? Hermione demanded. Harry had an answer for her. No, but they know not to want to. Taylor moved again, twitching another memory out of her head. A minute later, she repeated the process. Time passed differently in the Pensieve, only flowing at normal speed when the individuals within were actively interacting with each other. If they were just watching, the memories went by much faster than they would have played out in real life. She got through a half-dozen without incident. Dumbledore moved. His legs spasmed. His hands, lightly gripping the bowl, slipped off and reached into the liquid memory. He's not coming out, he knows how to get out, Sirius said. So what? Dumbledore lurched back, breaking contact with the bowl as his face flung out, wet beard and all. He reached for his wand, scrabbling at his own robes, eyes wide and unseeing. Sirius helpfully petrified him. Hey, come back to reality, he barked. Dumbledore's eyes slowly focused on the wand Sirius held. He had used the old man one, because he could. What other reason did he need? Taylor pulled out of the Pensieve, her hair shedding the liquid in a silvery wave. Good, you got him, she breathed. What was it, Dumbledore? Did you pull out on purpose? So, you are the one who defeated me and then returned it, Dumbledore breathed, completely ignoring Taylor. He really needed to straighten his priorities out. Yeah, needed it to get the drop on you way back when, figured it would be smart to disarm you tonight. Sirius shrugged. He hadn't defeated Dumbledore, Taylor took the wand and stunned him, but he had suffered a nasty spider bite to get it, and that was almost the same thing. Also, Dumbledore didn't need another reason to dislike Taylor. So? It's a nice wand, I'll give you that. It is not a nice wand, Dumbledore said slowly. Is it the one you obliviated me with? Yes. Sirius considered the knobbly old stick he was holding. It really was a powerful wand. He didn't think wands were supposed to feel like this. Keep it. Dumbledore closed his eyes. It has not behaved quite right since that day. That, by the way. He nodded to Taylor. I did not know why. But I knew something had changed. Are you willing to come back? She gestured to the Pensieve. You haven't seen enough to get a clear picture yet. If I am not willing, you will obliviate me again, Dumbledore said. Yet. We will. Sirius waved the wand. If you do keep going, I might see fit to remove the first obliviation, he offered. You will not be able to. That wand is ever suited to destruction. Those memories are not covered up or hidden, they are gone. Dumbledore sighed. Free me. I must see it all. Must you? Sirius asked. I am in too far to back out now. Sirius considered the distressed old man. He didn't look on the edge of sanity, or like he was plotting to attack them all. It seemed safe enough, relative to the baseline level of risk this entire operation depended on. Keep going. I won't say it gets better, but if you're anything like me you'll come out the other end relieved, not terrified. He unpetrified Dumbledore, and Dumbledore immediately returned to the Pensieve, dunking his face with the attitude of a man bracing for a shock. Good work. I think. Taylor looked at all of them. I think this may actually be working, she said softly. Let's see it through. Dumbledore was made of tough stuff. Taylor knew he had to be, considering the things he had seen and done as a matter of public record, but this trip through her life on Earth was showing her that she had underestimated him. Bonesaw startled and disgusted him. Her talk of passengers scared him more. Flashes of theoretical discussions about powers during her time with the wards genuinely interested him, their casual power use more so. The thing that had finally undermined his resolve was no less than Leviathan. The deaths, the never-ending toll listed out by dragon, flood waves, a moving terror infinitely more disturbing and inexorable than the greatest magical beast she had seen in this world. She couldn't fault anyone for looking away when they were first faced with something as terrible as an Endbringer. There was a reason she was never going to put any memory of the Cymurg into the Pensieve. At least Leviathan was a purely physical threat. They stood on a street flooded ankle-deep. In the distance, a few blocks away, heroes flew in the storm, batted back and forth. Lasers flashed, Leviathan moved, his water echo crashing down behind him. They could be this far away and not be standing in a soupy mess of nothing because her bugs had perceived blocks around her. That made her Pensieve memories very large. It gave them a way to talk, without being in the middle of the fight. Instead, it played out far away, and yet uncomfortably close. This world was a world without hope, Dumbledore said soberly. Yes. For the most part. That thing. For that, I might cast my first killing curse. He looked down, as if the admission pained him. I take it that would not have worked? The sheer variety of abilities on display here. I don't think it's technically alive. Also, it's made of dead mass. A killing curse against Leviathan, or any of the Endbringers. It just wouldn't work. They were, if she remembered correctly, crystalline inorganic matter. Killing curses didn't work against metalwork golems, they wouldn't work here. There was also a matter of sheer scale, though she had no idea whether that was a factor. It took energy to kill something. How much energy did a single Avada Kedavra convey? So no. He put his hands behind his back and straightened up. This is the worst. The absolute worst. She shook her head. No. This is the baseline worst. The thing any normal person might fear most, from day to day. There's more, beyond what everyone knew to be afraid of. Next would be Scion. Then a few earlier memories to link the nature of her shard to Scion, and then an explanation of Contessa, and showing her actions after the fight. He knew who she was. He knew what she was. Not every sordid detail, she glossed over her own actions beyond a few key moments, but this wasn't about her. He could condemn or approve her personal actions at his leisure, later when he inevitably picked over her life to satisfy his curiosity and confirm her truthfulness. No, the important thing here was the shards themselves. What they were, how they operated, and how they were limited. He was afraid of the unknown. She was showing him that it wasn't unknown, and it was bad, but not in the ways he feared. Harry already had his wand pointed at Dumbledore when he and Taylor emerged from the Pensieve for the second time. Dumbledore looked seasick. Taylor too was drawn. Viewing those memories wasn't easy for her. Sirius, we're up to your contribution, Taylor called out. Yes, that. Sirius waited while Taylor returned the memories in the Pensieve to her own head, then added his own. Full disclosure, Dumbledore pre-obliviation warned me, but I didn't know anything about what you just saw. Just so you don't think I'm a brain-dead moron for doing what I did. I will keep it in mind, alongside everything else I have seen. Dumbledore all but dove back into the Pensieve as soon as the memory was put in. No clue what his final opinion is going to be, but these are the last ones, Taylor admitted. Be ready for anything when he next comes out. I'm going to try and keep him in until I know what he's thinking, but I can't actually hold him in. Serious meeting with Dumbledore. His interrogation of Taylor, and by extension her shard. His memory of the hospital confrontation. 3 simple events. No real fighting, no terror except, perhaps, on Sirius' part just talking. She knew them almost by heart. They were soothing, in comparison to what came before. Not her memories, not her mistakes. Things that had happened. A setup, a harsh moment, and a redemption. For Dumbledore, they were just as difficult to deal with as the first set of memories, more so since 2 of the 3 were directly poking at things the obliviation had removed from him. She ran through each twice, for his benefit. He watched them in overwhelmed silence. When they were done, she cut to the last memory she intended to show unless he asked for something specific. Her, Sirius, and Harry on a beach that summer after Dumbledore's obliviation. He looked out of place on the remembered sand, standing on top of a dune. He stood stiffly, his robe hems dragging on the sand as his feet sank in. It's a lot to take in, she said, feeling out his state of mind. More, with the full picture, he said. Is our world doomed to become like yours? Chaotic, hopeless struggle. It had better not be, she said. It won't happen because of Scion, he's dead. It won't happen because of me or my shard, I want peace and my shard only wants to learn. This world has its flaws. I'm not denying that. But the shards don't understand magic, so we know your magic doesn't come from them. The game isn't rigged against you. Apocalypse and endless violent conflict isn't inevitable. With magic, she could even say she had hope if another set of entities showed up. Her shard's constant struggle to assimilate magic meant it was an unknown factor. It was a chance. Dumbledore sat down on the dune, facing the ocean. His beard fluttered in the remembered wind. Down by the Titaline, Harry splashed Sirius, who turned into a dog and began back-paddling water at him. The remembered version of Taylor joined them, changing into a dolphin, to the surprise and delight of both. I see now, why you did what you did, Dumbledore said. You were working with more complete information than I. Why did you not tell all of this to me first? Because you're a threat. She sat down next to him, more comfortable around him in the pensieve than she would ever be in real life. You had all the power. You had an opinion. Your opinion would stop you from listening to me. Also, we didn't have a pensieve and didn't know you had one. It would have been my word, and maybe legilimency, if you could be convinced to try it after freaking out. I wouldn't advise that even now, because I only trust my shard to do what it thinks I want, if left to make a choice. Putting yourself at its mercy? About as scary as me putting myself at your mercy. I would have listened, Dumbledore argued. How could I know? She asked. Why would I believe that if someone told me so? You obliviated me. You said my death was a possibility when talking to Sirius and Remus. You suspected things that would make listening to me a game of endless second-guessing, and you weren't wrong. This is different for two important reasons. One is that you have had an additional 8 years to prove my worries invalid, Dumbledore guessed. You are a known figure in magical society. You know all kinds of magic. The world is your oyster, you and your shard. This has allowed you to romance a wealthy bachelor, raise a child without my meddling, and found a library. Hardly things to fear. You won, and in winning you proved there was nothing bad about your victory. Don't forget my shard is probably part of the reason Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes were crippled, she reminded him. I know you did the legwork of finding and finishing them off, and they weren't completely broken, but he never came back from that. That wasn't me, and I don't think it was only Harry's spell. Voldemort went into my mind. My shard didn't like that. Your occlumency shields? He asked. Strong. It won't happen again. But me proving myself wasn't one of my 2 reasons. This is different than me telling you back then would have been. What are they? He lifted a hand to tuck the fluttering end of his beard into his robe. First, you're coming at this with a fresh perspective. She picked up a handful of remembered sand. It was cold in her palm. Back then, everything I told you would have been filtered through your preconceptions. You were certain it was summoning. You were certain I was a victim, or no longer existed except as a shell for something worse. I had nothing to convince you, from that perspective, that you were wrong. Here, without those memories, you're more open-minded. It's hard to throw away years of assumptions. Easier, to go at it from scratch. It might still have been possible, but it wasn't about whether it could work, it was about me getting things to a point where I was willing to take the risk. Neither she nor Sirius thought of that at the time of his obliviation, but it was definitely a factor in deciding to do this now. As was receiving the pensieve. Your reasoning is that the obliviation was a necessary prelude. He didn't sound happy about that. The other reason? You held the power back then. She let the sand fall from her hand. In St. Mungo's, it was the most pronounced. Sure, we had you as a powerless snake, but that was inherently temporary if we wanted to try talking to you. I was injured, and Voldemort, who is said to have only ever feared you, had just thrashed me to an inch of my life despite my best efforts. You said my death was an option, and you almost ruined my life through negligence, thinking you were keeping me relatively safe. Power plus a bad history meant I was not willing. Before that moment, I still knew you were too far above me to fight. You could have explained and then obliviated me if it didn't work. He looked out at the horizon. But you would never know if I was of the same mind as you if I simply lied. You wouldn't know until my wand was back in my hand and I had the power again. What is different now? 8 years, she said. I learned slow. I learned hard. But 8 years is a long time. A year more than the time needed for a child to go from clueless to competent while still having time to live a life and study inefficiently. Dumbledore turned slowly, ever so slowly, to look at her. Do you think yourself my equal now? He asked. No, I don't, she said. Not yet. But if I had to fight you tonight? With the help of Sirius, Harry, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Luna, all of whom are talented in their own right, with their own diversified skills and tactics. Most of them were Harry's friends, Harry's team, though the world was not so harsh as to force them to fight to survive. They were all exceptional, and unlike the magical friends she had made over the years, they were wholly on Harry's side when it came to matters involving Dumbledore, already in the loop to some degree. I would pit myself and them against anyone in Britain without hesitation. Anyone in the world without losing hope. I'm not you, I'm not Voldemort, but I have my own skills, and the gap between us isn't insurmountable. You're not my new scion. You were my Alexandria, back then, only beatable in specific circumstances from an unexpected angle. Now, you're more like Lung. Obviously more powerful, inherently stronger, and with a better grasp on your abilities. But in no way insurmountable, he finished. He had seen both of those moments. They were important to who she became. He had also seen her working with Lung later on, in Cauldron's base. Hopefully the comparison stuck with him. Down on the beach, the tailor of her memory had turned back into a human to lift Dog Sirius up, her tattooed arms wet with seawater. Harry cheered as she threw him out into an oncoming wave. The balance of power isn't in your favor any longer, Taylor concluded. That's why I waited until now, why I didn't do it after the first summer, or the first year, or when Harry graduated and you had no more say in his life. I could have waited forever, apparently, but that. Why did you not? He asked. Truly. Because obliviating you wasn't fixing things. It was postponing dealing with the problem. Postponing indefinitely. If he had died falling down an unexpected flight of stairs 2 days after his obliviation, the problem would have resolved itself. But that wasn't fixing it, that was pure chance taking it away, obliviation or not. Also, this way I can hold to my own values. Believe it or not, I don't like obliviation. If I could remove that spell from existence, I would. Maybe it's the cornerstone of your statute of secrecy, maybe removing it would cause all sorts of problems, but I don't believe it solves anything. Not really. At best, it lets you ignore that there was a problem to start with. And yet you relied upon it, he said. Don't like and won't use are two different things, she said dryly. I'll do it again if I have to. But I hope I don't. Dumbledore stood and brushed the sand off the back of his robe. You only want me to leave you alone to live your life. I want to know that you won't ambush me in the dark and leave me mindless or dead, she confirmed. And I want to know I'm not relying on an obliviation to protect me. If you still think I'm a danger, come out of the Pensieve fighting, because you'll never get a better chance to put me down. She stretched her arms and pulled her hands back, marveling once again at how real they felt. Her knuckles cracked, one by one. Her wand wasn't here in the Pensieve, but she could feel it in her hand, back in her real body. I won't attack you, he said. You've convinced me. I may not agree with your every decision, but you acted with the right intentions. Funny. I could say the same of you. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. She hadn't forgiven him for what he did, and unlike with Sirius she didn't think she ever would. But forgiveness and tolerance were not the same thing. I won't say we're even. Why is that? He asked. I kept tabs on you while you were obliviated. Taylor returned to her body with her wand pointed at Dumbledore's head, not her own. Everyone else had their wands trained on him, too. Dumbledore rose from the Pensieve slowly, his hands going to his beard to straighten it out. What time is it? He asked. Late, Sirius supplied. You've been in there for 3 hours, Hermione supplied. I need either a long sleep or a barrel of strong spirits, and for my own sake I am going to choose the former, if I can get it, Dumbledore said. Sirius, you may keep the wand. It is yours, and has been for a long time. Beware those who might covet it. Okay. Sirius examined the wand, then tucked it up his sleeve. Need me to call you a ride? The night bus. Fox. Dumbledore called. His phoenix burst into being above him. It crooned sadly when it saw him, and immediately landed on his shoulder. If you would, please. Sirius gave back the normal wand. Dumbledore did nothing with it, beyond putting it away. Ms. Hebert, I will return to look through your memories more thoroughly once I have had time to determine what is worth the price of seeing such things. No price, it's in my best interest to make sure you are satisfied with what you've learned, she told him. I was referring to the mental toll of looking upon such horrors, he said sadly. I do not envy you. With one final caw, his phoenix flashed them both out of the room in a burst of flame. That's it. He could be lying, but she wasn't lying when she told him attacking immediately was his best shot. She had backup plans, contingencies, and ways to avoid being ambushed. Magic offered almost infinite possibility, and she had anticipated the possibility of him breaking the obliviation at any time in the last 8 years. If he tried something tomorrow, next week, or next month, he would fail. She rubbed her arm absently, feeling more tired than she had all week. Mission success. Probably. Thanks for coming, everyone. Harry hugged her. His forehead bumped into her nose. I'm proud of you, Mum, he said. You didn't have to do this. I don't think it's anything to be proud of. Correcting her own moral compromises and postponements should be the expected bare minimum, not worthy of praise. Well, you always say that about the things you do, and it's never true, he shot back. He let go, stepped back, and Sirius immediately took his place, though his hands drifted a lot lower than Harry's ever would. I'm taking you home and not letting you out of bed until you're too well rested to want to hex me, Sirius whispered. So long as you use a time turner to get me back here bright and early, or wait until tomorrow evening. She still had a job to do. Confronting Dumbledore was for her own peace of mind. Running her library was her chosen responsibility. We'll negotiate, he promised. You trained that kid to do the job, didn't you? Have him fill in. On my first day. She laughed and pushed him away before he could apparate her, because she felt him gathering the magic to do that, and waved to Harry's friends. Really, thank you all for coming. I know it didn't amount to much, but if it had, I would have needed your help. Better to be prepared for nothing, than to be unprepared for anything, Luna said. Did your caterers prepare? The extra food should have been taken to the employee break room, Taylor replied, unfazed by the abrupt change in topic. It's yours if you want it. Save some for me. I never got around to eating anything, I was so busy annoying people, Sirius remarked. Oh, also, the hat is on the roof. Don't ask why. We've been standing here for hours, Harry said. I could eat, Neville agreed. My part2 home leaves at 7 in the morning today, and my sleep schedule is totally out of whack because of the time difference and the plants being nocturnal. I'm probably not sleeping tonight. You'll take me out of this library over my dead, reanimated, and subsequently re-killed body, Hermione told Ginny. Take you out? Ginny asked incredulously. We're staying until Taylor makes us leave or the food runs out. It looked like nobody was going home just yet. Dawn found them, one and all, asleep in the staff break room. Neville was on the floor, having fallen out of a chair transfigured to fit him once the transfiguration wore off. Ginny and Hermione were cuddled in a corner, next to a stack of books they had pilfered on the way to the break room, a book still open across Hermione's lap. Harry was slumped back in his chair, his neck braced by a pillow Luna had produced from her robes, along with two tiny bat-like reptilian creatures, with exactly as much explanation as she ever gave for anything. She was using him as a pillow as she stretched across 3 chairs lined up beside him. Sirius was, at the moment, a dog on the floor. Taylor didn't know why this was, except perhaps that he was too tired to change back after changing to help Harry recount a story of a misadventure she had never heard about back when it happened. Taylor had one arm draped over him, and her back to the cushioned wall. Magic was good for many things, but in the moment convenience had to be at the top of the list. Bending reality to be more comfortable was a ridiculous use of the ability to bend reality. With the dawn came sunlight through the charmed windows, flooding the room with early morning light. Taylor woke first, the ache in her back from sleeping upright unexpected and annoying. Her arms were inactive, the charm to activate them had worn off. Usually she took them off before sleeping, safe in the knowledge that were anything to happen, they were within a single levitation spell's reach. This morning, all she had to do was will them on, and they reconnected. In a minute, she would wake Neville, who depending on the type of part2 would either have to rush to the ministry to make it, or was currently running the risk of being whisked away while still sleeping. She would take Ginny and Hermione over to the front desk and properly authorize their books being withdrawn, as they had gravitated directly to the most obscure, illegal tomes she could get from the Malfoys, and those couldn't just be taken off the shelf without following procedure. She would help Harry and Luna find the 2 bad things that were not on Luna anymore, but couldn't possibly have left the room. Harry would help her get Sirius home without waking him, because unlike the rest of them he had pushed himself entirely too hard for no reason in the last week. She would greet her new assistant librarians when they turned up for their first day of work. But not quite yet. For now, she would savor the moment, aches and all. For the first time in a very long while, she felt entirely, unconditionally at peace. Author's note, in a way, this isn't an epilogue. Epilogues don't involve the final resolution to the main conflict, they come after that resolution. But the final act to the Dumbledore conflict was set to come after a significant time gap, to justify Taylor feeling safe in revisiting it when she doesn't strictly have to, and the end of last chapter could have worked, mechanically, as an end. If not quite so satisfying. It's mostly an epilogue, so I labeled it as such. Also, how did everyone like the library thing? I'd been sprinkling in hints towards it all throughout the story. Taylor's occupation and how she gravitated towards the administrative, technical side of things, getting experience in all of the necessary parts of running a library, Sirius explaining that she would be severely disadvantaged if she didn't have access to his personal library, her thinking about how she would need a Fix the Country project once Harry was grown up, Sirius having money to burn and a need to stick it to the masses and the Malfoys in particular, the constant importance of books. And recorded knowledge throughout the story, at every turn. It was very spread out, and she didn't come up with the idea until well after the events of Chapter 11, but I dropped plenty of thematic clues to it. I hope that works from the reader side of things. But all in all, that's it for the main story. I like my conclusions with wide open worlds, a double handful of interesting characters, and enough empty space that the blanks can be filled in with, and they all had many more adventures. I learned a lot from this story, more through posting than writing, oddly. My number one takeaway may be a bit jaded, I think I don't like having insanely popular stories. I appreciate all of the positive support and constructive criticism, and typo callouts, can't forget those, as well as the less well-meaning complaints with their grains of truth, less so, the lack of reading comprehension or tact, but something, or perhaps multiple things, about this story drew out the crazies in droves. More on FF than AO3, make of that what you will, and the stuff you can see in the reviews there is the less offensive subset of the aggressively negative reviews. I had to outright disallow some of the line-crossing aggressive, obscenity-laden rants against myself and Dumbledore, you know, the fictional character. The latter was honestly just weird, not hurtful, but some members of the HP fandom need serious help. Beyond that, this story has been an object lesson in how you can't please everyone, and I don't mean that in a smarmy, justify doing exactly what I want way. I mean that for this story, more than any other, I've received well-explained, well-reasoned comments praising specific things, and been able to contrast them directly with equally well-explained, well-reasoned comments complaining about the exact same things from a different perspective. What the heck am I supposed to do with that? Ideally, rewrite the entire thing so perfectly that everyone is happy, taking into account all of this valid, well-expressed feedback, but most of the time when I try that it comes out with me feeling like shit and the new version being objectively worse or just untenable, so I don't use it. The 1 out of 10 times when I do produce something better, well, those just make it worse. If it wasn't for those times, I could adopt a let-it-ride policy and not try at all. This story was also a thorough reminder of my own shortcomings as a writer, by the way. It is by no means perfect. It's not even as good as I thought it was when I started posting. Thankfully, that's part of why I write. To improve. There's a lot of room for improvement here, but I never claimed this was perfect. Only that I thought, by posting it, that it was good enough to be worth sharing. I still think that. Please note that as it stands, this story is a living document. Now that it's done and I have all this feedback, I'm going to go back, do another typo run, stick all of the author notes into the designated spots on AO3, just for you, that one reader, because I'm going back anyway and I might as well, and then? There are some bigger things in this story I think I can revise and possibly fix, or possibly not. Not saying which or making any promises in case that turns out to be not and nothing changes. I'll keep you updated. To see those updates aside from any end results, and for those of you who enjoyed Intercession and want more, I hope there are some of you who fit that description. Honestly, I have little understanding of the proportion of happy readers to disappointed readers and batshit insane readers, except to hope the former might be the mostly silent majority based on views and comment ratios. Go check out Summoning, Snakes, and Sorting Hats, the newest thing I've posted on both AO3 and FF. I'm putting all of my Intercession deleted scenes, alternate takes, extra POVs of the story, and side stories over there to avoid bloating this entry. There's already a selection of interesting things to look through, with more coming as I write it or polish already written content. For those who reviewed in good faith, whether or not you are happy with this story, thank you for your feedback. On the whole, it's been an experience sharing this with all of you. This has been Intercession.